Chapter 4028. The first is more. These venoms were also obtained by Jian Wushuang from the Qianquan ring left by Jiu Su. At the beginning, Jian Wushuang and Jiu Su fought, and underneath that Jiu Zu's killing move, the poisonous mist attack was hidden, and the sudden red poisonous mist was too late for Jian Wushuang to resist. Only to hit. The poisonous red poisonous mist is extremely horrible. Even the perfect life deity of sword unparalleled can't resist. Fortunately, he is full of divine power to survive. After beating and killing Jiu Su, Jian Wushuang found these venoms in Jiu Zu's Qianquan ring, a total of 12 jade bottles, each of which contained a drop of venom. And these venoms are not exactly the same, but there are 3 kinds. One of them is scarlet venom, recognized by the sword, which is similar to the red poisonous mist that eroded his body before, but it is more intense and rich. Not surprisingly, the 9 mustaches cost some price, decomposing a part of a drop of scarlet venom into a red poisonous mist and hiding it in its own magic soldier. Bamo, look, what is the value of these venoms? Jian Wushuang said, Venom, especially the very high-level venom, is of great value in the universe, and the venom you brought out of Bloodsword, little friends, is obviously very high level. Naturally, it is very precious, but I have a specialization in surgery. I can the appraisal judged the value of many kinds of treasures, but I was not very good at venom. Barmer laughed. Xiaojian, Xiaoyu, let's wait a moment. I'll show this venom to another supervisor of Jodi Pavilion. He has some experience in identifying the value of venom. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. There are 3 different kinds of venom here. You can take a drop to identify him. Barmer immediately took 3 jade bottles, each of which contained different venom, and walked towards the outdoor space. The 3 swordsmen were waiting there silently. It didn't take long for Barmer to return to the back room again, and came to Jian Wushuang. Xiaojian, Xiaoyu, the identification results have come out. Barmer looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Xiaoyu, the 3 venoms you took out were basically the same at the level. No accident, these 3 venoms. It was made by the same poison master who reached the ultimate level, but there was a slight gap between the nature and the use process. Poison division? Jian Wushuang's expression moved, but he heard it for the first time. Master, the universe is vast, the number of practitioners is innumerable, and naturally there are some more special professions among the numerous practitioners, such as alchemy, refiner, matrix formation, or soul attack. These are more common, but there are also some it's rare. It's like a poison master. Moyen said, poison masters are good at using poison, and they usually debug all kinds of venom to kill the enemy. In the universe, the poison division is terrible because the poisons debugged by these poison divisions are generally very scary. If you are not careful, even if your strength is obviously stronger than the other party, you may die in the poison division's hands, and a poisoner who has reached the ultimate level, in terms of the terrible degree, is definitely the most horrible one among the ultimate masters. Even the Supreme dare not underestimate such masters. So powerful. Jian Wushuang was surprised. The master had been secretly calculated by the Jiu Su. Fortunately, the Jiu Su could not really use these venoms. Otherwise, although you are a special constitution, you may not be able to stop the erosion of this venom. Demon Flame solemnly said, the sword is unparalleled. He could see that any drop of venom in this jade bottle was extremely terrifying. This drop of venom, let alone him, would be very easy to kill even the ultimate master. It's just that although this venom has the ability to kill the ultimate master, but most people can't use it. Like those 9 beards, UCA and T use these venoms completely. The red poisonous mist that had previously calculated the sword unparalleled it took him a long time to dilute it from a drop of scarlet venom. And it only occupied a whole drop, 1% of the venom. But despite this red poisonous mist still caused great trouble to Jian Wushuang. I can imagine how terrible a drop of venom is. And the most important thing is that this venom can only be stored with special materials, but it can't exist in the void for too long. Even if you want to wipe the venom on the blade of a soldier to kill the enemy, the level of venom is too high. As soon as the treasure soldiers touched the venom, the soldiers were directly corroded and collapsed, and there was no chance to shoot. Even if the rule is precious, the general rule of inferiority is precious. If you apply a drop of this venom, this rule of inferiority may be greatly damaged, and it may even collapse over time. Because of this, Jiu-Su couldn't apply a complete drop of venom on his spear to attack. The spear in Jus's hand is just the top quality rule, but my Wu Crying Excalibur is the top quality rule. If you apply a complete drop of venom on the Wu Crying Excalibur should support it. Live. Jian Wushuang could not help thinking, this is a venom refined by a poison master at the ultimate master level. One drop of this venom can kill the ultimate master if it can be wiped on the blade and used for attack. As long as the blade touches the venom of the opponent's body immediately infiltrates, it is considered to be the ultimate master, and I am afraid it will be difficult to survive. In other words, luck, he relied on this venom to have the chance to kill the ultimate master. Of course, he just thought about it, but didn't plan to do it like that. After all, he didn't have much confidence that Wu Weiss Excalibur could withstand a full drop of venom. If he couldn't bear it, causing Wu Wei Excalibur to be damaged, then he would lose money. Unless he encounters a real crisis, there is no way he can make such a choice. Bloodsword friend, your venom is indeed very precious. If you want to sell it, my Judy Pavilion can be collected by a drop of 1,000 universe source stones. Barmer said, a drop of 1,000 universe source stones. Jian Wushuang was startled. So precious? Lung Rushuang and Demon Flame were also startled. 1,000 cosmic source stones. A drop of venom. He has now taken out a full 12 jade bottles. A total of 12 drops of venom. That is to say, if he sold all of these venoms, it is 12,000 source rocks of the universe. Before, he was worried about the value of the treasure needed to practice the fourth weight of the supreme immortal mystery, but in the blink of an eye he knew that he still had such a large fortune in his hands. Chapter 40-29. Second more. Bloodsword friend, these venoms. Barmer looked at Jian Wushuang, and he hoped that Jian Wushuang would sell them to him. After all, this high-level venom has always been very scarce in the universe. His Zhoujian Pavilion has a strong presence throughout the universe. Higher levels of venom are everywhere, but they are all deep in the universe or some big ones. Territory. In this purple star field, this is the highest level of venom that Barmer has come into contact with. No, Jian Wushuang waved his hand. I just asked you to help me identify the value of these venoms, but I didn't want to sell them to you. Hearing that, Barmer shrugged and felt helpless. By the way, Director Barmer, I don't know if there is any way I can refine these venoms? Jian Wushuang asked suddenly. Refining? Barmer stunned. Bloodsword boy, do you want to thoroughly refine these venoms? Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. If there is no refining, then all he can do is to force the drop of venom on Wu Weapon Sword to risk the corrosion and damage of Wu Weapon Sword under the premise of forced action, and then find a chance to kill enemy. Or, like Jiu-Su, spend years on the school field, slowly dilute these venoms, and break down some lower-level poisonous mist or poisonous gas to kill the enemy. But there are many shortcomings between these two ways of use. Like the first type, if in the fierce battle where can the opponent give him the opportunity to put the venom on the Excalibur, he will really find the opportunity, which is also carried out under the opponent's eyelids. The opponent knows that you are on the Excalibur. It is naturally vigilant to apply poison, but if you want to succeed, it will not be so easy. As for the second type, it takes not only a lot of time, but the final products, such as those of the red mist of Josu, are also powerful, but the effect is far less amazing than a complete venom. Naturally, Jian Wushuang wanted to completely refine these venoms. Only after fully refining and mastering these venoms, he can use these venoms as he likes, and he can even directly integrate the venoms into the Wu Weeping Sword without damaging the Wu Weeping Sword. In normal times, he urges the Wu Weeping Sword, it's nothing different from normal times. And as long as he thinks about it, the venom in Wu Weiss Excalibur will fully exert his power, which is the most correct way to use it. Just like Jian Wushuang's strength is still very weak, in the face of an undead sage who has an immortal body, he put some venom into his own soldiers, relying on the venom to corrode the other god's body and divine power, and instantly killed the enemy. Bloodsword friends, the venom in these jade bottles contains an incredible power of corrosion. Any drop is enough to easily kill the fifth-ranked dominating master. Even the ultimate master will have a huge threat. If you are not careful, the ultimate dominator will fall. However, because this venom is too terrible, it becomes extremely difficult to refine it. Normally, a fifth-ranked master, who is the most extreme, if he ventures to try, he has a certain degree of success. Chances are, practitioners below the fifth level extreme will forcibly refine these venoms, and the result will be undoubtedly fatal. Barmer solemnly said, "So sure, is it really impossible?" Jian Wushuang frowned. "Bloodsword, little friend, do you know that this venom can not only cause a huge corrosive effect on the body of the practitioner, but can even directly corrode and annihilate the soul of the practitioner? But to make this venom completely soul, not only it takes a lot of divine power, but it is constantly nourishing. The most important thing is that your soul is tough enough to withstand the venom, so that it can be refined. However, even if it is the most extreme master of the fifth series, once his soul comes into contact with this venom, he will immediately suffer from the venom of this venom. If he is lucky, he will only be damaged by the soul. Clean, only a small chance can succeed. But Bloodsword, if I read correctly, it's just the second level now, a soul dominated by the second level. There is no possibility to refine these venoms." Barmer glared at Jian Wushuang. He didn't mean to despise Jian Wushuang, but what he said was fact. Under normal circumstances, to refining this level of venom, the most important thing is to need a very powerful soul that can withstand the corrosion of that venom, but the soul of the sword unparalleled, Bama, is certainly not up to the requirements. However, after listening to Barmer's words, the sword was dull, without two sides, but it was an ecstasy in my heart. Soul? It's the soul that you need to purify these poisons. The last thing I fear is soul. Jian Wushuang trembled physically and mentally. He is a perfect practitioner of life. He is already invincible in his soul. The damage to the soul, for him, can only be made up by a slight loss of some divine power. Even if the soul is completely annihilated, it is difficult to affect him. That is to say, he can recklessly try to refine these venoms. Just like his master Xian, he could countless times try to regain the princely spirit world. For other practitioners, relying on the soul to try to refining this venom, once it fails, is death. But even if he fails, only a small part of the divine power is lost. He can continue to try again and again until the last success. Supervisor Barmer, thank you for telling me this. Jian Wushuang smiled. Please also prepare the things I asked for before. No problem, little Bloodsword friend. You can wait for a while in my 9 Emperors Pavilion. Immediately, I will send those spar and 2 rules of treasure to you. Barmer smiled and went on quickly, prepared for sword unparalleled. In just half an hour, Bammer sent all those things over. Magic flame. All these spar are for you. You take the time to restore the body. Jian Wu Shuangdo. Yes. Demon Flame's eyes lighted. Shuang Air, this rule is a treasure whip. It is stronger than usual. The treasure is much stronger. You just got it. I'm afraid I'm not used to it. Later we will find a place to get used to it. Go to the poisonous demon lord. Sword Wu Shuangdo. Nodded coldly. Supervisor Barmer, I also need detailed information of a person. Her name is Lung Rushua, and it belongs to the poisonous monster. Jian Wushuang said again. Cold as snow? The witch of 10,000 poisonous demon. Barmer frowned, but his eyes could not help but look at the cold frost. Quite strange. Chapter 40-30. The first is more. Witch. Swordless eyes narrowed. Bloodsword boy, is this wife by your side? Barmer asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. You didn't mention the witch. I haven't noticed yet. Your wife and the witch are very imaginary. Not only is the appearance of the imaginary, even the temperament is very similar. Barmer said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help laughing. It is certain that Lung Rushuang is similar to that which, after all, Lung Rushuang and Lung Rushua are two souls derived from one body. They had previously occupied a body, but then with the cold reincarnation, the soul broke away from that body. But now the body reshaped by the cold frost is also shaped as before, and of course the looks are similar. So cold as snow can now be in the poisonous demon sect. Jian Wushuang asked. No. Barmer shook his head. As far as I know, the cold snow left 100 poison sects hundreds of years ago, and even left the thunder-hidden domain to go to a special secret territory. I haven't been back, but it's no accident. In a few years, the cold snow should return to the poisonous demon sect. A few more years? Why? Jian Wushuang asked. Because in a few years there will be a feast in Lei Hengxing's domain, and this cold snow is definitely going to participate. Barmer said. I see, thank you. Jian Wushuang thanked him. And Sun Yi left Jiodi Pavilion together with Lung Rushuang and Demon Flame, and left for Leiheng Starfield. At the foot of Lei Hengxing, at the foot of the door of Wanzhong Zongzong, in a pub, 3 swordsmen Jian Shuang sat together, eating and drinking at will. The space of this second-level astral space is much more stable than that of the third-level astral space. The masters of us from the astral space have not been subject to any restrictions in this thunder star domain. Jian Wushuang, smiling lightly. He was also worried that, after all, he was an external master, and would not be bound by the heavenly will of Lei Hengxing after entering Lei Hengxing, just like the early divine realm. In the early days, the realm of the gods could not afford to dominate the combat power. So even in the early world of the gods, even the local masters could not exert their full strength. Only the master of the rules could fight unbridled and explode all their strength. Obviously, the Thunderstar field does not have much restriction on the practitioners who dominate the level. At least Jian Wushuang is standing here now, and did not feel the restraint of the will of heaven. His strength can be fully exerted to reach the peak. This would not have been possible at the beginning of the divine realm. Master, in the vast universe, the astral world is divided into different levels, not only because the quality of the strong men born in different astral worlds will be different, but also represents the degree of spatial stability and affordability of this astral world. Power of the strong. Mo Yen opened his mouth to speak. Under normal circumstances, the ordinary tertiary astral plane can't afford the dominating level of combat power. So in the tertiary astral plane, the master can't exert all its power at all. Of course, you can burst out of the master combat power. That's because you are only the ruler of the rule. In the beginning, there was no restriction on you by the divine realm, but after you break through and become the ruler, you will be restricted. The second-order astral space is naturally more stable than the third-order astral space. Within the second-order astral space, it can withstand the dominance of the level, and it is not only a general domination, even the fourth level, the power of the fifth level, and even the ultimate level can be sustained by the second level. That is to say, in the second-level astral world, as long as it is the master, it can arbitrarily burst out the strongest strength. As for the first-level astral plane, at a higher level, it can even let the supreme strong fight wildly. Is that so? Jian Wushuang knew his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. This is just right. I was worried that if I could not exert my strongest power in this Thunder Star domain, I was afraid that I would not be able to scare that 10,000 people. Poison sect, but now there is no such worry. Thousands of poisonous demon lords, the strongest suzerain, is just a fourth-level extreme powerhouse, and has not yet reached the fifth level. Master of this level, Jian Wushuang is not in his eyes. Stronger than Jiu Su, that combat power is enough to rival the fifth-level master, but it is not dead in his hands. Master, isn't that cold like snow still not returning to the poisonous demon sect now? What are we doing here so early? Moyan asked. There is nothing to do anyway. Just wait here. Jian Wushuang smiled. On the bright side, he was eating and drinking with cold as frost and magic flame. But in fact, Jian Wushuang has been trying to refine those venoms secretly. Especially on the way to Lei Hengxing, he has been trying. His soul has even been annihilated hundreds of times because of this. But Jian Wushuang is still trying, although every attempt has failed. In this time and again, his soul's ability to withstand that venom is also constantly improving. He believes that this will continue to be tried. One day, he can truly refine these venoms. In the tavern, those who sat eating and drinking were not only 3 swordsmen, but also some other practitioners. And because after all this is at the foot of the ancestral sect, the practitioners who come here are mostly overbearing. Even the masters have a lot. Haha, Brother Morton, are you here too? Hearty laughter sounded. A middle-aged man in Tsing stood up in the tavern, and he was greeted by a man in a black robe, whose entire face was covered by a layer of black cloud and mist, and looked extremely mysterious. After all, it is a grand event only once in thousands of years, and this grand event heard that even Master Xing will pay attention to it. Anyway, where I live is not far from these 10,000 poisonous monsters. Come over and look at it naturally. The man under the black robe, it made a hoarse voice. Hey, I heard that this event is getting so much attention because there is a very amazing genius in the Venerable Demon sect. It is said that she is a rare poisonous body in the universe, and then cultivated into Wanduo, the most powerful magic spell in Wanzhong. Although now only dominated by the second rank, its combat power is even stronger than that of many third ranks. The most important thing is that she has been practicing for hundreds of thousands of years. The potential is really limitless. The middle-aged man in Tsing Yi praised. Well, it's very powerful. It's no accident. At this event, the geniuses of all parties, including the other 2 top powers, will become the foil. Protagonist, said the man in a black robe. Chapter 40:31. Second more. The young man's middle-aged conversation with the man in the black robe did not cover up deliberately, and everyone in the tavern heard it clearly. After hearing the conversation between them, most of the guests in the tavern agreed. Most of these guests came for the grand event that Wanda Dizong is about to start. Naturally, they also know the great name of Wanda Dizong. Not only the men in black robes, but even they also think that this is a feast. In the corner of the tavern, Jian Wushuang, when he heard the conversation between them, looked very strange. A peerless genius. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. It seems that the cold as snow has improved a lot, but it is also true, after all, it is a poisonous body. Cold as frost was indifferent. When she heard the name of cold as snow, her look did not change at all. Schwanger, you have made great progress over the years, and now you have reached the top of the second level. If you take a shot and fight one-on-one against that cold snow, can you be sure? Jian Wushuang asked. I don't know. Lung Rushuang shook his head, but followed straightly. But I won't lose. I won't lose, that's the win. Jian Wushuang smiled. Relax, wait for the poisonous demon sect. I will let the cold snow fight you. The grievance between the two of you, it's up to you to do it yourself this time. As for the people of the poison sect, I will not let them in. Not only are the people of 10,000 poison demon sect, I hope you cannot interfere with your husband, Lung Rushuang said suddenly. Huh. Jian Wushuang stunned. Lung Rushuang solemnly said, I and her, who are sisters in one, now have their own paths. I came to her this time, but it completely broke my previous relationship with her. And this time, and I will solve it on my own, and I will have a truly fair fight with her. Yes, but if your life is threatened, I will shoot. Jian Wushuang said directly. Cold as frost nodded slightly. Just then, not far from the void, several figures rushed at the same time and blinked at the door of the tavern. In front of it is within the poison demon sect. We first go to this tavern to rest for a while, and then go to the poison demon sect no later. One of the old men, led by Tong Yen, said. Behind the old man, Yen, followed by several young men and women. Their breath exudes differently. It's the people of Binghuangdo, headed by the two elders of Binghuangdo. As for him, the talented disciples who participated in this event at Binghuangdo should be behind him. Well, Binghuang Island, it's better to be second only to the top 3 forces in this thunderbolt domain. This year's talented disciples are said to be very good. It's very good, seeing that the Golden Robe Man didn't. He was the first genius of Fenghuang Island, Qin Feng, and he was also repaired at the second level. Downwind. There was a whispering sound in the tavern, and many guests looked at the newly arrived dozens of people, and most of them stayed on the man in the golden robe. Everyone at Binghuang Island took a seat in the tavern and just sat down. Brother Qin, look at that. A voice sounded. The eyes of the man in the gold robe Qin Feng immediately looked at him, and what he looked at was exactly where Jian Wushuang was. Huh. Qin Feng's eyes were frozen on the frosty body instantly. Call. Qin Feng stood up, and his eyes became extremely sharp, which I didn't expect to meet you here in advance. Qin Feng's voice also became low, which, isn't this which Qin Feng talking about is the peerless genius of Wanda Mazong? The whole pub instantly became turbulent, and all eyes looked at Qin Feng, looking at them as cold as frost. Cold as frost willow charm clustered slightly. Jian Wushuang frowned. You recognize the wrong person. Lung Rushuang said. Recognize the wrong person? Joke. I've met you anyway. You look like you and the spirit of your body. I have long remembered. I will admit it. Qin Feng chuckled, and he has slowly moved to this side. Come over. Jian Wushuang touched his nose, and his heart was quite helpless. Cold as frost and cold as snow are two souls evolved from the body. The two of them are not only the same, but also the breath of the soul. Because of the perennial companionship, they are more than 90% similar. If they are not particularly familiar people, even relying on the breath of the soul, may also admit their mistakes. As it is now, this Qin Feng apparently regarded cold as frost as cold as snow. Hey, stand still, Jian Wushuang yelled, and said lowly, Boy, are you called Qin Feng, right? If you admit wrong, You admit the wrong person. The one next to me is my wife, but not what you said. A witch from the poisonous demon sect. Your wife. Qin Feng froze. As far as he knows, the Witch of Wanda Dizong's eyes is scary, although there are many people who are infatuated with her. So far this witch has never looked at anyone, and it is impossible to become another's wife. But the woman in front, no matter the look or the spirit, looks like the witch. It's impossible. Even if the appearance can be changed, the breath of the soul can't be changed. You even have the same breath as the witch. How could it not be that witch? Qin Feng drank, apparently distrusting what Jian Wushuang said. Whether you believe it or not, I'm too lazy to talk to you nonsense. Shuang, let's go. Jian Wushuang obviously was too lazy to talk to this Qin Feng nonsense, stood up, and was about to leave. Slow, Qin Feng whispered, and his shape blocked the way of Jian Wushuang. He stared hotly and stared at the cold frost. Which I was humiliated by you 10,000 years ago. This 10,000 years here, I'm mad at it just to fight you. And now I'm having a hard time. Would I let you leave like this? It's really noisy. Jian Wushuang was obviously a little angry too. He didn't want to have general knowledge with Qin Feng, but he didn't expect the other party to be over. Call. Sword unparalleled shot. He didn't take out the Excalibur. Just one stroke with one hand instantly under the watchful eyes of many practitioners in this tavern. A horrific sword exploded suddenly. The strong sense of the sword made everyone in the tavern, including those masters and the second elder from Ice Queen Island, tremble. Not good. The second elder was startled and wanted to rescue, but found that his speed was too late. I saw the endless sword cover over Qin Feng. This Qin Feng is known as the first genius of Bing Huangdo, but before the sword has no double sides, it is no different from the ants. I saw that under the cover of Jianguang, this Qin Feng body collapsed instantly. Of course, Jian Wushuang did not directly kill the killer, but gave a breath to this Qin Feng, but it was also very miserable. Three Heads M. Chapter 4032. The first is more. How is it possible? Qin Feng's body has been restored, and his breath is extremely weak, but he is still staring at Jian Wushuang. His eyes are full of incredible. It was just a random stroke with one hand that defeated him in an instant. Even if the opponent did not keep his hand, he was dead at that moment. The man in front of him is so strong. But the breath on the other side is obviously only the second level dominating the level. I just gave you a warning. If you try to block our way again, I will kill you directly. Jian Wushuang said coldly. Qin Feng could not help but tremble. Sir. The second elder of Binghuang Island hurried up and said, Thank you for your mercy. This is indeed Qin Feng's recklessness. I will take him to pay you for your crime. The two elders are very clear that the universe is sinister, like Qin Feng just did this. Even if the other party directly kills him, there is no problem. Let's go. Jian Wushuang snorted coldly, leaving his tavern with his wife and Moyen. And that Qin Feng is now honest, dare not dare to go again. After the three swordsmen left the pub exploded immediately. Good guy, it's just a one-handed stroke. Qin Feng, the first day of Bing Huangdo, was defeated. It's more than defeat. He would have been dead if the other side hadn't kept his hand. Just now, that person is so strong, but why do I look at the breath emanating from him? It seems that it is only the second level that dominates the level. It is the master of the second grade, but I don't know if he has deliberately concealed his breath or if he only has this realm. If he is really only a master of the second grade, then it is great, that which cannot defeat Qin Feng so easily. Talks rang out in the tavern. Qin Feng's face has become a pig's liver color, and the people of Binghuang Island did not have that face to continue to stay in the tavern, but immediately set off for Wandu Dizong. After leaving the tavern, the three swordsmen did not immediately go to Wandu Dizong. After all, the event in Wandu Dizong will not be held for a while, and it seems that the snow is still cold. Simply Sword Wushuang is located in the city near Wanzhong Dizong, looking for an inn to temporarily reside. The next time, Jian Wushuang 3 stayed in the inn, while Jian Wushuang focused all their energy on the refinement of those venoms. I saw the soul of the sword Wushuang, knowing the sea shaking for a while, then immediately annihilated. A moment later, the annihilated soul was restored again. Failed again. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders without any surprise. After learning that those venoms can rely on the soul to refine, he has tried not to know how many times, failed every time. His soul has been annihilated countless times, but he was not in a hurry, but once keep trying. This shake, 5 years later. It finally succeeded. In a room of the inn, the laughter of Jian Wushuang sounded. Of course, there were restraints in the room. His laughter was not passed on. At the moment, Jian Wushuang was sitting alone on the couch with a surprised smile on his face, and in front of him was a drop of scarlet venom. This scarlet venom has been suspended there. Before, Jian Wushuang did not dare to touch it with his hands, but let alone touch it with his hands now. Even if he directly swallowed this drop of venom, he would not be affected by the venom. Erosion. After all, this drop of venom has been completely controlled by him. It took so long, my soul annihilated more than tens of thousands of times after repeated attempts. Until now, I have successfully refined this drop. Alas, it is really difficult. Jian Wushuang could not help but sigh. Fortunately, he is the perfect life. His soul is annihilated, and he can rely on divine power to repair it instantly. If you change to another person, even if it is the most extreme master of the 5th series, it is estimated that the venom will be dead for a lifetime. And the 5th series is more general, or the 4th series. If you try to refine to dissolve this venom, it is simply to die. And refining this drop of venom, this also has a great effect on Jian Wushuang. When I saw Jian Wushuang waving his hand, Wu Weiss Excalibur appeared in his hands, and immediately under his guidance, this drop of scarlet venom slowly swept away towards Wu Weapon's Excalibur and merged directly into Wu Weapon's Excalibur. Inside, the venom disappeared after entering the Wu Weapon sword, but Jian Wushuang was the owner of the Wu Weapon sword, and he refined the drop of venom and could clearly sense the presence of that drop of venom. The venom is within the Wu Crying Excalibur, but without his guidance, it will not exert its power, but as soon as he thinks, this venom will immediately trigger with the Wu Crying Excalibur. While attacking the enemy, this venom will directly enter the opponent's body along the Excalibur, causing unprecedented damage to the opponent. From now on, I will have one more card in my hand. Jian Wushuang smiled. He has practiced so far with a lot of cards, and many of them are very good, such as the Dragon Extermination Mysticism, the Talented Supernatural Primitive Universe, the combination of the 3 Town monuments formed by the Demon Town Sky Law Ray. These are all his whole cards, but also extremely powerful. However, if measured by the terrible degree, the card he now has is undoubtedly the most terrifying, because the venom he refined, even if he was the master of the ultimate level, accidentally, he could die. The master below the ultimate level can withstand a drop of venom directly, and it is almost impossible to survive. After refining a drop of venom, Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry to refining the second drop. After all, only 3 months remained until the grand event of Wandu Dizong was held. This month, Jian Wushuang and his wife walked around in the Lei Hengxing realm. 3 months later, they set off together and went to Wanda Demon's sect. At this moment, the poisonous demon lord, because of the convening of that event, has become particularly lively. This feast is actually just a feast of geniuses that has been held for tens of thousands of years. Each time the Feast of Geniuses, some of the top geniuses in Lei Hengxing's world will take the contest. The strongest genius is selected at the end. There is a chance to be personally instructed by the Lord of the Lei Hengxing realm, and of course, there will be some other rewards. This genius feast, because it is held every 10 million years, is already commonplace in the Lei Heng astral realm, but this time it will be special. It will be so eye-catching. After all, it is because of the poisonous demon, Lord the peerless genius, that appeared inside. Three Heads M. Chapter 40:33. Second more. On the day of the feast, the gates of the 10,000 poisonous demon ancestors opened, and numerous practitioners flocked to the scene. Most of these practitioners see a lot of fun, but as long as they come, all the poisonous demon lords will be welcome to receive them without any worries that someone will come to trouble. After all, this feast was not only held in the poisonous demon sect, but mainly due to the genius feast of Lei Hengxing once every 10,000 years, but the Lord personally ordered it to be held. Anyone who dares to make trouble on the way to the feast is disrespectful to the Lord. But we must know that the Lord of the Lei Stellar Realm is dominated by the fifth series, which is an absolute word in the Lei Stellar Realm. Jiuding, no one dares to violate. The huge and unenforceable martial arts arena can accommodate millions of people at the same time, and at the very center of the martial arts arena, there is a huge void, which is used as a battlefield. Many geniuses participating in the Genius Feast will go to the battlefield to compete and finally decide the strongest. At this moment, tens of thousands of people have gathered in this martial arts field. These tens of thousands of people are not ordinary people. The weakest of them are the rulers, and there are many strong ones who dominate the level. This is the gap between the secondary astral level in a medium-sized star field and the secondary astral field in a barren zone on the edge of the universe. Like Demon Star, the strongest demon star is also able to break through to reach the fourth level of domination, and Demon Star's majesty can only dominate hundreds of people. However, the strongest in the Lei Stellar Realm is a fifth-ranked dominator, and his majesty's fourth-ranked dominion has many. In general, there are at least thousands of thunderstars in the Lei Stellar Realm. There are quite a few people who come to this feast. In one of the corners, Jian Wushuangwan stood there holding his hands, and the coldness around him was dangling with a veil, and the breath on his body also converged. No way. After the incident at the previous restaurant, Lung Rushuang realized that he was too much like Lung Shueshue. Without disguise, it would be easy for people to admit mistakes and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, before coming to the feast this time, the cold frosted bucket deliberately stayed covered his appearance. The magic flame still standing respectfully behind Jian Wushuang. Soon, this feast of genius was held. Although this genius feast says that the geniuses of all forces in Lei Hengxing can participate, in fact, the geniuses of the three top powers can really emerge in this genius feast. And there is no doubt that the witch from the poisonous demon lord is the most dazzling. Cold as snow. Jian Wushuang stood there with cold eyes, staring at a beautiful woman who was fighting in front of the battlefield. The beautiful woman is similar to Lung Rushuang in 8 or 9 points, not only in appearance but even in temperament and soul. This beautiful woman, naturally, is as cold as snow. After a lapse of many years, Jian Wushuang once again saw cold as snow. The latter is already the first genius of Wanzhong Dizong, and even the most dazzling existence of the young generation in the entire Lei Hengxing world. At this genius feast, she showed it's really dazzling. I saw she was holding a cyan spear, and the spear stabbed at will, easily defeating every top genius from all sides. Even the talented disciples from the other two top powers possessed the third-level dominating combat power, but in this cold snow, they could not support it for a long time and were easily defeated by her. And those who watch the battle all around can see that from beginning to end, this cold snow has not come up with its full strength. Yes, for more than 200,000 years, this cold snow has made great progress. She has a very high perception of the origin of the gunshot universe, and she has even been dominated by the fourth-level master. She is obviously more dominant than the normal second-level player. She has a lot of divine power, and she can sweep all the geniuses at this genius feast, but her strongest venomous body has not been exerted at all, and before I also heard that she has become the first mystery of Wandu Dizong, Wandujing, and she can't see it. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly, and beside Jian Wushuang, although Lung Rushwang's face was hidden under the bucket, her gaze had been staring at the cold snow in the middle of the battlefield, and her look was quite calm. Time passes slowly. This genius feast lasted for 3 days and 3 nights on campus. It was only on the 4th day that the feast began to come to an end. Now, the genius feast has only one final battle. One of the two sides of this battle is as cold as snow, and the other is the first genius from a top power. The genius is more powerful than the third-rank dominator, but it is clear that he is still a lot worse than cold as snow. At the beginning of the war, the genius' purpose from the beginning was not to defeat the coldness of snow, but to force the coldness of snow to use his special constitution or to use the 10,000 poisonous classics, but unfortunately in the end did not succeed. That cold snow showed her terrible marksmanship in this battle, which is far better than those third-level masters who are good at gunfire, and finally easily defeated that genius. Since then, this genius feast is truly over. It is worthy to be called the first super genius in the history of Wanpadiman sect. This strength is indeed quite good. Unfortunately, I came here this time and wanted to take a good look at her toxic body, but I did not expect that she did not use her constitution at all. Obviously dominated by the second grade, but in terms of combat power, I am afraid that it is already comparable to the dominance of the third grade. If it is to trigger the physique to perform the Wandujing, then the one who can defeat her in the third grade dominates. Not a few. The talent of this, which is definitely the first person in our Thunderstar world for hundreds of millions of years. Even in the entire purple microstar domain, it is estimated that it can be ranked in the top 3. After the final competition, those powerful men from the sectarian forces who stood in the top void began to talk about it, and naturally included the 3 top forces. In the performance martial arts field, the tens of thousands of practitioners who watched the battle were also discussing. Most of them marveled at how terrible the cold snow was and how good it was. In the corner of Yanwu Stadium, Jian Wushuang glanced at him as cold as frost. The showdown of this genius feast is over. Next, Shuanger, it's your turn. Well, I'm ready. Cold as frost softly. It'll open the way for you. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, and his body moved immediately. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 4034. 3 more arrived today on that vast battlefield, because the last genius has been defeated. Lung Rushue is preparing to leave the battlefield under the attention of everyone. But then, a figure, like a teleportation, appeared directly in the middle of the battlefield. And as soon as the figure appeared, there was an overbearing breath that locked her. The cold, snow-like pace immediately gave her a meal, and at the same time she looked up in surprise, because the other person's breath gave her a very familiar feeling. As the other person's figure was revealed, a familiar face appeared in front of her, making her cold and snowy. Many practitioners on the Yanwu field also noticed the changes in the battlefield and saw the emergence of the sword unparalleled. Suddenly, one by one appeared suspicious. "Sir, is it all right?" An elder of Wanda Demon, who supported this grand battle, also immediately appeared in the middle of the battlefield, standing in front of Lung Rushue, staring vigilantly at the sword. Although Jian Wushuang is only a second-level master, the elder of the poisonous demon, Lord feels an extremely dangerous breath from Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not look at the elder, but stared at the cold, cold snow behind him with interest. Why, isn't your old friend here going to say hello? Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Old friend. The elder of Wan Duzong showed doubt. Is you? Lung Rushue stared at Jian Wushuang, but his eyes became extremely sharp. I didn't expect that you could come here. Cold as snow is indeed quite surprised, but she knew very well how far away this star field was from the beginning of the world. At that time, her master, Lord Luo, took a lot of effort to send her here, and even the poisonous demon, Lord sent a fourth-level master to greet her personally, and even took the cost to ride some universes. But even so, it still took her 30,000 years to get here. But Jian Wushuang in front of her. Not long ago, although she received a rumor from her master Xing Luo, she knew that the gods in the early days had changed, and that Jian Wushuang had become the master of the early days, but it was only tens of thousands of years. Just the past. Even her master Xing Luo, the master, has not yet returned to Lei Heng's astral realm, but this sword Wushuang even rushed over from the early divine realm. Am not alone here this time. Jian Wushuang smiled. Behind him, a beautiful figure slowly walked over, but only came to the side of Jian Wushuang just a moment later. Although this beautiful figure was fighting, she still couldn't hide her breathtaking figure. And the moment she saw the beautiful figure coldly, her figure couldn't help it. Is that you? Cold Rushue said softly. Sister, I haven't seen you in a long time. The indifferent voice came out from under the veil, and cold hands like frost jade stretched out, took off the bucket, revealing a peerless face, and her breath no longer covered up and spread directly. Come. At the moment when the cold face showed his face and breath, countless practitioners in the entire performance martial art field burst into an instant. Who is this? It seems that she and the witch are too similar. Are they sisters? No, I'm afraid it's not that simple. After all, even if they are sisters, they only imagine their looks, but she and her soul are almost the same. There must be other factors. A burst of exclamation sounded from all corners of Yanwu Stadium. Around the battlefield, from where the talented disciples of Binghuang Island gathered, Qin Feng's eyes were rounded, staring at Jian Wushuang and cold as frost. It's really two people. I was in the tavern before. Did I admit it wrong? Qin Feng is still a little hard to believe. And in the void above, those top powers from all sides also showed weird colors. Only those high-level powerhouses of Wanda Dizong are at the moment ugly. What happened? Among these high-level powerful men of the Wan Poison sect, the elder who has the highest strength and status is the elder who asked at this moment. As for the sovereign of the Poison sect, he never appeared in this feast. Elder, you forgot. When Xing Luo found this cold as snow, he once said that she was something special. Said an elder next to the poisonous demon, whispered. As soon as the elder's expression moved, he immediately remembered the origin of cold snow. Maybe others do in know, but these top powerful men of Wanda Demon know that the cold, snowy, poisonous body is derived from the congenital great sin, and at the same time, the cold, cold snow itself is derived from the congenital great sin. The soul that came out in addition to her originally had another soul in his deity. She is the soul who shares a body with Ru Shui. What is she doing here? The elder frowned. Two people, although I do know the purpose of your visit. Today is my genius feast once every 10 years in Lei's stellar world. This feast was convened by my Lord Lay Stellar Lord personally, and no one may it affects the genius feast, so I advise the two to leave directly. The elder who supported the meeting said, I didn't want to affect the convening of your genius feast. Otherwise, I won't wait until the conference is over and decide the strongest genius comes, and then show up, but your genius feast is actually the strongest genius. Then my wife is exactly the same as your peerless genius who has been practicing poisonous demon, and both of them are dominated by the second grade. Now, my wife wants to fight her head on, a victory or defeat. Should there be no problem? Jian Wushuang smiled. Joke, I do know what the origin of your wife is, and she did really participate in this genius feast. From the beginning to the end, how can you play against Ru Shui? If anything happens in this astral world, when people come, they want to challenge snow like snow, wouldn't they be busy? Said the elder Shen Sheng. So, that's a bit regrettable. Jian Wushuang sighed lightly. The elder of 10,000 poison demon thought that Sword Wushuang was ready to give in. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but suddenly he saw a terrible sword rising up, not only the elder instantly covering, even directly covering the entire huge battlefield. What do? The many powerful men of Wanda Demon suddenly burst into anger. The elder who stood in front of the sword without double-sidedness, although having the third-level peak combat power, could be swept up by this sword, just like a leaf, was hung directly out of the battlefield, and finally he had to stand still again. Shape. This battle must be fought, and no one can stop it. If you are honest, you are better, but if you are not honest, I don't mind, and have fun with you first. Jian Wushuang's somewhat cold voice suddenly sounded throughout the performance martial arts field. Chapter 4035. The first is more. Arrogance. Many of the powerful poison monsters are all angry. In any case, this genius feast was held in their poisonous demon sect, and all the rules of it must be up to them. And like Jian Wushuang now running directly to fight against Long Rushue directly, and cannot help but directly shoot their elders, Wanda Mazong naturally will not agree. I saw at this moment that those powerful men in the high level of Wanda Dizong moved at the same time. However, they haven't had time to shoot yet, and Jian Wushuang has just cut off with one sword. This sword he directly cut off towards the positions of those strong men of 10,000 poison sect. Wow! The whole world seems to be completely cut open. A huge sword shadow cuts the space and appears in front of the many powerful demon sects. And the shadow of this sword is constantly enlarged in the eyes of these powerful men, and the earth-shattering power is pressing unscrupulously at them at this moment. The appearance of the high-level powerful men, including that elder, has changed. They just thought that it was just an ordinary second-level master who came to make trouble, but with the real shot of Jian Wushuang, he was shocked by the elders alone. This sword is so powerful that it makes them all feel irresistible. Come on, let's do it together. The elder burst into a sigh, and immediately a huge axe appeared in his hand, and a domineering breath rose from him. As for the other elders, they are not slow. At this moment, they all shot one after another, trying to block the sword of Wushuang. After all, the poison sect is one of the 3 top forces in Lei Hengxing, and the overall force is very powerful. At the highest level of combat power, in addition to the sovereign, who has reached the most extreme level of the 4th level, there are 3 4th-level masters. At this moment, including the elders, there are 2 4th-level dominate, in addition to more than 10 3rd-level dominate. However, Wanzong Dizong is best at using poison instead of attacking directly. What's more, even if they are good at frontal attack, they are powerless in the face of Jian Wushuang's extremely powerful sword. Boom! Only a violent roar rang through the whole world, and the whole void was caught in a huge energy storm. This energy storm lasted for a long time, and it finally disappeared. And when the storm of divine power dispersed, many practitioners on the performance martial arts site found that the strong men of the poisonous demon were standing there in a weak mood, and many people still had blood on their lips, including the big one. Elders, too. Obviously, although they blocked the sword of Wushuang, they were all not badly injured. However, Jian Wushuang made such an unscrupulous shot, and that terrible power finally alarmed the lord of the Wanda demon sect. I saw an extremely cold atmosphere rising from the depths of the 10,000 poison demons' ground, and then an old figure covering the whole body under the black robe appeared in heaven and earth. The old figure of the black robe stood high, and the strange pair of cold eyes of the black robe was staring at Jian Wushuang. Metropolitan. Many powerful men of 10,000 poison sects were overjoyed to see the appearance of the old figure in the black robe. They have absolute confidence in their suzerain, in the entire Lei Hengxing world, except for the Supreme Lord. No one is their opponent. Even the power of the other two top powers, compared with their sovereign, is slightly higher. Worse. In other words, as long as the Lord does not take action, their suzerain is the strongest. At least they all think so. But what they don't know is that the sword unparalleled standing in front of them is not at all a person from the Leiheng astral realm, but from other astral realms and even other astral realms. Here, what's going on? There was a deep, husky voice under the old figure of the black robe. You are the lord of the poisonous demon lord, right? Jian Wushuang looked coldly at the old figure in the black robe in front of him. I came to you, the poisonous demon lord, just to make my wife face the cold snow. After World War I will leave myself after the war, and it will not have too much influence on your poisonous demon lord, but if you want to stop it, it is naturally not strange to me. Your wife. The sovereign looked down at Long Rushuang and Long Rushue below, and frowned slightly. Sovereign, this is the thing. The elder appeared next to the lord of the poisonous demon, and briefly explained the story. After listening, the suspicious master of Wanda Demon became gloomy. Your wife is also dominated by the second level and has a great relationship with Rushue. She is going to fight Rushue directly. I will not stop the poison sect. Your Excellency is acting so arrogantly. Wouldn't it be too much for me to see the poisonous demon lord? Said the lord of the poisonous demon coldly. I just don't put it in my eyes. What can you do? Jian Wushuang was dismissive. By the time he arrived, he had already obtained complete information about the 10,000 poisonous demon sects and the entire Lei Hengxing world from the Jodi Pavilion, and even the strength of that Lei Hengxing master was clear. Just because he knew it, he dared to act like this, because he knew that no one could stop himself from doing anything in this thunder world. That being the case, naturally, he didn't need to be too careful. So, arrogant boy, in this case, the suzerain wants to ask you for advice. I don't know what you can do. Dare to be so mad in my lord of poisonous demon lords. The lord of poisonous demon already has an amazing maggot chi, rose slowly. Ask me for advice. Can you take my sword? And say it again. Jian Wushuang's voice is cold, but the Wu weapon sword in the hand is cut off again. The same sword casts the Kaikian style created by Jian Wushuang. The sword was unveiled by the sword, unparalleled, and many of the powerful poisonous monsters were struggling with serious injuries before they could barely resist it. But we must know that the sword just now, Jian Wushuang, only relied on his own understanding of the origin of Kendo universe to perform sword art. But now this sword, while performing the sword, is also carrying an extremely strong force of the cosmic law. The addition of the force of this cosmic law instantly made this already extremely powerful sword and reached a whole new level. Wow! The astounding sword was chopped down. The sovereign, who was shrouded in a black robe, was already panicked at the moment when he saw the sword of Wu Shou waving this sword. Chapter 40:36. Second More. How could it be so strong? Sovereign's head is stingy at this moment. After all, although he stayed deep in the bottom of the gate of the Lord of Poisonous Demon Ancestors, he could understand the induction when there was a powerful energy fluctuation above him. Like the sword that Wushuang just had, he was able to sense the power. Although that sword has crushed the many powerful monsters of the poisonous demon sect, the power of that sword is still only the 4th level extreme level. At this level of swordplay, he is confident that he can resist it. Because of this, he said that he would seek advice from Jian Wushuang. However, he never expected that the sword skills that he could perform on him without double-sided swords were so powerful that they were 2 swords at a different level. This sword, even he could not resist. There is no way. The sovereign can only do his best to resist this sword, but the end result is swept directly by the sword's shadow, hit the spot, and even the breath weaken a lot. Too strong. This is definitely the 5th level combat power. Sovereign looked at Jian Wushuang in horror. Next to him, those high-level strong men from the 10,000 poison demon are also trembling one by one at this moment. They did not expect that their suzerain was still not the enemy of the other sword. I have already said you are honestly staying by the side, and when my wife and the frosty battle broke up, I will naturally leave, but if any of you are not honest or on the way intervene, then don't blame me. Jian Wu's eyes looked coldly at the numerous poisonous monsters. Many of the powerful poison lords, including the Lord of the Poison Lords, do not speak at this moment. They did not dare to speak, even though they were very unconvinced, but Jian Wushuang's strength was there, and they could not tolerate their bows. This scene was also seen by countless practitioners in the performance martial arts field, and they couldn't help boasting. Even the other 2 powerful top powers were secretly amazed, but no matter how they thought about it, at this moment no one dared to step forward to block the sword, unparalleled. With the help of his own sword, the 10,000 poisonous monsters could not lift his head. And in that pair of battlefields, Long Rushua looked at all this. Unexpectedly, his strength has become so strong. Cold as snowy eyes coldly, his right hand was also gripped hard. What kind of strength he has, it has nothing to do with you, because in this battle, your opponent is me. Cold as frost is cold. Is it your opponent? Lung Rushua sneered. She and Lung Rushuang once shared a body, both of whom were extremely familiar, and at the bottom of her heart, Lung Rushua didn't look so cold. She didn't look down on it before, not to mention that now she has fully awakened the poisonous body and has become the Wandujing, which has become the first genius recognized by Lei Heng. Is it as cold as frost? As far as she knew, the frosty soul had been asleep, only to wake up a while ago. That is to say, regardless of her innate advantage, she has practiced for a long time before being cold as frost, not to mention her innate advantage is much greater than being cold as frost. It's useless to play with your mouth. It's stubborn and weak. You only know when you have actually fought. She looked cold as frost, and she was too lazy to argue with cold as snow. It all depends on strength. When I saw her hand as cold as frost, a mauve long whip appeared in her hand. This mauve long whip is the attacking magic weapon that Jian Wushuang chose for her in Jyoti Pavilion before. Oh, the rule is precious? It seems that guy is very good to you. Lung Rushua smiled indifferently, followed her and took out her cyan lance. A similarly arrogant breath from this lance spread out. Also, you have the rule of treasure, but not just you. Cold as snow, cold as frost, is because of the relationship between sword warrior and sword warrior, which is expensive, so it is easy to get her a rule of attack. And it was as cold as snow, but it was the first genius in the history of the poisonous demon lord. It is conceivable that the poisonous demon lord attached great importance to her. In addition, she had also got the chance by herself. It's normal. As the two men came up with their own magic soldiers, the fateful battle that was doomed from many years ago and the moment they were born at the same time finally kicked off. Dead, as cold as a snow slaughter, she took the lead and saw that her figure was moving. On the battlefield, there were countless figures at the same time. These figures maintained the same movement and were held by both hands. Long pike, spear stabbing. Boom. The space was directly penetrated and a huge hole appeared, and a terrible blue light appeared strangely in front of the cold frost. Cold as frost still did not change at all. At the moment when the blue light appeared, her figure had receded, and the mauve long whip stretched out. It's like a towering waterfall from above 9 days. It contains horrible power, and it broke the green light at the first time, and the waterfall fell down and continued to glance forward at the dense and snowy figure. Go with. I saw countless phantoms that were directly crushed by this waterfall, and even the deity as cold as snow suffered the impact of this waterfall. It's kind of patient. The coldness of Zuizen's figure was revealed, but the corner of her mouth still had a weird smile. But the next moment the cyan spear turned into a violent cyan lightning, which actually penetrated the waterfall directly and burst into the cold as snow. Come. Cold as frost looked up. The long whip in his hand also lifted upwards, as if the dragon turned over, and the long whip slammed on this cyan lightning bolt, and the cyan lightning bolt dimmed immediately. Huh. Lung Rushue frowned slightly. This low-powered divine power is not weaker than me, and her whip method is so good that she is so high in her perception of Tao. Lung Rushue thought that the cold, frosty soul had awoken not long, and it was great to be able to reach the second level to dominate. But I did not expect that Lung Rushwang's combat power was much stronger than she expected. On divine power, cold as snow, because of the body of venom and some mysteries, has reached the extreme of the second series, almost approaching the third series, dominated by the cold, frosty divine power no worse than her. Her perception of the origin of the Gundo universe is comparable to that of the fourth series, but her perception of the whip method, as cold as frost, is no less weak than her. The two played against each other, and as cold as snow found themselves in a short time. There was nothing they could do to each other. And after a period of fighting between the two, Lung Rushwang took the initiative. Chapter 4037. 3 more arrived today. As cold as frost stood high, the jade hand waved the mauve long whip, meandering like a dragon. Suddenly a rage of mighty power flooded, standing as cold as frost. I just felt like I was suddenly caught in an extremely violent ocean. I saw the waves rolling wildly, forming a heavy tsunami, endless, crazy hits like cold snow. This trick, Jian Wushuang, who had appeared on the edge of the battlefield, could not help but smile when he saw the whip cast by the frost. This whip method was exactly taught by Lung Rushwang at that time. This whip method was created by the Miss Supreme, and now Lung Rushwang is only using the first type. But even the first type is extremely powerful, especially the violent but endless mood, which is to a certain extent not less than its own lightsaber array, or even stronger in some aspects. When Cold as Frost first cast this whip method, Jian Wushuang was already quite surprised, but at that time Cold as Frost only mastered less than 10% of this type of whip method. But now so many years have passed, this kind of mighty cold energy has been able to play out perfectly. I saw the extremely violent wave frantically hitting Cold as Snow, and Cold as Snow continued to use his marksmanship to break free from this violent wave, but the wave resorted to unloading to make Cold as Snow at all. What kind of trick is this? Cold as Snow looked a bit ugly. She was too passive in this vast ocean. Wow, 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 wow. The violent wave was still a shock again and again, but for a while It was okay, but for a moment, it couldn't hold up as cold as snow. Well, I won't waste time with you. Lung Rushue hummed softly, and her pair of black pupils turned gray at this moment. The pale eyes were weird, and seeing these eyes, Jian Wushuang outside the battlefield instantly understood that the coldness of snow was to use his special constitution. You know that in the chaotic world of ancient times, he had also played against this cold snow, and the eyes of the latter were pale. Among those gray eyes, the abrupt, dazzling gold light lit up, followed by a large number of red-gold flames spreading wildly at a horrible speed, and in a blink of an eye, the entire battlefield fell into a sea of golden flames. Not only that, but in this golden sea of fire, there is a lot of hazy golden mist rising. The golden mist and the golden sea of fire are not real flames, but poisonous mists. The sword had no double-sided color sinking. He could tell at a glance that the overwhelming golden sea of fire was actually formed by the toxic mist. And now the cold frost had completely fallen into the golden sea of fire. The endless golden mist, including the golden sea of fire, completely wrapped in frost. This is the body of poisonous poison. Lung Rushuang has apparently seen the reality of the surrounding sea of fire. The golden flame of the sky seemed to completely evaporate her entire body, and the rising golden mist was pervasive, madly trying to penetrate into her body and erode. She could only quickly spur the power of God, and laid out a simple defensive hood to resist the erosion of these mists. However, the ability of these mists to erode was far beyond her expectations. Although she could barely resist the power of the gods, but it is very huge and fast, and after the golden sea of flames swept open, the coldness of the frost was also clearly felt. The breath emanating from the coldness of the snow has soared to a whole new level after she tried hard to urge her special constitution. Her strength has far exceeded just now. In addition, behind the cold snow, I do know when a giant alien beast appeared. The alien's body is not very large, but the key is the 2 pairs of huge wings around the body. It takes up a lot of space. It looks like a flying butterfly. Wandu Jing Jing. It is the poisonous sutra of the poisonous demon sect. This which is indeed made, and her destiny is a colorful poisonous butterfly. There was an exclamation in the surrounding martial arts stadium. Wandujing is not only in this world of thunderstars, but also in the entire purple microstar domain. This mystery is also very powerful. At the same time, the body that evoked its own poisonous body and also exerted the coldness of snow of Wandujing, at this moment, its strength has climbed to a whole new level. The eroding force of the golden sea of fire around me is too great. I do have the perfect level of life like the army, and my divine power is immense. In this state, I am afraid that I can only maintain dozens at most. The time of breathing will be completely exhausted. In this case, then go all out and beat her in these dozens of breaths. Lung Rushuang made an instant decision. Boom! A terrible breath suddenly rose from the cold frost, and a lot of white light emerged from behind the cold frost. The white light shone like the surrounding sky, making her look holy at this moment, like a goddess from above 9 days. General, her hair and robes were blown up at this moment, and there was a faint white light in her eyes. Schwanger, she should also come up with her whole cards. Jian Wu's eyes were dignified, watching this scene. She even got cold as the frost, but she got the true story of the Misty Master, who not only taught her the whip method, but also taught her some powerful secret techniques and life-saving means. It's just that cold frost, and this book usually don't use those methods, and now this method of cold frost is used by Jian Wushuang for the first time. I saw that the white light behind the frost was more and more dazzling, and the breath on her body became more and more arrogant. When this breath reached a top level, the frosty figure was a weird 1/3. Yes, it is directly changed from one person to three people, not a means of phantom or phantom, but a real entity. The three were as cold as frost, each holding a long whip, except for the coldest frost in the middle, which held the ruler of the precious treasure. The other two held only the strongest treasure. Huh, three frosts, all at the same time, the speed burst to the extreme. I saw three overwhelming whip shadows coming at the same time. Any whip shadow is more powerful than the full strength before the cold, but there are three such whip shadows. What mystery is this? One person, three. I can see that it is not a ghost image, but a real body. Is it a secret mystery? Even if it is a secret technique, there are always strengths, but the three figures are completely the same except for the treasure in their hands. On the martial arts ground, it was a marvel. Chapter 4038. The first is more. Even Jian Shuangshuang was surprised when he saw the coldness of the frost disappearing. It is indeed the secret technique taught by the Supreme Lord Wu personally, and it is true. Jian Wushuang marveled. On the battlefield, I saw three as cold as frost, at the same time burst out of monstrous strength, attacking cold as snow frantically. Lung Rushue also continued to fight back, and the fierce battle between the two became more fierce. The longer the time can be dragged, the more detrimental it is to being cold as frost. After only a few breaths, the frosty power has been consumed nearly half, and the golden flame of the sky is burning more and more vigorously, and the cold is like snow here. The strength of the golden flames is also getting stronger. Ha! Cheap. Although you don't know how your strength has risen to this level in a short time, compared to me, you are still far behind. Lung Rushue said with a proud voice. Void, she already had an extremely arrogant breath, and at this moment, she even improved a bit. Jian Wushuang's brow frowned slightly. After the cold and venomous body was evoked, her strength has been continuously improved. As the fighting time continues, her strength will become stronger. Frost is afraid of trouble. Now, Cold as Frost apparently noticed this. Demonstration has been consumed for nearly half, so I can't continue the fight like this. I'll decide the victory with one move. The cold and frosty eyes became cold. In the middle of the battlefield, I saw all three frosty figures receding at the same time, but on the way back, the white light behind her was more dazzling and holy. An aloof breath burst out from the three frosty bodies, and at the same time it carried an immense force of magic, and it also diffused at the same time. French array? Combat magic array? Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened. Sure enough, the three frosty formations directly formed a combined attack formation, and I saw that the three bodies were filled with vast rays of light rising up, and the three rays gathered together, and finally formed a huge, hazy phantom. This ghost image is also a holy woman, but has 8 arms, all of which hold a long whip. With the three frost-like figures opening their eyes at the same time, the cold and fierce man flashed. The huge, holy woman's phantom 8 arms were waving at the same time. Bang Rome! The world is shaking like crazy. The endless power is frantically condensed in the void. In the blink of an eye, a full-length cyan dragon has formed. This cyan dragon opens its mouth wide with an unparalleled power, directly facing the golden ocean below the coldness in the center swallowed. Joke! Lung Rushue made a loud howl, and the colorful poisonous butterfly behind her also made a harsh hissing, and the endless golden flames rose up. The spear in Lung Rukshu's hand also stabbed a stab, and the power of the golden sea of fire was completely integrated into the spear. The terrible power broke out at this moment. The two mighty powers represented the fate of the two, and at this moment they finally collided head-on. Huh! No horrible roar sounded in the imagination, and some were just the sound of a large amount of energy and divine energy squeezing and squeezing. The huge battlefield was covered by the powerful divine energy of both, forming a huge energy storm. The storm was madly sweeping in all directions, and many powerful people who watched the battle were frightened. Although only 2 second series dominated the battlefield in this battlefield, it is clear that the strength of these 2 people cannot be measured by the second series, and their combat power is definitely the third series. Even in the third series, they should be very strong. Jian Wu's eyes were cold, and he was also staring closely at the battlefield ahead. His soul's power had been paying attention to the cold as frost. As soon as the cold was in danger, he would immediately shoot. But it is clear that this collision has not yet reached that point, and in his perception, the frosty atmosphere did not weaken greatly. Did you win? A smile appeared on Jian Wu's face. Sure enough, as the energy storm in the center of the battlefield dissipated, and after everyone saw the scene inside, the countless strong players on the performance field were silent, especially those strong men from the million poisonous demon lords. At this moment, all look extremely gloomy. At the very center of the battlefield, the 2 figures were still standing face to face. Although only 3 of them were as cold as frost, she was still standing intact. Although the atmosphere was much weaker than before, it was also because consumption of a lot of divine power. On the other hand, as cold as snow, her standing body was obviously slightly trembling, her hair was quite messy, her mouth was bloody, her breath was much weaker than before, and she looked extremely embarrassed. Just from the appearance of the 2 men, we can already distinguish the victory and defeat of this battle. That which did you lose? She took out all her strengths, evoked the body of poisonous poison, and also used the Wandujing, but she still lost to a strong player of the same level. Witches will lose, which is really unexpected. Many powerful men watching the game secretly booed, because they have long regarded the coldness of snow as the first genius of the lay stellar world in recent years, and even among the entire Ziwei star field, they are one of the best super geniuses. Such super geniuses can hardly find anyone in the same stage, able to beat her. But now, he was indeed defeated by a strong player of the same rank. There is no speculation. The strength of the opponent is indeed stronger than this witch. Impossible. This is impossible. A frantic howling sounded suddenly on the performance martial arts field, and I saw the coldness of the snow at that moment. The beautiful face had been completely twisted. Without my special constitution, how could I be stronger than me? Impossible, impossible. Cold as snow, like crazy, she simply cannot accept the reality in front of her. She didn't look cold as frost from the beginning to the end. Even she always called cold as frost, but as a result, she was now defeated by this bad cruel. How can she accept this result? It's such a field now. Are you still not convinced? Cold as frost stared cold as snow. Just lose? It's a joke. Unless I die, I can never lose to you. Lung Rushua yelled. Come, if you have the skill, kill me now. Kill you? Lung Rushuang shook his head. Maybe in your eyes there is no such sister as me, but for me, you are always my sister. The grievances between you and me are going to end. Starting from today, let's do it for yourself. Chapter 4039. Second more. The grievances between you and me are going to end. Starting from today, let's do it for yourself. As soon as the voice fell, he turned away as cold as frost, without nostalgia. Small, do you think you would do this? Would I be grateful to you? A big joke. You will regret it. You will definitely regret it. If I don't die today, I will kill you in the next day. Lung Rushua had already roared, but unfortunately Lung Rushuang was too lazy to bother her again. At the end of this battle, Lung Rushuang no longer wanted to have a bit more trouble with Lung Rushua, As for Lung Ruksha's words, she would come to kill her in the future, and she was not at all concerned. Not to mention, will they meet again in the future? Even if they do, then what? Lung Rushua is a genius who is not fake. He has a body of toxic drugs and has been refined into the Wandujing, which is one of the best in the entire purple micro-star domain. But her potential is definitely stronger than being as cold as snow. After all, she has absorbed the heart of the astral world. This alone is bound to her unlimited potential, and she has high hopes of becoming supreme in the future. What's more, she is an extreme personal biography and the existence of Jian Wushuang. Her advantage is even greater than cold snow. Even if they meet again in the future, the gap between the two will only be greater. Naturally, she would not care about the threat of coldness. Fu Jun, Lung Rushuang returned to Jian Wushuang. Decision, really do not kill her? Jian Wushuang asked blandly. Nodded coldly. In fact, from the beginning, Cold as Frost had never thought about killing Cold as Snow, no matter what the latter did. She had no intention of killing Cold as Snow. The reason she came to Ziwei Star this time was just to settle the grudges with Lung Rushua, but she didn't want to really kill. Yes, I respect your choice. Jian Wushuang did not interfere too much. As for the powerful men of Wandu Dizong, although all of them are extremely ugly, when they saw the coldness and no killer, they were relieved. However, just as Jian Wushuang was about to leave, here, what happened? A long voice suddenly sounded. Above 9 days, a ray of light suddenly formed. This dazzling ray of light contained explosive power. As the light slowly dispersed, a barefooted, burly man appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the presence of barefoot, burly men, the many strong men present, especially the many strong men of the poisonous demon sect, were immediately surprised. Master Lord! The sovereign Lord first saluted the burly man. Many of the strong men who closely followed Wanda Demon Sect, including the top powerful forces from all sides, and the crowd on the stage of performances, all saluted. Lord, naturally refers to the Supreme Star Lord of Lei Hengxing. The absolute top one in the entire Lei stellar world has broken through the super existence of the 5th series many years ago. The master of the Leiheng astral realm. Jian Wusai's also looked up slightly. It seems we are not so relaxed this time we want to leave. Master, I can see that this person is very strong. Even in the 5th level master, it is at least a high level, even not far from the peak. The voice of the magic flame sounded in Jian Wu's ears. The 5th level is dominated by higher levels. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. This level of is indeed very strong, and it should be stronger than the Jiushu who fought with him at the beginning. But even so, it just made him dignified, but couldn't make him scared. Master, please take charge of my Lord of Poisonous Monsters. Lord of Poisonous Monsters bowed down directly to the barefoot burly man and never got up. Make the decision? The barefooted burly man, also known as Lei Hengxing, sank and looked around. When is it? Tell me clearly. Master Lord, these are the 3 people. The sovereign Lord pointed directly at the 3 swordsmen Wu Jian with a bit of resentment. This genius feast went smoothly, and the strongest genius has been decided, which is me, the poisonous demon sect, is as cold as snow. It is reasonable to say that this genius feast has come to an end. But who would have thought that these 3 people suddenly appeared and couldn't help but break into the battlefield? To fight with Ru Shui, I wouldn't agree. This man arrogantly defeated many of my strong poisonous monsters, and even me, he was defeated by him. No way, forced by his means. I had to give up and let his wife fight against Lung Rushua, and Rushua was also forced by this person's oppression and could not exert his true strength. That woman's hands. Master Xingzhu, it was only a victory or defeat, it does not matter, but the key is that this person acts too unscrupulously. He did not take my poisonous demon sect at all, and he knows that this feast of genius is Star Lord. You ordered it yourself. Lord, you have ordered no one to make trouble at the genius feast, but he still acts like this. Obviously, even Lord, he is not at your heart. Now, this man is planning to leave with his wife. If they really let them go like this, it's not just me who is the poisonous demon, but even your face, Lord, it is estimated that it will be greatly damaged. It will only be a feast in the future. I'm afraid it will become a joke. When the Lord of 10,000 poisonous monsters turned over their grief and indignation, many strong players in the performance martial arts were incomparable, and a lot of scorn was raised in many hearts. The Lord of the poisonous demon, Lord said so nicely, but the people present were not fools. Although the sword Wushuang acted a bit arrogantly and unreasonably, they were challenged by the upright, and also rely on their own strength to crush the many poisonous demon lords. Did not use any other means. As for the battle of cold as frost and cold as snow, the Lord of the 10,000 poison monsters also said that the latter was under the pressure of Jian Wushuang and did not exert the strongest strength. How can that be? Everyone at the scene could see that Lung Rukshu's strength was not affected. She had already exerted her strongest strength, but the strength was indeed worse than others. After all, people are upright, relying on absolute strength, and Jian Wushuang's actions. No one at the scene felt uncomfortable. It is the words of the Lord of the 10,000 poisonous demon, but it makes people feeling shameless. However, this revelation of the sovereign Lord did indeed provoke the anger of Lei Hengxing. Is it you, making trouble at the genius feast? Lei Hengxing's master glanced coldly at Jian Wushuang, and deep in his eyes was a thunderous thunder flashing. Trouble? I didn't shoot until the genius feast was over. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. Is that so? Lei Stella's main gaze was still cold. Master, the battle of the Feast of Genius has indeed ended, but Lord Master, you have not yet given the treasure to the scene. How can you say it is over? Said the sovereign. Well, two. Lei Stellar nodded slightly. Chapter 40. The first is more. No matter who you are, for any reason, since you dare to disrupt the normal progress of the Genius Feast, you should be punished. Lei Hengxing stared at Jian Wushuang coldly. Lei Xingxing, I don't want to cause trouble, not to mention that my affairs are over, and I have no plans to stay in your Lei Xingxing. If you let me leave now, then nothing will happen, but if you are, I still have to entangle it again, and I will not be able to guarantee what will happen in the future. Jian Wushuang is indifferent. It's arrogant to be dominated by a second-level player. Lei Hengxing laughed. I won't kill you. I built a thunder prison in the Lei Hengxing realm, which is used to punish those. To those who are disrespectful to me, I will detain you to thunder prison for 100 million years. As soon as the words came down, the Lord Lei Stellar immediately shot. I saw the cyan thunder flickering wildly on his body, and with the extension of his large hand, a huge palm formed by the thunder was grabbed directly towards the sword, unparalleled. This thunderbolt contains violent and suffocating power. In the face of this thunderbolt, the ordinary fourth level dominates, and I am afraid that it will immediately lose its resistance. Many strong players in the performance field were frightened when they saw Lei Hengxing's shot. This is the Lord Lei Stellar, the most recognized leader in the whole Lei Stellar. For a long time, he has said nothing in the world of Lei Stellar. No one dares to disobey his orders, but because he is too detached, few people in the realm of stars have actually seen him. But now, Lei Hengxing's master shot directly in front of everyone, and it was only a second-level master. It is worthy to be dominated by the fifth level. This random shot The power is so good. Jian Wushuang only smiled slightly, followed by a one-handed stroke. Instantly, an invisible sword shadow rushed out and cut directly from the thunder hand. This huge thunder hand was cut directly into two pieces by this sword shadow. A large amount of thunder power madly filled the surrounding void, and crackled, let the void burst out loud. Huh. Lei Hengxing showed his surprise. Although he was just a hit, but the general fourth-ranked master could not resist. But the second-ranked master in front now resisted, and it was also very easy to resist. Master Xingzhu, although this man is only the second-level master, but his real strength is very good, even me is not his opponent. Sovereign Lord of the Poisonous Monster, next to the Lord of Lei Hengxing said. Lei Hengxing's eyes were dim. He had previously heard that the sovereign said that the sword was unparalleled in strength, but it did not matter. But now it seems that the second-level master in front of him is indeed a bit unusual. Lei Hengxing, I have already said, you still obediently let me go. Otherwise you, the Lord of the Astral Realms, are likely to follow suit today, and lose a big one in front of the Lei Hengxing realms. Face. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. Big words. Lei Hengxing smirked. His palm was flipped, and a cyan spear appeared in his hand, and with the appearance of this spear, a large number of cyan thunder powers exploded wildly on the main body of Lei Hengxing. This cyan thunder, the power, is completely connected with the spear, and this Lord of Thunderstar also turns into a blue thunder god of war at this moment. Can take 3 moves in my hands. You can say that again. Lei Hengxing whispered, but his figure moved instantly. 3 tricks? Try it first. Jian Wushuang also smiled. Wu Weiss Excalibur appeared in his hands, his divine power rolled, and he greeted Lei Hengxing directly. First move. Lei Hengxing held the spear with one hand, and the endless force of cyan thunder gathered on the spear. In the blink of an eye, a huge cyan thunder snake formed. With the thunderbolt of the thunder star, the cyan thunder snake swiftly and directly bit out the sword, unparalleled. It's awkward. The space is crashed by the endless thunderbolt on Razor. Sword Wushuang smiled slightly. He held the Wu weapon sword with both hands at the same time. A mysterious kendo universe originated. The Wu weapon sword was cut off directly. The moment it was cut off, the power of the rich cosmic law was also instantaneous. Into swordsmanship. Without the use of the law of the universe, Jian Wushuang's sword power can only be regarded as the most extreme of the 4th series. But once the law of the universe is used, his sword power can climb to the 5th series instantly. Snapped. A crisp explosion. The shining blue razor contacted Jianguang and was directly dim by the mighty power contained in the Jianguang. The whole razor became weak and flew out. Well, the 5th series power. Lei Hengxing stared at Jian Wushuang in surprise, but followed his gaze again. Even if you are really the 5th series master, you will not tolerate you in Lei Hengxing presumptuous. Laugh! The power of the cyan thunder bursts wildly, and the entire void is completely covered by the power of the cyan thunder, forming a huge sea of thunder. And in this thunder sea, the blue thunder god of war, transformed by Lei Stellar, is even more powerful. I saw the spear in his hand skyrocketing. Razors exuding terrible power, one after another, burst out at the same time. At this moment, there were at least hundreds of razors. The sword Wushuang is a one-handed wave. The terrible sword is condensed in front of it, and in the blink of an eye there has been a real sword on, each of which contains the power of strong cosmic laws. I saw this Daomong under the guidance of the sword unparalleled, but also rushed out at the same time, and collided with the raiders from the assault. All I heard was the sound of dense explosions. The hundreds of thunder snakes were all destroyed by these swords. Ha! Lord Lei Stellar, you are a good way to deal with ordinary 4th Order masters. It's too far away to deal with me. Jian Wushuang's laughter rang throughout the playing field. Go through it. Boy, I'm so mad. Let me take the third move. Lei Hengxing screamed loudly, and there was a terrible thunder in his eyes. I saw in the endless thunder sea there were a large number of razors bursting wildly, all razors looted, and in the blink of an eye there were nearly 1,000 razors. But this time, nearly 1,000 thunder snakes did not disperse and kill Zhao Shuangshou, but gathered together at a terrifying speed in the shortest time. The power of a single razor is already strong enough. Nearly 1,000 razors condense at the same time, turning into a huge thunder dragon in a blink of an eye. This thunder dragon exudes a mighty power. Chapter 4041. Second More. Before it was the razor, now it is hundreds of times and thousands of times larger than before. This is not the same level of power. Even though it was Jian Wushuang, the eye pupil could not help shrinking at the moment when he saw this huge thunder dragon bombarded. The sword is unparalleled, and his strength is no longer reserved. One sword, Kai Tian. Boom. Heaven and earth are completely split. This sword, as if from 9 days away, wants to cut the entire sky universe out of it. Kai Tian is the strongest sword attack among the 3 sword formations created by Jian Wushuang. This astounding sword shadow was directly on the thunder dragon. Roar! The roar of that thunder dragon faintly rang between heaven and earth. This roar was actually thundering. The thunder dragon rolled and exploded with horror. Even if it was the sword opening style of the sword, it was impossible to completely chop the thunder dragon on, but still let thunder's power decrease sharply. After the thunder dragon was split by Jian Guang, the entire sound volume was a lot larger than before, but it was still madly striking towards the sword. Bang rong! Thunder dragon impacted on Jian Wushuang's deity. Jian Wushuang only felt that he was hit by a huge star on his body. At the same time, there was a large amount of thunder's power fused into his body, and he wanted to annihilate his deity. However, he became the 3rd most immortal. The strength of the divine body is comparable to the strongest cosmic treasure. The impact of this thunder force will not affect him at all. Above the void, Jian Wu's double body was defeated by the thunder dragon for a distance. Then he stood up again, and immediately he raised his head with a smile on his face. Lei Hengxing, your moves are fancy enough, but this power is a little bit worse. Your thunder dragon hits my body just enough to tickle me. The master of Lei Stellar finally gloomed. Around the battlefield, the countless powerful men watching the battle were shocked at this moment. This man, did he receive the attack from the Lord? If the previous 2 attacks were all right, but in the last move, the Lord obviously had all the strength, and it did not hurt him. This man is obviously the master of the 2nd series, but his combat power has reached the 5th series. Where did the monster come from? These powerful men of Lord Lei Stellar were secretly amazed. Many of the poisonous monsters dare not speak at this moment. The sovereign had previously wanted Lei Hengxing to kill Jian Wushuang, but now he is scared to see Jian Wushuang's strength. Obviously, Jian Wushuang's combat power is definitely at the 5th level. He cannot afford to provoke such a strong person. Even his star master, he is not willing to provoke such powerful people in normal times, right? It's no wonder that it's so mad, but it's a bit capable. Lei Stellar snorted. His gaze was still frozen on Jian Wushuang. Looking at your strength is not weak. Take out 500 Universe Source Stone. As a gift, this matter has been revealed. 500 Source Stones of the Universe. Jian Wushuang sneered. Lei Hengxing, you really are a lion. It is indeed a lion's big opening, because the price of an assault treasure is only about 200 Universe Source Stones. 500 cosmic source stones. Many of the net worth dominated by the 5th series. Not so much. The Thunderstar Master should be able to see the extraordinariness of the Wu crying Excalibur in his own hands. In addition, he can explode the 5th-ranked combat power, only if he is the 2nd-ranked master. He must have obtained star. Opening. Don't pay? Then you have to die. Lei Hengxing's main eyes suddenly became cold, and there were a lot of cyan thunders on his body. At this moment, the power of these cyan thunders was surging wildly, following them around with the attention of countless powerful men. This rich cyan thunder began to undergo qualitative changes. It was originally the power of the cyan thunder, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a lilac thunder. This Thunderstar Master has also been transformed into a purple thunder of war. Purple thunder? Jian Wushuang looked. He carefully felt the power of these purple thunders. There is no doubt that after the power of these thunders changed from cyan to purple, their power was obviously improved by a grade than before. This kid's strength is really not weak. If I had taken him before, there was really nothing I could do, but now that I've been made into a purple thunder roll, my strength has increased so much that I can shoot him. Lei Hengxing's main subject flashed a shot. Meaning, originally, he didn't want to kill Jian Wushuang, but just wanted to send Jian Wushuang to Thunder Prison to suppress it as punishment. But after fighting, he found that Jian Wushuang's strength was so arrogant, he changed his mind. It's normal. A 2nd-level master dominates, but his combat power is so good. It must have been a great opportunity. He may have a treasure. Because of this, Lord Lei Stellar wanted to kill Jian Wushuang. Wow! The endless purple thunder shone wildly, followed by the sky from above, and there were also purple thunder pillars coming at the same time. Blood Thunder Sea, destroy! Lei Hengxing screamed loudly, and the buckets of purple thunder pillars gathered together instantly, urging them to come directly to the sword without twining. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed. His shape quickly moved, leaving a trail of ghosts in the void, but the purple thunder pillars strangled seemed to have locked him already. Where would his deity go? Those purple thunder pillars which strangled towards. He was unavoidable in the end, and could only choose to greet him. The earth guards the sword formation. Jian Wushuang finally used the sword array, and saw the rise of the earth's sword fields with the power of the formation method. In the blink of an eye formed a huge guardian sword array. This guardian sword formation completely covered the entire body of sword warriors. I saw the vast purple thunder columns strangling frantically, constantly impacting on the guardian sword formation, but it just annihilated the guardian sword formation. Part of it, but could not completely destroy the entire sword formation. The sword has no shape, and the cold voice suddenly sounds, Lei Hengxing, what are you doing today? Don't you plan to be good? Good. Joke. Lei Hengxing chuckled chillily, but the purple thunder around him was even more intense. Very good. Since that's the case, let's see who killed who. Jian Wu's eyes also sent out an amazing killing intention. He didn't want to be more entangled with the Lord Lei Stellar. After all, the two sides had no interests. However, who had thought that the other party was not over, and that one hand was obviously holding the idea of killing him. This Lei Hengxing master really take his temper? Chapter 4042. I will change it today. OM. The hazy mist swept away, and Jian Wushuang finally cast a kill. What is this? Is the sword array? Lei Hengxing frowned and looked at the mist in front of him. He could feel the power of the magic array entrained in the mist, but then he snorted. Surrounded by Lei Stella's main perimeter, the power of purple thunder, already so incomparable, has skyrocketed again. The mighty purple ocean of thunder swept away toward the mist, hoping to blow the mist directly. However, the mist swept by the hazy sword array is not a physical entity at all. the power of these purple thunders came. But these mists did not have much influence in the early morning. These hazy mists still filled the entire battlefield, and Jian Wushuang's figure had disappeared in front of Lei Hengxing. Lei Hengxing's main eyes looked coldly, trying to find out the shape of Jian Wushuang. However, under the obstacles of the heavy gray mist, he could not see the location of Jian Wushuang. He could only rely on his soul perception ability. Barely sensed the approximate position of Jian Wushuang. Wow! Without any warning, an icy Jianguang chopped from the side of the void. It's fast and it's so sudden. Lei Hengxing was also shocked, but didn't panic. When he saw the power of a large number of purple thunder exploding, he instantly gathered on his body to form a complete purple thunder armor. This thunder armor covered the entire body of the Lord of Thunderstellar. The sword was cut and split on this purple thunder armor, but it only broke up a portion of the purple thunder. The purple thunder armor returned to normal the next moment. This is the armor of the thunder formed after I made purple thunder rolls. This armor not only allows me to increase my attack power, but also protects my abilities to the extreme. With both offense and defense, my overall strength enough to double. Lei Stella's main mouth sneered. The secret technique he practiced was extremely powerful, and the first volume of Qinglei volume had already improved his strength a lot, and not long ago he had become a purple thunder volume, and his overall strength surged again. Especially this purple Thor's armor is extremely powerful, which is also his self-confident capital. Jian Wushuang relied on the sword skills of the hazy sword array to split on this purple thunder armor, which did not cause much damage to this purple thunder armor. But Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry, and in the hazy mist, sword lights lit up again. For these sword lights, Lord Lei Stellar has already prepared. He shot easily and saw all the purple thunder pillars coming out of the air. Most of these sword lights were directly scattered by the thunder pillars. His purple Thor's armor cannot do any damage to him. Boy, this is your whole card, but it just tickles me. Lei Hengxing laughed. Is that so? Jian Wushuang's cold voice suddenly sounded behind Lei Hengxing. What? Lei Hengxing stunned. His soul strength has been sensing the approximate position of Jian Wushuang, but he did not feel when Jian Wushuang appeared behind him. And Jian Wushuang has stabbed the Wu crying sword in his hand. The sword was incredible, and Lei Hengxing had no time to resist. Even if you let it stab you, your level of attack can't break my Thor's armor at all. Lei Hengxing's heart snorted, and he had absolute confidence in this layer of purple thunder armor on his body. Confidence. In fact, unless the sword Wushuang used the mystery of dragon extermination to increase his strength in a short period of time, otherwise he would not be able to break the Thunderlord's armor with normal sword attack. However, what this Lord of Thunder Star did not know was that the moment sword Wushuang stabbed the sword, he had directly evoked the drop of scarlet venom hidden in the Wu Cry Excalibur. This drop of venom was made by a master poison master at the ultimate level. In just one drop, the value is comparable to 1,000 universe source stones. Laugh! The icy sword light stabbed on top of the purple thunder armor of Lei Stella's main body, and a sound of divine power suddenly sounded. The smile on Lei Hengxing's master's face was frozen in vain, completely transformed into horror. I saw that where the sword light was, the purple thunder that made up the purple thunder armor suddenly began to melt away quickly. It's like in the winter, a bowl of hot water is sprinkled in the snow. The purple thunder is melting too fast. There is no other way. When the drop of venom contained in Wu Weapon-S Excalibur erupts, the terrible erosion power may not even be able to resist the body dominated by the ultimate level, and this purple thunder is nothing but the Lord of Thunder's own power. How to resist the erosion of this venom? Suddenly, the center of the purple thunder armor was melted, and a bowl-sized hole appeared, while the Wu weeping sword continued to extend and continued to stab on the Lord God's body. Lei Stella's main table also has a body armor, although this body armor is not a rule of treasure. It is also the best and most powerful treasure. It is reasonable enough to resist all attacks. Although Wu Sword of the Sword is the best, the rule is precious, but because Jian Wushuang can't exert its true power at all now, naturally it can't completely pierce this armor. However, the sword Wushuang does not need to be pierced at all, just need to let the point of the sword touch the strongest armor of the treasure. At the moment when the point of the sword touches the treasure of the treasure, the drop of venom in the Wu weeping sword. So he rushed towards the treasure armor. The most powerful arcane warframe at the highest level is directly corroded and collapsed at this moment, and the venom continues to corrode, and the next moment is finally entered into the body of the Lord of Thunderstar. Lei Hengxing's main eyes stared round. "Do not!" A hysterical roar. Lei Hengxing had no time to struggle. The body collapsed directly, and all his divine power was eroded and cleaned up. The sound was completely cut off. The purple thunder dissipated all over the sky. Lei Stellar died. Call. The swordless figure appeared in the void where the Lord Lei Hengxing died, overlooking the treasure left by the Lord Lei Hengxing in front of him, and his heart was also shocked. "It's terrible. Although I had previously guessed that the venom was terrifying, I didn't expect it to be horrible. This Lei Stellar Master is also a 5th level master, and he is very powerful, but it is just one suddenly. The Thunderstar could not die anymore, and the treasure armor of the conjoined surface was eroded and collapsed." Jian Wushuang sighed. Even he is so, and those strong players who watch the battle around the martial arts field are even more horrified than words. Chapter 4043. The first is more. "Master, are you dead?" How is it possible that Lord Master is the 5th level master? How could he die in the hands of a 2nd level master? Impossible. This is impossible. These powerful men of Lord Lei Stellar feel that they are going crazy. For a long time, Lei Stellar has always been invincible in Lei Stellar. Even though it is in the entire purple field, it is also the strongest standing at the top of the pyramid. These strong are already invincible in a medium-sized star field. Even the Lord Lei Stellar himself once said that in the Weiwei star domain he was fearless, which shows his strength. And this is indeed the case. For these long years, Lei Hengxing has always felt invincible. Whether in Lei Hengxing or fighting with other astral powerhouses, Lei Hengxing has always been extremely powerful. Because of this, in the minds of the Thunderstar powerhouses, there is already a nearly blind worship of the Thunderstar Master. But today, they never expected that the Thunderstar Master died. Dominated by a 2nd-level player, the face of all of them was killed directly. Shocked, frightened, incredible, emotions came to the hearts of everyone present. The sword Wushuang has already waved the treasure left by the Lord Lei Hengxing into the ring, but then his gaze is toward the Lord of the 10,000 poisonous monster. Not good. At this moment, the sovereign of the poisonous devil is like a bird that is shocking a bough. When he notices the sword's eyes, he immediately retreats without hesitation, madly trying to distance himself from the sword. He was very clear that it was exactly he who asked Lei Stellar to take action against Jian Wushuang. He wanted to use the hand of Lei Stellar to kill Jian Wushuang. Even if he could not kill him, he must be punished. But whoever thought that Lei Stellar not only failed to kill Jian Wushuang, but was killed by the other party? Now, can this sword matchless spare him? Shuang'er, let's go. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang did not take any action against the lord of the 10,000 poisonous demon lords, but instead greeted his wife and demon flame directly and left towards the 10,000 poisonous demon lords. For Jian Wushuang, a lord of 10,000 poisonous monsters, is not in his eyes. It doesn't matter if he kills or not, but because the cold and frost had already been said before, the grievances with cold as snow have ended. In the future, it is not intended to have any intersection with Lung Rushue, and Lung Rushue is in the poisonous demon sect, so Jian Wushuang only spared the 10,000 poison sovereign's life. Under the gaze of countless powerful men, the three swordsmen left Wanda Di Zong and soon disappeared into the sky. On the performance martial arts field, it was already boiling. In the camp of the poisonous monsters, many powerful men of the poisonous monsters are trembling at the moment, and the coldness in the crowd is the direction in which the three swordsmen Jian Shuangsu left their teeth. Jian Wushuang, I didn't expect that after so many years, your strength was so strong that even the Lord Master was killed directly by you. Also the low-minded man, who has been asleep for so many years, but even stronger than me, cold as Ziyu's hand just held, his eyes were cold. Wait, you are better than me now. It won't be long before I will surpass you. I will. Lung Rushue has already regarded Frost and Jian Wushuang as targets to be surpassed. However, what is not as cold as snow is that whether it is Jian Wushuang or as cold as Frost, in terms of innate advantages, it is larger than him and much larger. Needless to say, Jian Wushuang is not only the perfect level of life, but also has lost one side of the astral world with unlimited potential. And the cold as Frost is also a fusion of the heart of the astral world. The innate advantage is absolutely greater than her venomous body. For now, the coldness is not as good as the two of them. As for the future, the gap will only get wider, and I am afraid they will not have the opportunity to meet again in the future, after Wandu Demon sect left. Jian Wushuang's affairs in this purple star field had already ended, naturally did not continue to stay, and soon left Lei Hengxing. In the cosmic void of Lagerstremia Indica, the ancient cosmic boat slowly moved forward. In the spacecraft, Jian Wushuang was searching for the treasure, and Qiankuan Ring left after the death of the Thunderstar Lord. It is indeed the master of the secondary astral field of a medium-sized star field. This net is more than the magic cloud star. Even if it is compared with the ascetic Jisu we met in Ziwei Xingha, if it is not because of the venom, because of this, Jiuza's net worth is far from being comparable to this Thundermaster. Jian Wushuang laughed. Jiushu is a penancer and has traveled to many territories and beheaded and killed many powerful ones, including the 5th-ranked Dominator. Therefore, he is extraordinary, and of course the most precious thing is the venom he got. And aside from those venoms, all of Jiusu adds up, and it is estimated that there are less than 4,000 universe primitives. However, the Lord Lei Hengxing has only about 4,000 source stones in his Qiankuan Ring, coupled with all kinds of treasure resources. And the cyan spear used by Lei Hengxing himself, the cyan spear should be a middle-class rule treasure, and its value is also very high. Adding all of these together, the entire net worth of Lei Stella's master should have close to 8,000 cosmic source rocks. This net worth is close to catching up with an ultimate master, General 5th Order Masters. It's great that all of them have 1,000 or 2,000, but this Thunderstar Master is, after all, a master of the 2nd Order astral world, and stays in this purple micro-star domain for a long time. Always at the top, it is naturally easy to search for treasure resources. It is normal to have such a net worth. Emoyen sighed softly. Jian Wushuang also nodded slightly, a 5th Order Master, and a medium-level star domain 2nd-level astral master. If he is good at accumulating wealth, he can indeed accumulate a lot of cosmic source stones. And if it were to be dominated by another 5th-level player, there would be no such net worth. Of course, no matter how good you are at accumulating wealth, it is still incomparable with the ultimate level of domination. Jian Wushuang heard the magic flame. The ultimate level dominates Even the poorer ones, the net worth estimates that there are tens of thousands of cosmic source stones. And the more powerful, there are tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of cosmic sources stone. As for the ultimate level dominator standing at the top, the source stone of the universe easily broke millions. Compared to those ultimate masters, Jian Wushuang's current source of this point is just 9 cattle and 1 hare. Before beheading Jiusu, I got a lot of source stones. Now I killed this Thunderstar master and got more source stones. ICA and T use these source stones for the time being, but I can give you the frost you first. By a proper rule of war armor. Jian Wushuang smiled. Chapter 4044. Second War. Law of the Treasure Warframe. Lung Rushuang was startled, but he shook his head. Fu Jun, you have no rule of the treasure warrior. It's not as cold as frost. I'm different from you. Jian Wushuang already interrupted. I am a perfect life-level cultivator, with immense divine power, and once practiced the supreme immortal mystery, although it is only the third, but the body is still comparable the strongest treasure warframe. And once I reach the 4th level in the future, that body is enough to be comparable to the general low-quality treasure warframe. So for me, the general law treasure warframe is useless at all. But you are different. Although your current combat strength is good, your life-saving ability is not very strong. The universe is too dangerous, although I will always be by your side. If there is a sudden danger, I may not be able to. It's too late to protect you, so your life-saving ability must be improved. The solemnity of Jian Wushuang. This is indeed the case. He and his wife are in the universe together. If he encounters danger, he is not worried, but he is only worried about his wife. After all, his cold life-saving ability is not as bad as his. I see. Lung Rushuang nodded, and no longer insisted. In fact, the master taught me a life-saving mystery, but the practice of that mystery was quite difficult, and I have only barely gotten started now. No. As for the ability to protect my body, I am indeed a little worse. Then they'll go to Judy Pavilion again and choose a suitable rule for you. Jian Wushuang smiled. Immediately, the 3 went to Judy Pavilion again, and the same person who received them was still the director of Barmer. Supervisor Barmer, I need an inferior level rule arcane warframe. Sword Wushuangdo. No problem. This is the rule that I can take out immediately from the 9 Emperor Pavilion. The armor is all inferior. You can look at it. Barmer immediately took out a list. Although it is a list, in fact, there are only 4 rules of the arcane warframe. This is also normal. The Ziwei star field is just a medium-sized star field. The strongest person is only the 5th series dominator, and the general 5th series dominates, but it is difficult to afford the rule of treasure. The price is really expensive. Jian Wushuang looked at the price of the 4 rules on the list. These 4 rules are precious treasures. Even the cheapest one is worth more than 1,200 cosmic source stones, and the most expensive sword is 1,800 source stones. You know, Jian Wushuang had killed Jiusu at the beginning, and the sole defense type rule obtained was extremely precious. The estimated value of Jian Wushuang will not exceed 2,000 source stones. The arcane warframe of this rule is slightly worse than the arcane soul defense. The price of the Arcana warframe is much more expensive than that of attacking the Arcana. Generally, it is calculated 10 times. Some of the lower quality rules are more effective. The value of the Arcana warframe is not even weaker than the average medium. The law of product attack is precious. Barmer said, if you want to buy it, buy the best one. This Heart Jade Emperor Blood Armor. I want it. Jian Wushuang said directly. Fu Jun. Lung Rushuang glanced at Jian Wushuang. Heart Jade Emperor's Blood Armor is the most expensive one on the list of the arcane warframe, worth 1,800 source stones. This is the source stone. Jian Wushuang took out a Qianquan ring directly, and there were exactly 1,800 source stones in it. After Bammer took it, his consciousness was simply swept away, and he nodded and said, "Wait a minute, I'll have someone send this armor immediately." Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry, just waiting here, and halfway through, Jian Wushuang suddenly asked, "Director Barmer, I just want to ask you something." "Bloodsword little friend, please say." Barmer was still so enthusiastic. "I know that the power of your 9 Emperor Pavilion is everywhere in the universe. The universe passageway in the 9 Emperor Pavilion should be very comprehensive, right?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Cosmic passage?" Barrow raised his eyebrows, followed by a smile. "It is very comprehensive. If my Geode Pavilion is willing, I can easily reach the core territory of the universe from the edge of the universe, but it's just such a long-distance transmission. The cost is not small. For the General Master, it is definitely an astronomical figure. I don't want to reach the core territory of the universe directly from here. I just want to go to the Juyao starfield. I wonder if there is a direct access to the universe in the Zhoujian Pavilion?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Juyao Great Star Field." Barmer's mind immediately had a star field map of Juyao Large Star Field, but followed by Bama, he smiled. "Juyao Large Star Field. It is really not the core territory of the universe. The purple star field that we are now in is not too far away. Naturally, there is a cosmic passage in my 9 Emperors Pavilion that leads directly to the large star field of Juyao, but you may not be able to use this blood channel, little friend." "Why?" Jian Wushuang frowned. "Bloodsword boy, you may not know one thing. Although the cosmic channels of my 9 Emperors Pavilions are spread all over the corner of the universe, these channels for long-distance universe transmission are not open to the public." Barmer Road, "Not to the outside world?" Jian Wushuang stunned. "Yeah, don't talk about your friends. Even if I belong to His Majesty's Pavilion, or a director of this Ziwei Star Domain, I have some permissions, but let's not even say that in Jyoti Pavilion, I have permissions the adults who are 1 or 2 levels higher than me are not qualified to use the long-distance cosmic passages of my 9 Emperors Pavilion. Only those core strong men in my 9 Emperors Pavilion are really eligible to use these cosmic passages. Almost the core powers are supreme." Barmer said. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang understood immediately. Even Barmer, and even the strongest emperor of the 9 Emperor Pavilion, whose authority is 1 or 2 levels higher than that of Barmer, are not qualified to use those long-distance cosmic channels. What permissions do they have? "Bloodsword friend, after all, you are a genius strong in the list of 9 Emperors is my friend of Jyoti Pavilion. If you really need it, you can use those cosmic channels, but you only need the price paid is very high," Barmer said again. "How much will it cost me to go directly from the Ziwei Starfield to the Joyao Starfield?" Jian Wushuang asked immediately. "I don't know the specific amount, but conservative estimates are that there are at least millions of cosmic source rocks." Barmer said. Hearing this number, Jian Wushuang doubled his eyes, but there was no longer the thought of using such cosmic channels. Millions of cosmic source stones? What a joke! Now that all his net worth is added, he can only break through the source rocks of the universe, only a few %. It seems that it is impossible to directly lead to the Joyao starfield, and we can only ride the spacecraft slowly. Jian Wushuang's heart was full of helplessness. Chapter 4045. 3 more arrived today. After a while, someone inside the Jyoti Pavilion took the heart jade blood armor over. The whole Bodis crystal armor looks like a layer of glass. "Shuanger, look at the refinement." Jian Wushuang said, Lung Rushuang nodded, and immediately began to refine the heart of the jade emperor blood armor. The rules of the lower grades are precious, and the conditions for refining are also quite harsh. The coldness is not weak now, although it took some time. It also successfully refined the armor. After refining, the heart of the Jade Emperor's blood armor turned into a layer of blood-colored blue shirt and draped over the cold, frosty body, making the already extremely cold and frosty and a whole gorgeous temperament. How do you feel? Jian Wushuang asked. Very good. The armor of this warframe is very good, much stronger than the strongest general treasure, but the most powerful thing is the quadruple power that comes with this armor. Only the first power is enough to greatly increase my strength, and with my current strength, I can just urge this first power. Cold as frost. Oh, Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened. Generally, the arcane warframe does have its own power, but it is not easy to urge it, and the power of the rule of Arcana warframe, from the perspective of Jian Wushuang, should also be able to comprehend a trace of the law of the universe, but now it seems that this is not the case. The quadruple power in this warframe. The latter three all need to have a very high understanding of the laws of the universe, but the first one, but only need to have some contact with the laws of the universe, can be relatively simple to use the power of the laws contained in it, that essence. Although I did understand the laws of the universe, I have always been with your husband. I often see that you understand the laws of the universe and naturally have contact. So I just reached the threshold of triggering this first power. Frosty laughed. That's good. Jian Wushuang also smiled on his face. Soon, the three swordsmen continued to leave, ride the cosmic boat, leave the purple star field, and immediately enter the long and vast universe of void. Time is running, and in the blink of an eye, it is 18,000 years past. In this 18,000 years, Jian Wushuang spent most of the time in the long universe, and occasionally when passing by some star fields, he would stay in those star fields for a while and taste the star fields, food and specialties. It has to be said that Jian Wushuang's insights have improved a lot when these star fields have come down. In the spacecraft, Jian Wushuang and Frost were sitting there casually, and some brightly colored fruits were placed on the table. These fruits are obtained from the small star field just passing by. Fujun, the people in the Thunder Dragon realm we just passed by, are really enthusiastic. When we left, they also gave us so many fruits. These fruits are enough for us to eat for thousands of years. Lung Rushuang smiled. Passion? Jian Wushuang touched his nose. He knew that apart from the enthusiasm of the other party, the main reason was that they showed too much strength and made the other party in awe, so they tried everything to please them. After all, for a small star field, the strongest is not the fourth-ranking master, but when Jian Wushuang arrived in that area, he had a dispute with a fourth-ranking master, and he directly controlled the fourth-ranking master with one move. Defeated, and then the fourth-ranked dominator was in awe of them. These fruits and everything were ordered by the fourth-ranking master to prepare. Although the universe is vast and magnificent, no matter where it is, strength is always paramount. As long as it is strong enough, it can easily suppress a piece of star field. Those practitioners in the star field are naturally scared and can only come to Nod. Smiled. Although his current strength is still nothing in the vast universe in the small or medium-sized star field, it is definitely the top powerhouse, and it is absolutely awesome. Unfortunately, I have made a lot of progress in the laws of the universe and in Kendo in the 18,000 years, but in the rules of heaven and earth, the sixth rule has not yet merged. Jian Wushuang sighed, and his heart was full helpless. Back in the early days of the divine realm, the dark rule of the sixth rule, he had comprehended, had already been merged with the other 5 rules in just one step, but these years have been until now, and for so long there is no sign of complete integration. He hasn't abandoned training in these years, and because he has mastered the relationship between the heaven and the will of God in the early days, he is very quick in both the rules of enlightenment and the rules of fusion. Like this 18,000 time period, the seventh rule he has learned has been fully understood, but the sixth rule has not been fully integrated. No way. The rules of the universe are easy to understand, but they can be merged, and the more difficult it is, the more I will master the heavenly will of the world in the beginning. The speed of the rules of enlightenment will be so fast. It takes a lot of time. Jian Wushuang secretly said, like the original Lord of the Clouds, the power surged after he lost the pre-God world, but his pace of progress stopped for a long time after reaching the third level, and he finally managed to break through to reach the first place. The fourth series dominates. On talent understanding, Jian Wushuang is definitely better than Demon Star, but he still has a short training time. Fu Jun, you don't need to worry. Although your realm hasn't improved, your strength has been improving. Now, if you burst out with all your strength, you are already close to the peak of the fifth level master, right? Lung Rushuang looked over. Seeing cold as frost, Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. In this 18,000 years, he failed to integrate the sixth rule, but it was colder than he was one step ahead. Now he has merged the six rules and become the third level master. In the realm, he has completely taken the lead. He's gone. The fusion of rules, especially at the level where I am now, can only wait slowly and rely on chance. Jian Wushuang smiled. But you are right, although I failed to integrate the rules, but the strength, it is true that it has been progressing, especially in the laws of the universe. I have been improving in recent years. Now I do know what level of understanding of the laws of the universe has reached. Magic Flame, can you tell me if there is any way to let me know the specific level of my understanding of the laws of the universe? At least there must be something to refer to. Jian Wushuangdo. He really does not know how far he has reached the laws of the universe, but only knows that he is stronger than before. Chapter 4046. The first is more. After 18,000 years, the magic flame has already refined and absorbed all the special crystals previously obtained, and its body has also recovered to about 40%. About 40% of the body, so that the realm of the magic flame has been restored to the extreme of the fourth rank, infinitely close to the fifth rank, and his combat power is undoubtedly the fifth rank. Even in the fifth rank among them are the very strong ones. Hearing Jian Wushuang's inquiries, the magic flame continued. Master, in the vast universe, there are many ways to judge the degree of understanding of the laws of the universe, but the most convincing is the Sea of Laws. Sea of Laws? What is that? Is the law of the universe ocean? Jian Wushuang wondered. No, the magic flame shook his head. The Sea of Laws is actually a test of the perception of the laws of the universe. There are 33 layers of the Sea of Laws, corresponding to 33 different levels of the perception of the laws of the universe. This Sea of Laws was created by a hegemonic force at the core of the universe, and it was later widely used in the universe. Most of the top powerful people in the universe, like those supremes, their degree of understanding of the laws of the universe is based on this law. The sea is judged by the standard. Among them, the first layer of the rule of the sea requires a trace of the universe to be able to break through. As for the highest 33rd layer, it is said that it is already the extreme limit of the universe, which means that the entire universe is fully mastered, but such a superexistence, the entire universe is number one. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang said nothing. The law of the universe is the supreme law of the vast universe. Even the supreme strong, most of them can only be used to get started, and represents the 33rd layer of the sea that completely masters the entire universe of laws. Naturally, ordinary people CANT break through. I am afraid that even if it is a top-level supreme, Even an invincible supreme like Master Lingyun will not be able to break through. My current understanding of the laws of the universe is no longer just a trace of the original. If I go to the Sea of Laws, I should not only be able to penetrate the first layer, but how many layers can I go through? I have to try to flip it. Jian Wushuang secretly thought, but immediately raised his head. Magic Flame, you just said that the sea has been widely used in the vast universe. Then there should be rules in many places where the sea can go? It doesn't exist in many places. The Magic Flame said positively. The law of the universe, after all, is too high-end. Generally, the most powerful are qualified to comprehend. Only a few of the more evil masters are qualified to comprehend that, however, because the level is too high. The general small star field and medium star field do not use the law sea at all. So this law sea is only available in large star fields. Large star field. Jian Wushuang stunned. Large star fields, but there are first-level astral world, and there must be the ultimate level to dominate the town, even some of the stronger large star fields, even the supreme. However, in the vast universe, there are many small and medium-sized star fields. As for the large star fields, they are more common only in the depths of the universe. As for the marginal regions of the universe, although they are rare. Like Jian Wushuang, they rushed all the way down. Although they passed many star fields, there were no large star fields. Fujun, if I remember correctly, we will continue to sweep forward, and after passing through 2 small star fields, we will reach a large star field, the Bone Pupil Star Field. Cold as frost, Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and a huge star map immediately appeared in the void in front of him. On the star map, Jian Wushuang quickly saw where the Bone Pupil Star Field was. Yes, the Bone Pupil Star Field is our only way to go, and it is not far from where we are now. If we take the spacecraft without delay, we can reach there for hundreds of years. Jian Wushuang's face a smile appeared. The star map has an introduction to the star field of the Bone Pupil. This Bone Pupil Star Field is indeed a large star field, and there are not only a first-level astral field in the Bone Pupil astral field, but 2 more. As for the second-level and third-level astrals, there are even more. Bone Pupil Star Field. There are even 2 first-level astral circles. There must be a sea of laws in it. We go to the Bone Pupil Star Field first. Jian Wushuang smiled. Immediately, the cosmic boats were traveling through the cosmic void at the fastest speed. Only 300 years later, they reached the Bone Pupil Star Field. In the core area of the Bone Pupil Star Field, an island is quietly suspended in the void, and the island is peaceful. It stands to reason that since this island is in the core area of the Bone Pupil Star Field, there should be a lot of strong people in the past. In fact, this island is almost unattended in the Bone Pupil Star Field. Many powerful men in the Bone Pupil Star Field, although knowing the existence of this island, hardly come here. Above the island, it's whirling. It is an endless ocean. On the edge of this ocean, a brown-haired old man with his eyes slightly closed sits there casually. The old brown-haired man has maintained the same posture on this island for more than hundreds of thousands of years. For hundreds of thousands of years, he has not moved the slightest. If he didn't know it, he would have thought he had died. Suddenly, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, exposing the slightly cloudy eyes. Someone coming? Sure enough, 3 people came galloping not far away, and soon came to the edge of the ocean. Come here, stop. The old man with a brown hair opened his mouth. Jian Wushuang's 3 figures stopped. Master, the Sea of Laws is in front of you, although it looks the same as the ordinary ocean. In fact, you will find this Sea of Laws after you walk along this ocean. There is no cave. Moyen said, Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and his gaze was at the brown-haired old man sitting casually below. Call. Jian Wushuang's 3 figures fluttered down, came to the old man with brown hair. Under the blood sword, my wife and one of my guards are by my side. We passed by here and heard that there is a sea of laws that can judge the degree of understanding of the laws of the universe. We have come to know 1 or 2. Jian Wushuang smiled. The sea of laws is not something anyone can see casually, but a certain understanding of the laws of the universe. But the 3 of you, the strongest, dominate the 4th level. I wonder who among you a hint of the law of the universe. The old brown-haired man looked at him lightly. It's me, Jian Wushuang said. Oh, the old brown-haired man looked at Jian Wushuang, but his heart rose with a hint of wonder. At a glance, he saw that Jian Wushuang was only dominated by the 2nd grade. A 2nd-order master can understand a trace of the law of the universe, which is rare in the universe. Chapter 47. Second more. Old Man Ghost Cloud is the caretaker of the Sea of Laws. The old man with brown hair said, "The caretaker?" Jian Wushuang wondered. "Master, any law sea in the universe has a caretaker. As for the meaning of this caretaker, it is unknown, but it should be related to the top force behind the sea of creation law." Softly, the sword is unparalleled. The top force in the deep part of the universe creates the Sea of Laws and spreads the Sea of Laws throughout the universe's major territories. It is impossible for the geniuses of the universe to break through without any purpose. If you want to break into the Sea of Laws, you must first show whether you really understand a trace of the law of the universe. After all, seeing is believing. The guardian Guiyun said, "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded his head and immediately waved his hand, and the power of a cosmic law in the palm of the hand condensed instantly. Ghost Cloud's eyes suddenly lighted up. It really is the law of the universe. A 2nd-order master dominates, can understand a trace of the law of the universe. It is really amazing, like this pupil, although it is a large star domain, dominates many who can truly comprehend a trace of the law of the universe, but only one person, and that one still comprehends a trace of the law of the universe at the 4th level of domination. Jian Wushuang heard it. His expression was calm, but his heart was a little funny. He realized a trace of the law of the universe at the level of the master of the rule, not the current 2nd level. Well, it proves that you have realized a trace of the law of the universe, that naturally you can go to the Sea of Laws. Ghost Cloud smiled slightly, but then beckoned toward the endless ocean ahead. Voila! The endless ocean frantically scrolls, and within the ocean, the power of the vast array of law rises. Go. Guiyun said. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, no longer hesitated, and swept away directly toward the Sea of Laws. Upon entering the Sea of Laws, Jian Wushuang's body disappeared in front of a few people as cold as frost. Obviously, Jian Wushuang had begun the first test of the Sea of Laws. Magic Flame, you know a lot about the law of the seas. How many layers can you penetrate with your husband's understanding of the laws of the universe? Lung Rushuang asked. Ma'am, although I once dominated the ultimate level, I didn't understand a trace of the law of the universe. I haven't really broken through it, but I have heard of the 33 levels of the law before, and every 3 levels is 1. On the steps, the Master-S perception of the laws of the universe has improved greatly over the years. It should not be difficult to break through the first 3 layers. As for whether the 4th layer can break through, I do know. Moyen said, it's not difficult to break through the first 3 floors. The ghost cloud nearby laughed at the words of the demon flame. You might as well look down on this Sea of Laws. Although the Sea of Laws has 33 layers, it is indeed a step every 3 layers, but between each layer the gap is still very large. Under normal circumstances, as long as you have a grasp of the rules of the universe, you can break through the first layer, but the second layer needs to have some understanding of the laws of the universe. And the third layer must at least truly enter the threshold of the laws of the universe. You are the master of the second-level talents in your family. I do think it's long since I first came into contact with the laws of the universe. It's okay to pass through the first layer, but I'm afraid it will be difficult. That's it. That may not be so. Moyen glanced at the ghost cloud. The frost was just a smile. Guiyun didn't know about Jian Wushuang. And when Jian Wushuang showed the law of the universe just now, he did show only a trace of the law of the universe. This made Guiyun think that Jian Wushuang's perception of the law of the universe was not high, so he said so. Ku Lungrua and Demon Flame had some understanding of sword warriors. Knowing that sword warriors had grasped a trace of the universe law at the main level of the rule, in recent years, because of mastering the relationship between the heavenly will and the will of God in the early days, the universe law has improved. It is fast. They all know that Jian Wushuang entered the threshold of the laws of the universe long ago. Guiyun looked. He has already broken through the first floor and moved to the second floor. Jian Wushuang broke through the first floor, and Guiyun was not surprised. But shortly after Jian Wushuang broke through the first layer, Guiyun once again felt that Jian Wushuang had crossed the second layer. Break through the second floor? Guiyun's eyes were surprised. My master is much more powerful than I thought. Moyen glanced at the ghost cloud and chuckled. Perhaps, but the third floor he should not be able to break through. Guiyun still insisted on his judgment. Within the rule of law, the power of the law formation was exploding wildly. Unfortunately, they could not see the scene of Jian Wushuang breaking into the law sea. And after Jian Wushuang broke through the second floor, after a moment of effort, Guiyun knew that Jian Wushuang had crossed the third floor. Really broke through the third floor? Guiyun was really shocked. You must know that the third layer needs to be aware of the laws of the universe to truly cross the threshold of entry. To reach this step, it is extremely difficult. Many Supremes who have just broken through from the beginning to grasp a trace of the law of the universe, to really step into the threshold of the law of the universe, it will take a long time. And a second-level master can break through the third layer of the sea of laws. That is, in the vast universe, it must be the top super genius. Well, this is really interesting. A super genius who can pass through the first 3 levels of the rule at the second level. Those two guys should also be very interested, right? Guiyun's face was strange. The smile followed, but came up with 2 orders, each passing 2 messages in the past. Bone Pupil Astral Field. The 2 first-level astral worlds are Jinyu Astral World and Qingyan Astral World. The 2 main astral world masters are the ultimate level masters, and they are extremely powerful. As the so-called one mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers, there are 2 first-level astral circles in a star domain, and only the existence of these 2 ultimate dominators. Naturally, the 2 astral circles are very fierce on weekdays. As of today, both Lord Jinyu and Lord Qing Yan have received a message from Ghost Cloud, the caretaker of the Law Sea. There is a second-level player who dominates the Sea of Rules and has crossed the first 3 floors. Upon receiving the news, the 2 Star Masters were immediately alarmed. The third layer of the Sea of Laws, that needs to enter the threshold of the laws of the universe. Many Supremes who have just broken through have not yet long. The perception of the laws of the universe is only at this level. If such a super genius can belong to my Jinyu Star realm door, then do I have to avoid the disciple of Qingyan again? Jin Yuxing's main subject is shining with unprecedented brilliance, and the next moment he will directly ride the cosmic passage in the world of Jin Yuxing and rush towards the island where the Sea of Law is located at the fastest speed. Chapter 4048. The first is more. Qingyan Astral Realm. Under the blue sky, it was a purgatory. The entire endless earth is burning wildly by a fiery fire, which shows a strange purple-black color. It has been burning in this land for many years, but it has never been extinguished. The practitioners of the Qingyan astral world don't talk about the rulers. Even some powerful masters easily dare not set foot on this land. After all, it is better to dominate the land for a longer time. It is possible to burn the fire of this land into ashes. However, in these illusory illusions, a young man in purple clothing is located at the center of the fire in this land. The endless purple and black flames are burning wildly. For this young woman in purple clothing, it seems to nourish him nourishment in general. He cultivated on this land, as if the fish were in the water, and he felt extremely comfortable. At this time, a figure suddenly dropped. Tour. Qingyan Star appeared in front of the young man in purple clothing. Master, why are you here? The evil young man in purple clothing looked up in surprise. Something happened, sir. Just follow me, Yanxing said. Oh. The evil young man in purple clothing couldn't help getting up and asked, What's wrong? The ghost cloud guarding the Law Sea just sent me a message saying that a second-level master is now breaking through the Law Sea and has already crossed the first 3 floors. Qingyan Star said, What? The evil young man in purple clothing was startled, but his expression followed him, became extremely dignified. He knew why his master Qingyan Star came to him. Because of the entire big star field. So far, only he is the only one who understands the laws of the universe. He is also known as the first day recognized by this big star field. But he also realized it at the 4th level. A trace of the cosmic law is still only the 4th level to dominate the level, but the cosmic law has been able to cross the 2nd level of the Law Sea not long ago. However, the gap between the 2nd layer and the 3rd layer of the rule of the sea is already extremely large, not to mention that the other party is only dominated by a 2nd level. Let's go to the Law Sea. Qing Yanxing waved his hand, and even if he was carrying his disciple, that is, the young man in purple clothing, went directly to the Sea of Rules. On the edge of the Sea of Law, the shock on the caretaker's ghost cloud's face has disappeared, replaced by a faint smile. His heart was also quite happy. The reason why he is a caretaker is to dig out some super geniuses hidden in the universe, those like Jian Wushuang, who can dominate the 3rd level of the Sea of Law at the level of the 2nd level, must be one of the top geniuses. A 2nd level master can break through the 3rd layer of the Law Sea and is qualified to let me report. Well, don't worry, wait until he finishes. Guiyun chuckled. Suddenly, Guiyun stared fiercely. First, 4th floor. He was completely stunned. A 2nd level master is able to break through the 3rd layer of the Sea of Laws, but he just learned that Jian Wushuang has crossed the 4th layer of the Sea of Laws. The Sea of Rules has 3 steps from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. The span in the middle is very large, but Jian Wushuang also broke through. He's already on the 5th floor. Is it possible that he can break through the 5th floor? Guiyun stirred his throat. His eyes flashed with a thick light, and in the bottom of his heart, he began to look forward. Law of the Sea, the 5th floor. Still on that vast ocean, Jian Wushuang stood there, and in front of him was an old man in Tsing Yi. To this old man in Tsing Yi, Jian Wushuang is no stranger, because in the previous 4 levels, he also encountered this old man in Tsing Yi. But at different levels, the strength of this old man in Tsing Yi is also different. A 2nd level master who can come here, you have a bright future. The old man in Tsing Yi looked at Jian Wushuang with a touch of appreciation in his eyes. Please also give pointers to seniors. Jian Wushuang, but quite humble. Like the first 4 layers, defeat me, and you will be able to enter the 6th layer. The old man in Tsing Yi smiled slightly and followed suit. Boom! The ocean below burst into a sudden burst. The old man in Tsing Yi was holding a black stick in his hand. It was like a wave in the sea. The sword was crushed by the mighty sword. There is not much power, and the underlying universe of the stick club is not strong, but there is an extremely strong force of cosmic law in this stick. Jian Wushuang also moved immediately. He held the Wu Cry Excalibur with one hand, and the force of the universe law swept up and greeted him directly. Clang, 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 clang. The two collided madly on the sea, constantly competing for speed and power, and had already faced each other hundreds of times in the blink of an eye. But suddenly, the old man in Tsing Yi twisted his wrists randomly, but the black stick that came from the bomb was suddenly split into 2 in the void. The 2 black sticks smashed at almost the same time towards the sword. What? Jian Wushuang was startled. Identical attacks. I can't tell which one is real and which one is fake. What's wrong? Jian Wushuang's head was a little bun. This old man in Tsing Yi is not a special body or mystical skill, but he really relies on the power of the law to make his attack change from 1 to 2, and they are exactly the same. Can't see any flaws at all. Boom! Jian Wushuang is fully motivated to comprehend the laws of the universe and try his best to block the 2 stick figures coming at the same time. But in the sea of laws, the same divine power, the same understanding of the Tao, even at the same speed, he could not resist 2 stick figures at the same time. I saw Jian Wushuang leaning as hard as he could to stop one of the stick figures, but that stick figure turned directly into a phantom, while the other stick figure was bombarded on the sword's body without any obstacle. The sword without twins burst out immediately, and then regained its standing on the sea in the middle of a while, and finally the sea, which was madly below, finally calmed down. Little guy, you lost. The old man in Tsing Yi calmly looked at Jian Wushuang. How can this be? Jian Wushuang frowned. He didn't expect that he was so defeated. The most important thing is that when he confronted the old man in Tsing Yi, he obviously felt that the old man in Tsing Yi had a worse understanding of the laws of the universe than himself. Yes, the old man in Tsing Yi has no idea how much he feels about the laws of the universe, but he does know, but in the 5th layer of the sea of laws, he is not as good as himself about the laws of the universe. But the 2 played against each other, but they lost. Chapter 4049, Second More. Little guy, don't you think it's incredible? The old man in Tsing Yi looked at it at the moment. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. I can feel that your perception of the laws of the universe is worse than mine, but you can easily beat me on the premise that everything else is the same. Haha. In fact, this is very easy to understand. The same power of the universe can be realized in the hands of different people, and there is not much strength. This is the mastery and use of the universe. Laughed. Mastery and application of the laws of the universe. Jian Wushuang stunned. Like the rules of heaven and earth, the law of the universe is an extremely transcendent and powerful force. Mastering this kind of power is naturally vital. It is like also a peerless sword in the hands of an ordinary person. The power of the peerless swordsman is completely different. The old man in Tsing Yi laughed. Your perception of the laws of the universe is already relatively high, at least higher than the perception of the laws of the universe that I can play on the 5th floor of this law, but unfortunately, your grasp and application of the laws of the universe are really, it's too rough. You just know that the power of the rules is integrated into your sword skills and into your own attacks, and the power of the rules that can naturally be exerted is not strong. Although the power of the rules I have exerted is lower than you, but I have mastered and used them well, but the combat power is stronger than you. After that, the old man in Tsing Yi looked back at Jian Wushuang. Little guy, you are good at kendo. If there is a division behind it, you can ask your division to find a way for you to use a cosmic law that is compatible with swordplay. Learn more about the basic application and mastery of the laws of the universe, which will greatly enhance your strength. I see. Thank you for your guidance. Jian Wushuang thanked him quickly. Okay, go. The old man in Tsing Yi waved his hand. Immediately, Jian Wushuang discovered that his body was uncontrollably swept backwards, and soon he swept out of the sea of rules and came to overseas of the rules. Cold as frost, magic flames greeted immediately. Fu Jun, how do you feel? Lung Rushuang asked. It's a good harvest. Jian Wushuang smiled. This time he broke through the sea of rules. He did gain a lot. First of all, I know how much I feel about the laws of the universe, which is the fourth level of the sea of laws, and there is still a certain distance from the fifth layer of the sea of laws. Of course, this matter is relatively minor for Jian Wushuang. The real big gain is in the fifth floor of the law sea. The old man in Tsing Yi gave him pointers to make him realize that he is now using and mastering the laws of the universe. It's too rough. As the old man in Tsing Yi said, although he has a good understanding of the laws of the universe, he will simply apply the laws of the universe to his sword and attack power. But in fact, the magical effects of the laws of the universe go far beyond that. It has just been that no one has taught him, and there are no secret methods used by the rules for him to manipulate and practice, and he has not realized this. But now he is truly aware. Haha, blood swordsman, good skill. A hearty laugh sounded, and the caretaker ghost cloud flashed a strange light, looking at the sword Wushuang. At the same time, this ghost cloud finally revealed its own breath of magical power. It is a fifth-ranked master, and his breath is obviously more powerful than the thunder star that Jian Wushuang originally encountered in the purple star field. The fifth peak is the highest. Jian Wushuang secretly surprised. But for a caretaker of the Law Sea, the strength is so strong. No wonder this ghost cloud will now call himself a friend. Xiao Jian, Xiao Yu, if I'm not wrong, you should not be a native practitioner of this big pupil? Guiyun asked. Yes, we are from other star domains, this time just passing through here, knowing that there is a sea of laws we just came to break through, and we will leave immediately. Jian Wushuang replied, No wonder if you are a Bloodblade pupil. You are already a big star pupil practitioner. Then you must have a great reputation in the Bone pupil star field. Guiyun smiled. Bloodsword Kid Friend, will leave soon? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Well, that's a pity. If I let the master of Jinyu know this, I'm afraid he'll be very disappointed. Guiyun sighed. Jin Yuxing master? Jian Wushuang looked, and he naturally knew that Jin Yuxing, the two first-level astral worlds of the Bingtong star domain, was also the ultimate master. Bloodsword friends, don't hide it. When you cross the third floor of the Rule of Sea, I have already sent a message to Master Jin Yu and Master Qing Yen, respectively. These two should have done it without accident. I expect to be here soon. Guiyun rode. Mr. Guiyun. Jian Wushuang frowned, and his heart rose with dissatisfaction. He came to this Rule of Sea. He just wanted to break through and know how much he felt about the laws of the universe. He didn't want to meet people in the big star field, let alone the two ultimate people in the big star field. Levels dominate. But when the ghost cloud turned the news, the two ultimate masters immediately noticed him. Ha, bloodsword friends. Although you can rest assured, the Lord Jinyu and the Lord Qing Yen have indeed arrived, but they will not do any harm to you. After all, there is no holiday between you. Even they arrive, come here. Maybe there will be some benefits to you. Guiyun laughed. Oh. Jian Wushuang glanced at Guiyun. His brows also opened up. Indeed, when he first arrived in the big star field, He did not have any intersection with the two ultimate masters, and the other party could not come to him for any reason. As for the benefits, Jian Wushuang did not think about it. "Oh, the Lord Jinyu has arrived," Guiyun suddenly said. Jian Wushuang also looked up to the direction outside the island. Sure enough, a figure bathed in golden light was coming out acutely, and soon appeared in front of several people of Jian Wushuang. Ghost Cloud Jin Yuxing speaks openly, and his voice is bright. He first said hello to Guiyun, but immediately looked at the three men with swords and swords. With his strength, he naturally saw the realm of the three men of Jian Wushuang, and then his eyes were immediately fixed on Jian Wushuang. After all, among the three players of Jian Wushuang, only Jian Wushuang is the master of the second grade. It is also him who naturally crossed the third layer of the Sea of Rules. This one should be the blood sword friend, who crossed the third floor of the Rule of Law. Jin Yuxing came to the sword without a double face, with a smile on his face. Jin Yuxing, he is indeed a blood sword friend. This is true, but there is something wrong with you. He has not only crossed the third layer of the Law Sea, but just now he also crossed the fourth layer, said Guiyun with a smile. Chapter 40-50. The first is more. Fourth floor. Jin Yuxing stared. In his opinion, the blood sword could break through the third floor, which was already incredible, and the fourth floor was even more shocking. Such a super genius, if... The thought of Jin Yuxing shook hands fiercely, and his heart had a decision. The second level can pass through the fourth layer of the Sea of Laws. The blood sword boy is really amazing. Even me, I admire it. Jin Yuxing laughed, speaking obviously with a bit of praise. Meaning, this makes Jian Wushuang's heart slightly surprised. This Jin Yuxing lord has nothing to do with himself. Even if he shows great talent, he can admire at most a sentence or two, but he will tout him? This makes Jian Wushuang can't help wondering whether this Jinyu Star Lord has another purpose. Xiaojian, Xiaoyu, if you don't mind, can you please go to my Jinyu astral world and have a cup of tea? Jinyu Star laughed. Drinking tea? The sword has no strange double-sided color, but still nodded and said, Jin Yuxing is invited. I dare not refuse. I won't let it go. After all, I'm in a hurry. Just here. Okay. Jin Yuxing waved his hand, and a coffee table appeared in front of him. There was a pot of tea on the table and a few teacups. Both Jin Yuxing and Jian Wushuang sat down next to the coffee table. Jin Yuxing personally poured a cup of tea for Jian Wushuang, and also poured a cup of cold frost and ghost clouds beside him. As for the magic flame, he never sat down. Bloodsword friend, please. Jin Yuxing smiled. Jian Wushuang held up the teacup in his hand and sniffed at the tip of his nose, and felt his whole soul feel relaxed for a moment. This tea is not ordinary. Jian Wushuang understood immediately. He did not hesitate to drink a cup with his wife at the same time, drink a cup of tea, a cooling effect, and the effect of the tea immediately came into play. Jian Wushuang only felt that the power of his soul was wrapped in an incomparably warm force, and the entire soul received a great nourishment, as well as his body, which was also strengthened at this moment. Even his body and mind, it was a relaxed and relaxing time. Like the depression of millions of years, suddenly disappeared. Curious special effect. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Haha, this is iced tea, but a rare treasure of the cosmic boat. Just like a pot, its value is probably 50 source stone, and it is not even the source stone. You may not be able to buy it. I heard Jinyu in the beginning, the Star Master worked hard to get 3 pots of iced tea. Even if he was reluctant to drink it, the old man can still drink this cup with the light of the blood sword, little friend. Guiyun with a smile. When he heard the words of Guiyun, Jian Wushuang was shocked. Is such a pot of tea worth 50 yuan? Sure. And there is still no price. but following Jian Wushuang's heart, he was still vigilant. The Jin Yuxing Lord first touted himself, and then came out with such precious and rare tea. If the Jin Yuxing Lord had no other purpose, Jian Wushuang would definitely not believe it. It's just a pot of tea. It can be strong enough to be a super genius like blood sword Xiaoyu. Even if you take out all 3 pots of ice heart tea, what's the point? Jin Yuxing laughed. Jin Yuxing is really generous. Guiyun smiled, but didn't say more. Xiaojin, Xiaoyu, you just said you are in a hurry. What's going on? Jin Yuxing asked. It's true, the 3 of us are not practitioners of the big star field, but from other star fields. This time, I just passed here and knew that there was a sea of laws, so I tried to make a break, originally intended to break through the sea of rules, and left directly. Jian Wushuangdo. Xiaojin, Xiaoyu is so anxious to leave. Jin Yuxing frowned. Why? Is there something wrong with Jin Yuxing, who wants me to help? Jian Wushuang tried to ask this. For a moment, Jin Yuxing didn't know what to say. At this moment, the ghost cloud smiled and said, let me be the middleman. Xiaojin, Xiaoyu, you do know. The situation in this big star field is very delicate. After all, this big star field is not much. There are exactly 2 first-level astral circles, and the so-called 1-star CA and T tolerate 2 tigers, 2 first-level stars. In the same large star field, there will naturally be many battles. After a long period of time, these 2 first-level star circles have been fighting, and the 2 sides have already been in the same position. However, although both sides are first-class stars, although the overall strength is similar, in terms of the strongest, Jin Yuxing's combat power is slightly worse than Qinjian's. Oh, Jian Wushuang couldn't help looking at Jin Yuxing, ashamed. Although they are also the masters of the ultimate level, the strength of the Qinyan star is indeed much better than mine, but my life-saving ability is not weak. He is alone. Although ICANT beat him, he is also difficult. How could I have expected me? Jin Yuxing said, since this is the case, you shouldn't have to be afraid of the Qinyan star. Jian Wushuangdo. He is not afraid. Guiyun laughed. For a long time, the Jinyu star realm and Qinyan star realm have been fighting, and they have not been in a disadvantage, but not long ago, something happened. He is the master of Qinyan star. He has received a disciple, and his disciple is extremely talented. He has been practicing for only 2 million years. He has not only reached the 4th level dominance level, but he has also learned a bit of the law of the universe. Not long ago, the disciple of Qinyan star also came to break through the sea of rules and broke through the 2nd floor in one breath. When Guiyun said this, www.novel. He paused. As for the next thing, although he didn't say it, Jian Wushuang probably guessed it. Jin Yuxing's master had always been fighting with Qinjian's master, and neither side had an incomparable advantage, but now Qinjian's master has an extra disciple who understands a little bit of the law of the universe. This makes Jin Yu, the star master, felt a crisis. After all, the disciple of Qinyan star has only practiced for less than 2 million years, and is able to comprehend a bit of the law of the universe at the level of the Dominator, which has already demonstrated his talent. It must be the first genius in the entire starfield. Moreover, that disciple is already in the 4th level. As long as he is given enough time, he can definitely reach the 5th level in time, and even reach the ultimate dominating level. Jin Yuxing's strength is not as good as Qinyan's star. 1-to-1 he can only protect himself against Qinyan's star. But if Qinyan's star is surrounded by another person who understands the rules of the universe, the ultimate dominator, it must not be the Jin Yuxing master who can compete anymore. Chapter 4051. Second War. the disciple of Qingyan Star Lord, made Jinyu Star Lord feel a great crisis. So from hundreds of thousands of years ago, Jinyu Star Lord also began to find ways to dig out the genius in Jinyu Star World, including the whole bone. The genius strong in the pupil big star domain, he is eager to cultivate a genius strong who can also understand a trace of the laws of the universe at the level of dominance, and he can contend with the disciple of Qingyan Star Master in the future. Unfortunately, in the past hundreds of thousands of years, although the Starbuck star domain has also given birth to some geniuses, none of them can comprehend a rule of the universe at the dominating level, said Gue Yun with a smile. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He is very clear that it is extremely difficult for the dominating level to realize a trace of the law of the universe. Like the Lord Jinyu and the Lord Qingyan, they are the ultimate masters. They have not been able to comprehend the laws of the universe, let alone others. Under normal circumstances, even if it is a large star field, it is extremely difficult to give birth to a dominant level to comprehend a rule of the universe. Often it is dozens, even hundreds of chaotic periods. One disciple was born before the disciple of Qingyan Star Master, and Jin Yuxing Master now wants to find the second one, which is naturally more difficult. Of course, this is only confined to the big pupil field, but the appearance of himself now clearly shows the hope of Jin Yuxing. Bloodsword friend, Gue Yun said so. I don't hide you. I really want you to stay in the big pupil of the bone pupil and help me to fight against the green astral world together. Of course, I am willing to do so. Pay the price: 1 top quality rule top treasure battle armor, 1 top quality soul defense rule top treasure, plus 1 middle class rule top treasure warrior. In addition, in the future, if you need to practice in the Jinyu astral world, as long as there is a need, even if it is proposed, as long as I can get it, I will never quit. Jin Yuxing said, solemnly. Jian Wushuang glanced at Jin Yuxing. I have to say that this Jin Yuxing Lord is really sincere. Let us not talk about the iced tea just now. Just the price that the Jin Yuxing Lord is willing to pay now. One of the top quality rule is the treasure battle armor, one of the top quality soul defense rule is the top treasure, and one of the middle class rule is the top treasure soldier. This rule of treasure is worth more than 5,000 cosmic source rocks. You have to know that the most common ultimate level masters are all about 10,000 cosmic source stones. Although this gold feather star master is a first level astral master, his wealth is naturally more than the general ultimate master, but one off the price of paying 5,000 cosmic source rocks is indeed a big deal. Jin Yuxing. Jian Wushuang looked at Jin Yuxing and said, sorry, I can't promise you. Bloodsword friend. The star of Jin, you was obviously anxious. If you feel that I have paid less and there are other requirements, you can agree to them, but I will agree to you. It's not a question of whether you pay enough or not. Jian Wushuang shook his head. You said just now, am not a practitioner of the big star field. I came here just because I just passed by. Concealed, the reason why I would leave my hometown and go to the universe is largely because I have to rush to the Jiuyao star field in a short time. I can't stay in a star field for too long, let alone stay in the big pupil field, and work with you to counter the Qingyan astral field. So I can only be sorry. I heard that although Jin Yuxing's heart is still unwilling, he can only smile bitterly. I also guessed that you are from other star domains, but you are only dominated by the genius passing by here. I want to keep you, indeed unlikely. Master Jin Yu was already mentally prepared to learn that Jian Wushuang came from the sea of knowledge in other star domains. Normally, if Jian Wushuang is a native practitioner of the big star field, he is confident that Jian Wushuang will stay. But since he is from another star field, he is obviously a strong man who is roaming in the universe and wants to leave the other party. It is a bit unrealistic. Knowing that he didn't fight reality, the master of Jin, you still tried it as much as possible, and the result was naturally rejected by Jian Wushuang. The Lord of the Golden Feathers, the little sword of the blood sword, dominated by the second level, and crossed the fourth floor of the Sea of Law. These geniuses, even in the entire vast universe, are bound to be top-notch, most anti-heavenly the kind. You want to keep him in an ordinary big star domain. It is impossible at all. Guiyan also pouted and said, I know. Master Jin Yuxing's expression was more bitter, but after all, he was the ultimate master, and soon Jin Yuxing's face re-emerged with a smile. A genius, like he doesn't make a bad trip. That's right. Guiyun nodded. Just then, there were two silhouettes coming out of the void outside the island. The Lord of Qinyan came with his disciple. Guiyun said, Oh. Jian Wushuang looked up. Huh. Jin Yuxing snorted softly. Ha ha, it's quite lively here. Indifferent laughter sounded, and the two figures came to the Sea of Rules, and then appeared in shape, and it was the Qinyan star who gave the indifferent laughter. As for his disciples, when the figure of the young man in purple clothing emerged, his sharp, blade-like eyes locked Jian Wushuang for the first time. It's him who understands the laws of the universe, and he is obviously only a second-level master, and even broke through the fourth layer of the Sea of Laws. The eyes of the evil young man in purple clothing narrowed. On the way, Guiyun again sent a message to Qinyan Xingzhu, telling him that Jian Wushuang broke through the fourth floor. And Qinyan Xingzhu also told him, Qinyan Xingzhu, you are much later than Jinyu Xingzhu. Guiyun smiled. Jinyu is alone. I got here immediately when I heard from you, but I have to bring my disciple. Of course, it will be slower, but fortunately I caught up. Qing Yen the Star Master smiled, but his eyes swept across Jin, you Star Master, and he also saw the pot of tea on the coffee table. Oh, even Bingling tea has been taken out. It seems that Jinyu has already lost the blood, but if I'm not mistaken, this little friend of the blood sword is afraid he didn't agree with him? Road. Huh, does this have nothing to do with you? Jin Yuxing Lord hummed. Yes, it's okay. Qing Yen Xingzhu smiled, but already got the answer in his heart. At this time, the young man in purple clothing has come to Jian Wushuang and said lowly, My name is Emperor Fire. Chapter 4052. The first is more. Emperor Fire? Jian Wu's eyes were calm, and he looked at the young man in purple in front of him. I heard that you have crossed the fourth floor of the Law Sea. I would like to fight with you. I wonder if you dare to fight. Diwa said directly. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. When he saw the eyes of the emperor, he guessed what the emperor wanted to do, but he didn't expect that the emperor was so directly inviting to fight. Jian Wushuang did not immediately respond, but the master of the Jin, Yu Star next to him, sneered. Emperor Fire, you are already dominated by the fourth level, but the little sword of the blood sword is only the second level. Are you embarrassed to invite him to battle? Of course I will not bully him. When fighting, I will deliberately control the power of divine power. And I will only use the power of the fusion of the 5 rules. I will only fight by understanding the laws of the universe and understanding the Tao. Zihua is still staring at Jian Wushuang. Why, don't you dare? The sword has no weird sides. Child of the blood sword. Someone spoke again, but at this moment it was the master of the emperor's fire, Qinyan Star. Can young friends talk aside? Qin Yanqing laughed. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Immediately, Qinyan Star Master and Jian Wushuang came to the side, and Qinyan Star Master directly blocked the surrounding space-time, apparently did not want his conversation to be heard by others. Bloodsword friend, sorry. Although my disciple does have some talents, but his temperament is too arrogant. Plus, he has been the first genius recognized by this big pupil in these years. In contrast, this made him even more visionary. Because of this, He sees his friends today and will directly come to the battle. Qing Yan Star said. I can understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. Obviously, that Emperor Hua had always been the first genius of Bingtong's star field, and now suddenly a person with a higher level of talent and understanding than him appeared. This Emperor Hua was definitely not convinced and wanted to try. Is that friend going to fight? Qing Yan Star asked. Qing Yan Xingzhu, do you want me to fight or do not want to? Jian Wushuang asked. If the little friend is confident that he can defeat my disciple, I hope the little friend will be able to challenge you. Qing Yanqing said. Oh, why? Jian Wushuang wondered. I just said, my disciple is good at everything, but his temperament is too arrogant, and he has everything. This is not a good thing for him. So if it is possible, I hope you can take the lesson and teach him, turn it over, and let him know that there are people outside, and there is a sky outside. Of course, I won't let the little friend do you a favor. Afterwards, I can give the little friend a rule of treasure as a reward. Qing Yanqing said. After hearing the words of Qing Yan Xingzhu, the sword has no double-sided color, but it is even stranger. He didn't expect that the master of Qingyan actually wanted to invite him to teach his disciples well. But yes, a proud character like Emperor Huanao is naturally okay in this big pupil, but if you go to the vast universe in the future, maybe you will cause any troubles because of his character. Giving him a lesson early will be of great help to Emperor Fire. Qing Yan Star Lord, I will promise to fight him, and I will teach him to double, as you said. As for the reward you said, you don't have to. Jian Wushuangdo. It's just a hand, and Jian Wushuang really didn't want any reward. Thank you, Xiao Jian, for the blood sword. Qing Yan Star smiled. Soon the two returned to the Emperor's fire. Emperor Hua looked at his master Qing Yan Star with a puzzled look, but found that the latter was an inscrutable look, and he was puzzled, wondering what his master said to Jian Wushuang. Dihua, I promise to fight you. Jian Wushuang said directly. Very well, where are we going to fight? Emperor Hua's eyes flashed. I'm in a hurry, so I don't have to choose the place of war, just here. Jian Wushuang said casually. Arrogant. Emperor Hua was agitated by Jian Wushuang's attitude. In the void on the island, Jian Wushuang and Emperor Fire stood a certain distance from each other and stood face to face, while the Qingyan Star Master and Jinyu Star Master had already receded to the side. Cold as frost, magic flame, and ghost cloud stood together. This Emperor Fire is just crossing the second floor of the Law Sea. I really think he is so great. Don't say that he is still deliberately suppressing his divine power. Even if he goes all out, I am afraid he is not his opponent. Flame secretly pursed his lips. Above the void, Emperor Hua's eyes were cold, and a blue sword appeared in his hand. This cyan sword has a raging cyan flame burning frantically. This flame is enough to make ordinary masters stunned. Blood sword, you are the first person in these hundreds of thousands of years to make me really eager to fight. I hope this battle you do not let me down. Emperor Hua held the blue flame sword with one hand, staring at the sword with scorching eyes. Unparalleled. I'm in a hurry. You don't have to be stingy. Let's hurry up and pass you on, so I can hurry up. Jian Wushuang looked impatient. You're too arrogant. Emperor Hua was completely enraged by Jian Wushuang, and he stopped talking nonsense and shot directly. I saw. Phantoms burst out at the same time. The Emperor's fire turned out to have 9 figures. The 9 figures are exactly the same in appearance, breath, and movement in their hands. Even the power of the soul can't instantly tell which one of the 9 figures is him. Deity, 9 figures came at the same time, and the blue flame sword in his hand was already held high and was ready to be cut off. This Emperor's fire has far worse perceptions of the laws of the universe than me, and he, like me, does not know how to better master these laws of the universe. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, but his body moved suddenly already. Call out. I saw Jian Wushuang's entire body directly turned into a cold Jianmang, flashing out instantly. His speed is really too fast. That Emperor Fire hadn't had time to cut out the sword in his hand. The icy sword mandrel that Sword Wushuang has transformed has already directly hit his many figures. It was at this moment that the 8 figures of Emperor Fire were directly smashed and smashed. As for his deity, he was also impacted by the terrible swordman. You lose. Jian Wushuang's figure resurfaced in the void, and he looked indifferently at the imperial fire in front of the void. Emperor Hua, however, was completely trapped there. Just for a moment. It was obviously his first shot, but he had lost the sword before he could cut it. There is no room for struggle. The gap between the two is really too big. Chapter 40:53. Second more. How is that possible? Emperor Hua was buzzing at the moment. He knew that Jian Wushuang could break through the 4th layer of the Sea of Laws, and he must be much higher than himself in the perception of the laws of the universe. However, even if the two men are fighting, even if they have the same divine power and the same degree of fusion of rules, the success or failure cannot be determined only by understanding the laws of the universe. From Emperor Fire's point of view, although he is not as good as Jian Wushuang in his understanding of the laws of the universe, he is very confident in his own understanding of the origin of the knife path universe, as well as his sword skills and the secret techniques he has learned. In this case, even if he has a weaker understanding of the laws of the universe, he should be able to defeat the blood sword in front of him. But it was not what he imagined. He didn't even have the chance to show his skill, and he was instantly defeated. A strong sword. The Qingyan Star Lord, Jinyu Star Lord, and Ghost Cloud watching the battle around were all surprised. 2 of them are the masters of the ultimate level, and the other one is the master of the 5th series. They have high vision, and it is natural to see how good the sword that Wushuang has just cast. Too fast. Jin Yuxing praised. It's very fast. Simply talking about speed. I am afraid that in the 5th series, they are the top ones. There is no doubt that the Blood Sword Boy not only has a very high awareness of the laws of the universe, but also his perception of the Kendo universe. It's also outrageous, and it is estimated that it has dominated by most of the 5th series. Qin Yanxing said, At home, you can't judge other things simply by looking at the perception of the laws of the universe, but now it seems that the little friends of the blood sword are much stronger than we thought. Guiyun also sighed. Before, they only thought that Jian Wushuang only had a higher awareness of the laws of the universe, but now they know that Jian Wushuang's perception of the origin of the universe of Kendo is equally high, and his swordplay is also better than many 5th grade masters who are good at Kendo. Must be strong. The Emperor's fire was defeated in his hands, and to Guiyun's view, they were not injustice at all. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had been swept down from the void, and that Emperor's fire followed behind Jian Wushuang and swept down. Xiao Jian Xiaoyu, thank you very much. Qin Yanqing smiled. You're welcome. Jian Wushuang just nodded faintly. You children, can you be convinced in this battle? Qin Yan. Star looked at Emperor Hua. Emperor Hua moved his lips and wanted to say something, but in the end, he still put up, but lowered his head and looked extremely ugly. Huh. The Qin Yan Star snorted suddenly. If you lose, you lose. If you don't even have the courage to face failure, then you are too disappointed. Master, Emperor Huolian looked up and sank. This disciple is convinced, and I would like to thank Mr. Xuejin for his guidance. The Emperor Hua has even become a gentleman's title to Jian Wushuang. Obviously, Jian Wushuang's strength really convinced him. Seeing this, Qin Yan Xingfang nodded with satisfaction and said, A defeat is not terrible, not to mention that this blood-sword boyfriend, who defeated you now, even in the vast universe, it is bound to be top-notch. The most anti-genius genius is defeated in the hands of such a genius, and it is not shameful. It is important that you recognize yourself through this battle. Although you are a genius, you are the first in terms of talent in the entire starfield. However, looking at the vast universe, you may not be able to rank at the top. At least those geniuses that are against the sky. You are not good. A lot. What you have to do is to maintain the awe of the universe, put away your temperament, and slowly grow step by step. One day, sooner or later, you will naturally have the opportunity to stabilize the peak, and even in the future, it is possible to surpass the blood sword friendly. The disciples understand. Emperor Hu focused heavily, and his eyes became hot again. When Jian Wushuang heard this remark, he nodded secretly, seeing that the Qingyan Star Master was really very interested in his disciple, and he also knew very well how to teach his disciple. Borrowing his own hand, after learning from the fire, Emperor Hu's temperament will definitely be wiped out, and his future achievements will be even greater. As for whether this imperial fire has a chance to surpass itself in the future, this sword is unparalleled but dare not say. Well, the war has also fought. Let's go back. Qingyan Star said directly. Yes. Emperor Hu nodded respectfully. Qing Yenxing Zhao Chao smiled with a smile, and then left with Emperor Fire. It's a pity. Jin Yuxing looked at Jian Wushuang with some emotion. Obviously, Jian Wushuang's talent is much higher than that of the emperor, and the potential is even greater. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang did not agree to his invitation. No more. Xiaojian of Bloodsword, Guiyun, am gone too. Jin Yuxing also left directly. After the two stars have left, Xiaojian Xiaoyu, I just heard you say you are going to Joyao Starfield? Guiyun looked over. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Since you are going to the Joyao Starfield, then after you leave the Bingtong Starfield, the next stop should be the Danshin Starfield. Guiyun said. That's it. Jian Wushuang looked at Guiyun in doubt, wondering why the Guiyun asked him this way. That's it. After you broke through the fourth layer of the Sea of Laws, I told you the news. You should know that it is the top force in the depths of the universe that created the Sea of Laws. The sea. And the Sea of Laws spread all over the major star domains of the universe, and the presence of a caretaker on the waterfront of each big star domain law naturally has some special intentions. This special intention is actually to dig out some talented geniuses. A genius like Bloodsword Little Friends, of course, will attract the attention of those high-level powerful people in this party. There may even be people and friends. Contact. So I hope you can leave a message signed for you so that I can contact you. Guiyun Road. Oh, Jian Wushuang frowned, haha, although you can rest assured, this is not a bad thing for you. Guiyun laughed. Jian Wushuang groaned for a while and nodded slightly. Indeed, like the Zhoujin Pavilion and the forces behind this Sea of Laws, they are all super hegemons in the universe. In the face of such super hegemons, even the Supreme may be nothing, let alone a genius who has not yet grown up. If there is no absolute reason, these super forces will definitely not reduce their status to a genius. At most, they will find ways to solicit these geniuses at various conditions or costs. For example, the Jodi Pavilion is the special list of the Jodi list, and the superpower behind the Law Sea. Even if he really wants to contact him, it is estimated that he will come to solicit it, which is really not a bad thing for Jian Wushuang. Chapter 4054. The first is more. Jian Wushuang left his messenger. Even if he left, after leaving the Law Sea, Jian Wushuang continued to graze toward the Joyao Starfield, and the next starfield he was passing by was the Danshin Starfield. In the early days of the Kingdom of God, Jian Wushuang and his wife have traveled to the universe for more than 20,000 years, but in the early days of the kingdom of God, they are still extremely peaceful. Although the deities of Sword Wushuang departed, since the beginning of the world has stabilized, and the mysterious Shinto people and the master of space and time are still there. In addition, Sword Wushuang controls the will of the heaven gods of the beginning of the world. Naturally, no one can mess come. Within the Star Palace, Jian Wushuang's consciousness incarnation appeared in front of the mysterious Shinto. Xianshun, find the master of Shinyun for me. I have something and want to ask him. Jian Wushuangdo. Okay, wait a minute. The Xian Shinto man immediately arranged. No way, Jian Wushuang is now just a conscious clone. Even if you want to find Shinyun dominated, you have to come out of the mysterious Shinto. Soon, Shun Yun's figure appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Of course, Shun Yun's figure was just an incarnation of consciousness. The Lord of the Blood Sword, is he still intriguing in the universe? Master Shun Yun smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang. Of course, the vast universe is much wider than the star field where the world was in the early days. Jian Wushuang also smiled. Master Shun Yun, I have something to ask you this time. What is it? Shun Yun dominated over. You also know that I have realized a trace of the laws of the universe, and over the years my perception of the laws of the universe has improved a lot than before, but not long ago I met a strong man, and he told me that although I have a good understanding of the laws of the universe, I do know how to master them and apply them. He also suggested that I, by some secrets of the combination of the laws of the universe and Kendo. I'm also curious about this kind of secret code, and there must be such a secret code in the Jyoti Pavilion, but I don't know what the specific value is. Jian Wushuang asked. He now wants to know the value of the secret that will enable him to better master the use of the laws of the universe and practice in perfect harmony with his own Kendo. Is his own net worth able to afford it now? The secrets of the laws of the universe to master and use, but also to perfectly cooperate with their swordsmanship. Shun Yun dominated the weirdness. After groaning for a while, Shun Yun's master only reopened. The Lord of the Blood Sword, this kind of secret you said naturally exists in my 9 Emperors Pavilion, but its value is high. I am afraid it will exceed your imagination. Oh, how much? Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and his heart was ready. However, Shun Yun's dominator directly stretched out a finger and said, even if it is a more common method or secret of mastering and applying the laws of the universe, in my Jyoti Pavilion, the value starts from 100,000 universe source stones. As for the Lord of the Blood Sword, what you call the secret code of the perfect coordination of the law of the universe, and Kendo, the value is even higher, and you will need hundreds of thousands of cosmic source stones casually. What? Even though Jian Wushuang had some psychological preparation, he was still startled when he heard the numbers. The 100,000 cosmic source stone started. Is it just the most common kind of cosmic law, mastery, and application secrets? How can it be so expensive? Jian Wushuang frowned. Noble is normal. Shun Yun dominated, but said with a smile, the Lord of the Blood Sword, you should know that the laws of the universe are generally only those who are supremely powerful before they are qualified to understand them, and those who understand the laws of the universe at the level of very few. Even if the dominating realm understands the laws of the universe, most of them can only comprehend a little, and only a little understanding does not need to be used at all. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the only secret of the application of the laws of the universe is the Supreme will buy it, and only the Supreme can afford it. Is that so? Sword unparalleled. Indeed, the 100,000 cosmic source stones are almost one-day figures for the master, but for the Supreme Strongman, I am afraid they are nothing, and the secret to the application of the laws of the universe is for the Supreme Strong. As for the master, because most of the masters are unable to comprehend it, even if it is comprehended, there is only a little comprehension, very few, there is no need for such a secret. However, Jian Shuang is different. He realized a trace of the law of the universe at the level of the master of the rule and has made great progress over the years. Now he can cross the fourth layer of the sea of laws and even simply comprehend the laws of the universe. He is stronger than the defenders of the fifth floor of the law sea, but the other party's ability to use and control the laws of the universe is much stronger than him. Such a sense of cosmic law is stronger than some of the most extreme supreme, and he needs to use the secret code of the cosmic law. However, the value of this secret code is so expensive that Jian Wushuang cannot accept it at all. I thought my current net worth was relatively rich, but I didn't expect that even the most common law of the universe uses methods. I couldn't afford it. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. I see. Shenyan is the master. Thank you. Jian Wushuang thanked him. The Lord of the Blood Sword is polite. Master Shenyan laughed, and his body dissipated immediately. In the vastness and darkness of the universe, the ancient spacecraft is still rushing. In the spacecraft, Jian Wushuang's face smiled bitterly. The most common cosmic law uses secrets, and it takes 100,000 cosmic source stones to start. It's really expensive. Jian Wushuang admired. Cold as frost next to her, this just smiled slightly. The magic flame said in a deep voice, "Master, I didn't even grasp a trace of the laws of the universe during my lifetime. The secret to the application of the laws of the universe is farther away, but I have also heard people say that everything involved things that are comprehended or applied to the laws of the universe are very expensive. After all, those things are generally only the most powerful ones who are eligible to be involved." Well, I've been taught today. Jian Wushuang shrugged. However, he is not in a hurry. After all, his strength is still too weak, just the second level. For him now, there are many ways to improve his strength. Improving the use and control of the laws of the universe is just one of them. Even if he doesn't have that secret book now, when his strength improves in the future, he will naturally have other ways to get it. Keep on the road. It won't be long before you can reach the Danshin starfield. I don't know if the superpower behind the Sea of Laws will send the strong to contact me there. Jian Wushuang muttered. Chapter 4055. Second more. While Jian Wushuang continued to come in the cosmic boat, in the depths of the universe, for figures gathered together in one of the towering temples. Although these four people are only conscious incarnations here, even if they are only conscious incarnations, every move is enough to suffocate the General Master. There is no doubt that these four people are the supreme powerhouses. This is a message from the star-studded star field on the edge of the universe not long ago. Everyone can take a look. A white man waved a message to spread. A second-level master dominated the fourth floor of the Sea of Law. It was amazing. Someone immediately praised. It's very good, and he has a very high awareness of the origin of the Kendo universe, even more than most fifth-level masters. This level of genius is hard to come by, said a figure with a bald old man. The consciousness of the Kendo universe is nothing. The key is the law of the universe. After all, the perception of the law of the universe has a lot to do with its own realm. Like some masters who spend endless years, they realize the trace of the law of the universe in countless ways. As long as you reach the highest level, it is easier to understand the laws of the universe. That is, the lower the level, the more difficult it is to understand the laws of the universe. He just dominated by the second order, and his perception of the laws of the universe has become so high. If I am not mistaken, it is likely that he has already realized a trace of the laws of the universe at the level of the master of the rules, which belongs to that kind of billions. Wan Xingjiadu is a rare super genius. The only woman in purple solemnly said, "The Lord of the Rules realizes a trace of the law of the universe. Is this blood sword so anti-sky?" The bald old man appeared surprised. "It's very likely," said the woman in purple. "Okay." The white man at the beginning finally spoke. "The talent of this blood sword is beyond doubt, but now we have to decide whether to contact him. If we contact him, we have to open it again. What are the conditions?" Upon hearing this, the several superpresences present were silent. The faction they are on is indeed one of the most powerful superpowers standing on the vast universe. Even if compared with Jyoti Pavilion, it is not bad at all. And such superpowers also attach great importance to some geniuses with great potential. A genius like Jian Wushuang has obviously reached the qualifications of this superpower. However, attaching importance to attention, but also will not be desperate for a genius. After all, a genius is just a genius, not a superpower who has grown up completely and already has a great influence in the universe. This blood sword can dominate the sky at the second level, and the main thing is that he comes from the edge of the universe. Not surprisingly, not only is his talent potential terrible, but he must also have had some great opportunities, said it may have some ancient heritage. And many of these ancient traditions involve some large forces in the universe. There may even be enemies of our forces. So I propose to keep paying attention to him first, and then find a way to find out his details and wait for them. Really check it out, and it is not too late to make a decision," said the bald old man. "Well, it makes sense." Lady Z nodded. "I think we can make proper contact first, or give him some benefits, first make a good relationship with him, and others later." The last person said. The four were talking, but at this time, OM, a hazy figure suddenly appeared in the center of the temple. The four people in the temple immediately looked at the people, and when they saw what the people looked like, they were all shocked. "Master Shao! I've seen Lord Shao." The four supreme strong men, including the man in white who had a significantly higher status, respected and saluted at the same time. "Heard, you're talking about the blood sword." The vicissitudes, old man and Tsing Yi looked around at the four people in front of him. "Yes." The man in white nodded respectfully. "The blood sword, I know." The old man and Tsing Yi said, "The Sea of Laws and Bone pupil star field is exactly my incarnation." The four immediately stunned. They were just wondering why the Lord Xiao Xiao suddenly came here. Although this Xiao Xiao is also supreme, just like them, they are also supreme, and the gap between them is extremely huge. If the four of them can only be regarded as standing firmly in the supreme, the Xiao Xiao is undoubtedly a super strong standing at the top of the supreme. These strong men are deep enough in the universe, but they are enough to open up a great kingdom of God alone. They are the true highest powers of the superpowers in their side. And under normal circumstances, like some so-called geniuses, no matter how bad they are not qualified to alarm such superexistence. But now Lord Xiao Xiao has arrived in person. It turned out that the sea of laws that the blood sword broke through was guarded by the incarnation of Master Xiao. The four were secretly surprised. "Do you plan to contact that little guy?" Master Tsing Yi Xiao Xiao looked at the four in front of him. "No. The result of the discussion between the four of us just now is that we will not contact him for the time being, but we will wait until we find out his details, and then we will not be late." The man in white said, "Is that so?" Xiao Yaran stared for a moment and said, "You don't care if I don't touch me, but this little guy, I think it's good. He didn't just break through the fourth layer of the Sea of Laws. In fact, the Sea of Laws, if I hadn't been incarnate in person, he might have broken through the fifth floor." "What?" The four men in white were startled. "Break through the fifth floor?" The gap between the fourth and fifth layers of the law sea is very large. If the little guy is simply aware of the laws of the universe, he already has the conditions to break through the fifth layer, but his ability to control the laws of the universe is too rough. In the law, I gave him pointers, but then I remembered that the secret code used by the law of the universe is too expensive for a master. If this little guy has a teacher behind him, if it's useless, I'm afraid he won't get the chance to get such a secret until he breaks through the ultimate dominator. That's why I came to you. Master Shao said indifferently. The four men in white looked at each other, and they still didn't understand the purpose of Master Shao's arrival. I chose this little guy for a recipe that fits well with his laws of the universe and kendo. Whenever you want to come in contact with him, come to me and bring him the recipe together and say I gave it to him. After Shao said, his body left. Chapter 4056. The first is more. 200 years after leaving Bingtong Starfield, Jian Wushuang arrived at Danshin Starfield. It didn't take long for Danshin Starfield to contact him with a message. In a dark void, the cosmic boat was quietly suspended there, and in the distance, there were three figures rushing forward. The three of them were headed by a man in a golden robe, and the two next to them were also wearing a formal robe. In the space boat, but the blood-sword little friend. The man in the golden robe came to the space boat, and his voice passed into the space boat. Jian Wushuang stepped out of the cosmic boat immediately. I wonder if your excellency is... Jian Wushuang asked. The man in the gold robe carefully looked at Jian Wushuang, nodded slightly, and said, My name is Three Wings, and I come from the palace of God. God's palace? Jian Wushuang looked. He immediately understood that the superpower behind the Sea of Laws should be this divine palace. I just don't know who is stronger than weaker than the Nine Emperors' palace. Bloodsword friend, you are so talented that you can cross the fourth floor of the Sea of Laws at the second level. Some high-level strong men in the palace of Mai have noticed you, and this time sent me here. One is on behalf of the royal palace. I have a formal contact with you. Second, I also brought a gift to you. After that, the three-winged master of the golden robe man waved, and a large silver box appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The three-wing master opened the box, and Jian Wushuang immediately saw the square crystal jade placed in the box. These crystal jade are neatly arranged, and at a glance, I am afraid that there are dozens of such crystal jade. Three wings dominate. Are these crystal jades? Jian Wushuang revealed his doubts. These crystal jade are specifically used to store mysteries and secrets in the depths of the universe. There are 36 crystal jade in this box. All of them are a secret code that combines the laws of the universe with kendo, called the Secret of Purple Blood. Of course, there are 3 volumes of the complete Zishua secret, which are now brought to you, and each volume is divided into 3. Now, I will bring you only the first 3 volumes of the Secret of the Purple Blood secret. The master laughed. The Secret of Purple Blood, the secret of the combination of the law of the universe and kendo. Jian Wushuang stared. Not long ago, he asked Xinyun to dominate, and knew that the most common cosmic law used a secret code, which started with 100,000 source stones. But now, in the blink of an eye, the man in the palace of God sent a secret scripture of the combination of the laws of the universe and kendo to him. 3 wings dominate. As far as I know, the value of the secret code of the application of the laws of the universe is generally extremely expensive. The Purple Blood secret code you brought to me now should be very valuable, right? Jian Wushuang asked directly. Of course. 3-winged master smiled and nodded. It's true. Although I am the ultimate master and come from the palace of God, the wealth accumulated over the years can be considered some wealth, but all of my wealth adds up, I'm afraid it's worth a little bit of a scroll of this purple blood secret. Bloodsword boy, you may not know yet. In the universe, even the most common cosmic law using the method has a very high value. It is not affordable for ordinary masters at all. In combination with kendo, the cosmic law uses secrets. Code, the value is even more expensive. And now I bring you the purple blood secret, which is one of the 3 strongest kendo and cosmic law application secrets recognized by the vast universe. The founder of the Zishua secret is a super strong standing at the top of the universe. Whether he understands kendo or the application of the laws of the universe, he has reached the pinnacle. Let him ask the universe and the purple blood secret code he left behind. If it is a complete code, I am afraid that even the top supreme will value it. And now what I bring to you is just scrolling. It is better. However, even if it is only the scroll of the purple blood secret, the value is calculated by millions of cosmic source stones. Hearing the words of the 3 wings, Jian Wushuang was a little dazed. Value in millions of cosmic source rocks, millions of cosmic source stones, even for the supremely powerful, should be a lot of wealth. And some of the weaker or the poorer, the total net worth is estimated to be only about 1 million source rocks of the universe. In other words, the scroll of the purple blood secret is worth more than all the poor supreme net worth. 3 wings dominate. The scroll of the Zishua secret is too precious. The so-called power is not affected. I am afraid this secret is unacceptable. Jian Wushuang said solemnly, although the scroll of the Zishua scriptures had a tremendous effect on him, and he did not deny it. He was sincerely eager to get it. But he also knows that in this world there is no pie falling from the sky, and he has not paid anything, just showing some talents. How can he accept such a valuable gift? Xiaoyu doesn't accept it, but is worried that my God's palace will make some demands like Xiaoyu. The 3-wing master is smiling and looking at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not answer, but it was considered the default. Do NT worry about your friends. Honestly, although the talents of your friends are against the sky, they have also attracted the attention of some high-level powerhouses in the palace of God. But it's not too much to let me now come out with millions of source stones. The calculation of the Zishua secret came to solicit. The gift I brought today was actually not a direct gift from my divine palace, but an adult from my divine palace, a personal gift. 3 wings dominated the laugh. Private gift? I wonder who it is. Jian Wushuang frowned. Master Xiao, he is a member of the highest level of my God palace, and his strength is the top even among the many strong men in my God palace. Status is much higher than most supreme. 3 wings dominate the road. Xiao Yaoren, I have never seen this Xiao, and there should be no intersection with me. Why did he personally give me this Zishua secret scroll? Jian Wushuang asked. Xiaoyu, it's not that you and Master Xiao are not in the slightest intersection. You forgot the one who guarded the Sea of Law when you broke into the Sea of Laws in the Bone Pupil Starfield. He is the Master Xiao. And the Sea of Laws is Xiaoyao. A person's consciousness incarnates and defends. And I heard that Lord Xiao has pointed you in the Sea of Rules, said the 3-wing master. Is he? Jian Wushuang stunned, even if he understood. Within the rule of law, the old man in Tsing Yi told him that his application of the rules of the universe was too rough, and it did give him some pointers. But the former Xiao just gave him some random instructions, but now he even gave him such a valuable gift. This is a huge friendship. Chapter 4057. Second more. Little Blood Sword. Master Xiao, let us bring you the scroll of purple blood secret to you, and also let me bring you a word saying that he looks forward to your growth. 3 wings dominated and laughed. Hearing this, the sword had no strange 2-sided color, but his heart began to hesitate. If the scroll of the Zishua secret was given to him by the god's palace, there would be no success, and Jian Wushuang would not accept it. But now it is a personal gift from the Xiao Xiao. If he has nothing to do with the Lord Xiao Xiao himself. In fact, when he was in the Sea of Rules, he had already been instructed by this King Xiao Xiao, and it can be said that he had accepted the favor of the other party. Now, the other party just gives him a bigger relationship, and it's clear that the other party's gift to him is only casual, and it does not plan his later return. After all, the three wing masters also said that the Lord Xiao Xiao is the strongest at the highest level of the divine palace. His strength is among the most powerful and extremely powerful, and it is likely to be a top-level supreme. Although he has talents, he is still very weak now. He is as super-existent as Master Xiao. How can he try to reward him like this? That being the case, then please ask Master 3 to thank Master Xiao for me. Jian Wushuang said. When he said this, he obviously accepted the gift. That's right. Three wings dominated and laughed. Jian Wushuang also smiled slightly, but said secretly in his heart, "Anyway, the Sea of Rules, I have accepted the favor of the Xiao Xiao, and now it is only a greater affection of him. Reaching the Supreme, you can really reach the top of the vast universe, and naturally you will find a way to pay back, but if you can't reach that step, then I can't help it. Blood sword little friend, this purple blood secret scripture scroll has been given to you. I will go away and wait for the three of them." Three wings dominated. "Thanks a lot." Jian Wushuang thanked him. Soon, the three wings dominated the three and left, and Jian Wushuang returned to the spacecraft. As soon as he returned to the cosmic boat, cold as frost and magic flames greeted him immediately. "Fu Jun, what did the master just tell you?" Lung Rushuang asked. What Jian Wushuang had just said to the Lord of Three Wings briefly recounted. After listening, both Frosty and Magic Flames were a little faint. Purple blood secrets, secrets counted by million source stones. Cold as Frost was terrified. Million universe source stones, the net worth of a supreme-class strong man. But so is it. Mo Yen also said, "The value is amazing, and it was personally given by the Lord Xiao Xiao, and I have no reason to refuse." Jian Wushuangdo, "Master, you really don't need to refuse. The vast universe, there are countless powerful people, but those who are on the top, in the process of their rise, how many people have not endured the favors of others? And who has not received anything else? People help. She's alone. She doesn't even have a friend. She still grows up. She does, but she can have a few. What's more, that Lord Xiao is simply optimistic about your potential and looking forward to your growth, and only to give you some help. This is a kind of friendship, but if you have grown up in strength in the future, just give it back to him." Said Mo Yen, "I think so too." Jian Wushuang smiled. "Stop talking. I will study the Zishu's secret first." Cosmic boat. A secret room. Jian Wushuang sat quietly in front of him, and in front of him was the big box, which contained 36 square crystal jade, neatly. Jian Wushuang directly picked up the first crystal jade. With the sinking of consciousness, a vast message of information was transmitted to Jian Wushuang in an instant. The message of this first piece of crystal jade is not a combination of the laws of the universe and the origin of kendo, but only some basic and simple applications of the laws of the universe. But even so, Jian Wushuang's head is buzzing as if he has entered a brand new world. Indeed, as he received the message from the first piece of crystal jade, a brand new door was already in front of him. He didn't know anything about the use of the law of the universe. He just knew that he incorporated the law of the universe into his own attack and enhanced the power of the attack. But now, even if it is just some of the shallowest and simplest applications, it is enough for Jian Wushuang to open it. Time passed, and after half an hour, The two sides of the sword accepted the message in the first crystal jade. After accepting it, he was confused. This is just the first crystal jade, but I can only understand the messages at the beginning, and the application of the rules behind me has made me unable to immediately. Jian Wushuang shook his head, even though he began to accept the second crystal jade's message comes. The second piece of crystal jade has a much larger message, and it was only here that the combination of the laws of the universe and kendo began to be mentioned. It turned out to be a cover. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes. I always thought that the combination of the laws of the universe and kendo should be divided into primary and secondary. If it is not dominated by the laws of the universe, or it is dominated by kendo, in fact, the laws of the universe and kendo are governed by their own consciousness. The level of sentiment is like the number of an army, and so is kendo, but its own consciousness is definitely this absolute soul, a general-like existence. Consciousness governs the laws of the universe and kendo sentiment. The two are a perfect combination. With a smile on his face, Jian Wushuang continued to accept enlightenment. There are 3 volumes of the Zixue secret, each of which contains 36 crystal jade pieces, of which 12 crystal jade is a heavy realm. That is, the founder of the Zixue secret book will the combination of kendo and the laws of the universe is divided into 9 realms. For the first realm alone, Jian Wushuang needs to fully understand the information in the first 12 crystal jade. In fact, the current sword Wushuang even feels very confused about the first crystal jade. I can't understand it, let alone other crystal jades. However, to the sword's unparalleled surprise, this piece of crystal blood jade has divided the application of the laws of the universe with kendo in a very detailed way. It can be said that the entire process of applying the laws of the universe is combined with kendo to completely analyze. This makes Jian Wushuang understand much simpler. Getting started is also much easier. Like the first crystal jade, Jian Wushuang took only 30 years to fully understand it. Then he continued to enlighten the second crystal jade. The second crystal jade took a lot longer than the first one, but it only took less than 200 years. The third piece of crystal jade and sword Wushuang took 600 years. In a flash, 30,000 years have passed. Chapter 4058. The first is more. Long Shun Xinghe, a galaxy that is wider than Ziwei Xinghe, has more star fields and is more chaotic. Dragon Shenxing Hanoi also has a large number of star thieves, and its strength is stronger. There are many star thieves dominated by the 4th and 5th ranks. There are even rumors that Dragon Shenxing Hanoi even dominates the ultimate level. Within the galaxy, kill him. A small second-level master dominates. We would be fine without killing him. How dare he take the initiative to provoke us? Court death. There are hundreds of star robbers, like a wasp killing a man in black. At the same time, in front of Xinghe, the man in black held the sword in one hand, and his shape turned out. Like a ghost, it appeared strangely among those star thieves. Laugh, 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 laugh. The sword shadows seem to be arbitrarily taken out. These sword shadows are not very strong in terms of mere power, but they are abnormal mysteries. The sword shadow was easily chopped on the body of a famous star thief. Those weak first-level or second-level masters could not support a sword at all, so they were directly beheaded and killed, and the body cover was connected. The armor was easily torn apart. Even if the 3rd level dominates, one sword goes down, the treasure armor is torn, and his divine power is instantly killed by annihilation. Although this man in black is only a 2nd-level master, and his outbreak of divine power is only the 2nd-level extreme, but his sword skills, the 3rd-level master can't resist it. The slaughter is exactly one-sided slaughter. Hundreds of star thieves have been slaughtered for only a few breaths, and only a few star thieves have fled back, seeing the situation is not good. And then, hum, 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 for strong breaths abruptly swept away from the distant void. The 4 men, 3 men, and 1 woman all breathed on the 4th level. Leader! Leader! Seeing the appearance of the 4, the star thieves who were lucky enough to survive, as if they saw a savior, shouted miserably. These 4 are the leaders of this star thief team. In the Xinhua Xinghe, even a small star thief gang has a 4th rank to dominate the town. Now, this star thief has 4 ranks to dominate. A 2nd-level master has killed so many of us. He is just a 2nd-level master. The outbreak of divine power is only a 2nd-level master. But his sword skills cannot even stop the 3rd-level master. The Excalibur in his water should be a treasure of the highest quality rules. If one sword goes down, even the strongest treasure can be torn. The 4 leaders who came were extremely cold and stared at Jian Wushuang. Under the cold eyes, they all had the intention of killing. 4 4th-level masters? That would take a little bit of hands and feet. Jian Wushuang looked up at the 4 people in front of him, but a smile appeared on his face. This smile is very clear. Suddenly, the sword has no body shape, like a teleportation. It easily crosses the void and appears in front of the 4 leaders. Be careful! All 4 leaders were shocked, because the speed at which Jian Wushuang burst out was very fast. But at the moment they reacted, Jian Wushuang had already sent his sword. Wow! Very ordinary and casual sword. In the eyes of the 4 4th-level masters, this sword is even very slow, soft, as if there is no trace of strength. Such a slow sword, let alone the master. I am afraid that even an ordinary ruler may avoid it. However, when the 4 leaders saw the sword unparalleled and were ready to fight back, they found in horror that their bodies could not move. It's not that it's not moving, it's moving. It's too slow. Slowly, it's just like a snail. Slowly, they can't avoid it at all. And they can't resist the light of the sword that swordsman is waving. It's not that we are too slow, but his swordsmanship, it's too fast. The thoughts immediately appeared in the minds of the 4 leaders. They widened their eyes and watched the slow, soft sword light chop their necks at the same time. The physical power of the arcane warframe of their bodies has been fully activated, protecting them. However, the sword light was cut, and the boldest, strongest treasure of the highest treasure, even as a piece of paper, was torn directly by your sword light. The sword light continued unabated and continued to cut to their body. Laugh, 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 laugh. The sound of Jian Feng's body sounding, for huge heads flew up at the same time. The 4 chiefs still carried panic, and an incredible amount. They didn't believe it until they died. A 2nd-level master, with just 1 sword, instantly killed 4 of them, even their arcane warframe, and their immortal body. No effect. The leader is dead. 1 sword killed 4 leaders. Escape. The star thieves who were lucky enough to survive were even more frightened. They had been frightened and started fleeing wildly. Jian Wushuang did not go after these people again. The ancient spacecraft stopped in the void beside the sword warrior, cold and frosty, and the magic flame came out of the spacecraft. Fujun, your strength is much higher than 30,000 years ago. Lung Rushuang laughed. Only using the divine power of the 2nd-ranking master, 1 sword will kill 4 4th-ranking masters. Master your strength. The magic flame was also extremely amazed. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Dominate the combat power with the 2nd rank. Kill 4 4th-rank dominators with 1 sword. In fact, this is nothing. You must know that Jian Wushuang has the 5th rank power early on, even killed Lei Stellar, the 5th-level master. However, The reason why Jian Wushuang has that kind of combat power is that the digital display is because his own divine power is extremely powerful, comparable to the divine power dominated by the third rank, coupled with the willpower given by the laws of the universe and the power of life and power, the two mysteries of the heavenly art. This makes him no worse than any fourth-level master in power. But this time, whether he slaughtered the star thieves or killed the four fourth-level masters with one sword, his divine power has always been controlled at the second-level level, and he never used the one given by the laws of the universe, willpower. In other words, he used the power of an ordinary second series to dominate and purely relied on his own swordsmanship, as well as his perception and application of the laws of the universe, to kill the four fourth series dominates. If this step was placed 30,000 years ago, Jian Wushuang would definitely not be able to do it, but with his understanding of the Zishua's secret, the application of the laws of the universe has continued to increase in recent years, and combined with swordplay, his swordplay has been brought into play. More delicate and terrible than the original, several times or nearly 10 times. Only then can he do this. Chapter 4059. 2 more arrive today. Fu Jun, the Zishua's secret comes first. Have you ever mastered it? Lung Rushuang asked. How easy is that? Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. The Zishua's secret scrolls the triple realm. The first realm needs to fully understand the first 12 crystal jade, and in these 30,000 years, Jian Wushuang has understood the first 10 crystal jade. The 11th piece of jade is completely close, but the 12th piece of jade is far away. But this purple blood secret is really magical. I only understand the top 10 crystal jade. The application of the law of the universe is still in the basic stage, but the combination of the application of the law of the universe and swordplay has made my swordplay more sophisticated than before as much as 10 times. The power is much stronger. In addition, my improved use of the laws of the universe has actually brought me a new level of mastery of the Wu Weeping Sword. The sword's eyes were shining with a strong light. Wu Weiss Divine Sword is a top-class rule, and this level of rule is extremely important. However, although Jian Wushuang had comprehended the laws of the universe, he only barely exerted a little power of the Wu Cry Excalibur, but now, with the improvement of his understanding of the laws of the universe, the most important thing is to deepen the application of the laws of the universe. He can already exert the higher power of Wu Cry Excalibur. Because of this, just when he fought with those star thieves, Wu Weeping Sword was chopped on the opponent's body, and the treasured armor of the opponent's body couldn't bear it either directly or it was torn apart. Only the strongest treasures of the treasure level cannot resist the attack of the treasure of the superior rule at all. My application of the laws of the universe is still very low now. When I fully understand the first 12 crystal jade and reach the first realm of the purple blood secret, I am afraid there will still be a big improvement in my strength. Sword Warrior's Secret Road. Of course, he also knew that he was still a step away. Let's continue to smash. This dragon Xinxing Hanoi has countless star theft. There are many strong, but it is just for me as a training experience. Jian Wushuang smiled. The spacecraft continued to glide towards the end of Xingha. Dragon Xinxing Hanoi has numerous star thefts, and Jian Wushuang completely treats them as experienced opponents. Every time he encounters the star thief gang, he will kill directly and defeat the other side. And when those star thieves fight, Jian Wushuang will not directly leak his strongest strength, but will deliberately maintain his own divine power, and will dominate the power with a normal second level, relying on swordsmanship and the laws of the universe use, and fight with these star thieves. But even so, the ordinary star thief gang still can't stop Jian Wushuang. Even if it is dominated by the fourth grade, Jian Wushuang can easily kill. 200 years passed quickly. In the Long Shun star field, a bald, old man stood in front of Jian Wushuang, and around the two there were a large number of star thief corpses. These star thieves were just slaughtered by Jian Wushuang relentlessly. But it was only because of the slaughter that he led the bald old man out. You are the blood sword. The bald old man stared coldly, staring at the sword, unparalleled. Blood sword. This is the fame that Jian Wushuang reported himself. For nearly hundreds of years, the name of the blood sword was very loud in Dragon Shenxing, Hanoi. The reason for this is because during this short period of hundreds of years, the number of star thieves slaughtered by Jian Wushuang did not know how many, and the forces of star thieves were also destroyed by Jian Wushuang a lot. And he also took the spacecraft and repeatedly took the initiative to kill those star thieves. You know, the star thieves in the galaxy are not stupid. Under normal circumstances, they do not dare to proactively see the spacecraft, and as long as the star thieves do not actively provoke them, the strong men in the spacecraft will not bother to care about these stars. Still, but this blood sword is different. Even if the star thieves did not take the initiative to provoke him, he would still go directly to the door and kill the star thieves for no reason. This behavior is obviously a trial of the star thieves. Stone. Most importantly, he is only just a second-level master. It is difficult to stay in the spotlight in Long Chenxing, Hanoi. Who are you? Jian Wushuang also looked at the bald old man in front of him. Moored ancestor, said the bald old man. Sorry, never heard of it, Jian Wushuang said. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard it. You just need to remember the name, because you will soon die in his hands. Mo Hong ancestor said. Oh, very confident. Jian Wushuang smiled oddly. Huh. The bald old man hummed coldly, followed by a big hand wave. Buzzing, I saw a stream of black light quickly condensing in front of him, and in the blink of an eye formed a black 3-meter sword. As soon as the black Excalibur took shape, a vast black power burst out, and the entire galaxy was swept by this dark force and became completely dim. Sword array? Jian Wushuang frowned. A 5th-level master, seeing me casting a sword array without saying a word, is really worthy of me. Jian Wushuang chuckled, and Wu Weiss Excalibur had already appeared in his hands, and his body also had a strong, not weak breath rises. After all, the opponent is the real 5th-level master. Jian Wushuang naturally cannot conceal his strength in order to hone as before and retain the power of divine power. At the beginning, Jian Wushuang intends to shoot with all his strength. However, the moment the black Excalibur took shape and burst directly at him, Jian Wu's eyes and pupils shrank sharply. He stared at the black Excalibur galloping forward. Among the black Excalibur, the strongest element contained was the power of the Dark Rule. The entire sword array itself was dominated by the Dark Rule. The other major rules were complement each other. But at the moment, Jian Wushuang saw something very subtle in this black divine sword. These things are insignificant, but Jian Wushuang noticed it. And for a moment, Jian Wushuang's mind had some more enlightenment. Is that so? Darkness, essence, details. There was a strong ecstasy in the eyes of Jian Wushuang, but he returned ecstatically, and the black Excalibur galloped without mercy. The endless dark carrier had a tremendous power. In a blink of an eye, he wrapped the sword unparalleled. Boom! A violent roar. A large amount of dark air smashed frantically with the sword. In this endless darkness, a silhouette stormed out. This figure is the Sword Wushuang, who was repelled by the black divine sword. At the moment, although his figure is a little embarrassed, the breath on his body has not weakened at all, and the ecstasy in his eyes did not decrease at all, but was even more intense. Chapter 4060. The first is more. So it is the trace I have been missing before is just a trace of the essence of the Dark Rule. Jian Wushuang was extremely excited. Dark Rules fusion. The power of a large number of rules on Jian Wushuang rises up. including the rich dark rules, and in the blink of an eye, the power of these rules is all blended together, extremely perfect. At this moment, the swordless twins were all shocked, and their deities, including their own divine power, began to transform instantly. Okay. Mo Hong's ancestor stood in the void in front of Jian Wushuang, but the black divine sword still hovered in front of him with a shocking breath. But Mo Hong's ancestor was already frowning at this moment. I didn't hurt him in that blow, and the breath on his body. Mo Hong's ancestor was a 5th-level master, and his keen perception was so obvious that he could see the sword Wushuang at this moment. It's different. The breath of divine power alone has improved a lot compared to before. Did you break it? Mo Hong's ancestor murmured. Indeed, the current sword is unparalleled, and the breath emanating from his body has reached the 3rd-level dominating level. After taking control of the heavenly will of the gods in the early days, he realized tens of thousands of years. Jian Wushuang finally perfectly integrated the dark rules of the 6th rule, and his own realm also smoothly climbed to the 3rd level. Fu Jun, the host, in the cosmic boat not far away from the sky, the cold and frost and magic flames that have been paying attention to this scene have also noticed the changes in Jian Wushuang's body. Mo Hong, the ancestor, I have to thank you. If it were not for the dark sword array you just cast, I would like to incorporate the 6th rule. I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. Jian Wushuang looked at Mo Hong with a smile. What if you break it? You still have to die. But Mo Hong's ancestor uttered a cold hum, the black divine sword hovering quietly in front of him, and a whine appeared again like a phantom in Jian Wushuang before. A sharp breath of Xian came through, and the power of this black Excalibur was obviously stronger than before. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. He has already broken through, naturally did not want to waste time with this Mo Hong ancestor. I saw Jian Wushuang holding up the Wu crying Excalibur in his hand, and a vast divine power was instilled directly into the Excalibur, although he is dominated by the 3rd level. But because of the perfect level of life, his divine power is already at the 4th level, plus the willpower given by the laws of the universe, as well as the power of life and decisive spells. The 2 mysteries make the sword Wushuang the sword purely in divine power, which is no weaker than any 5th-level master. In other words, Jian Wushuang also cast this sword with the power of the 5th grade. We must know that Jian Wushuang understands the laws of the universe and even uses them in combination with his swordsmanship. This is impossible to imagine in the 5th series. As a result, a funny scene appeared. Jian Wushuang just raised the long sword in his hand and simply slashed out. He did not perform any great swordsmanship at all, but just slashed the sword at will. It feels as if adults are teaching their children. It's simple. Crazy. Even Mo Hong's ancestor couldn't help anger. But as the Wu weeping sword split on the black exalted sword, the power of terror broke out. The black Excalibur sword formation, which was dominated by Mo Hong's ancestors with the 5th rank, was actually any ability to resist, and it collapsed directly into the sky, and the black light dissipated. The sword of Wushuang continued to simply and violently hack at Mo Hong's ancestor. How is that possible? Mo Hong's ancestor glared, but Jian Guang had already split on his head. The Mo Hong ancestor's body surface also has the strongest armor of the treasure, but after Jian Guang split, his armor of the treasure shook slightly, and there was no damage, but most of the power in the sword was directly passed through the armor to the body of Mo Hong's ancestor. This powerful force is outrageous, and Mo Hong's ancestor's own deity is not very strong, which causes Mo Hong's ancestor's body to be smashed directly into the sky at this moment. In just a moment, the body of Mo Hong's ancestor was reorganized again. After being reorganized, he did not look at Jian Wushuang anymore, but immediately a large amount of black light emerged from his body, and he turned into a black horror, fleeing to the back in the sky with a crazy speed. Mo Hong ancestor! No way, he had to escape. With just one sword, Jian Wushuang's horrible strength revealed completely scared his gall. 70%. My divine power was suddenly annihilated by 70%. Mo Hong's ancestors were trembling as they fled. Jian Wushuang's simple and rude, seemingly an adult bullying a child, not only defeated his sword array in an instant, but also bombarded his body, smashed his body, and then killed him in full. Into the divine power. How terrible is the power of this sword? Mo Hong's ancestors don't know, but Mo Hong's ancestors know very well that with such a sword, once again, he will certainly die. So he can only flee wildly. Seeing him running away, Jian Wushuang did not go hunting again. Looking at your help to break through, I will spare you my life. Jian Wushuang's voice sounded in Mo Hong's ear. Mo Hong's ancestors were relieved, but escaped this void as quickly as possible, and soon disappeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The ancient spacecraft came to Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang swept directly into the spacecraft. Congratulations, husband. Lung Wushuang laughed. Master, congratulations. Mo Yen also said, ha ha. Jian Wushuang smiled brightly, and he was very happy. It is a huge leap for him to integrate the sixth rule and break through to reach the third level. Naturally, his own strength will also change dramatically. The power of divine power alone has increased a lot, and as the realm gets higher and higher, he can learn a lot faster whether he is enlightened on Kendo or the law of the universe. Master, you can kill the 5th level master at the 2nd level. Now you have not only got the scroll of purple blood secret, but you have also reached the 3rd level. Then your current combat power is at the 1st level. Among the 5th level masters should be invincible, right? Mo Yen looked over. I do know if there is invincibility in the 5th level of domination, but I dare say that the entire vast universe, except for those who have the same innate advantages as me or have the opportunity to oppose the sky among the masters, there should be few better than me. Jian Wushuang said. Chapter 4061. Second more. The entire vast universe, except for those who have the same great innate advantage as me or who have the opportunity to oppose the sky, there should be few of them who are better than me in the 5th series. Under normal circumstances, this sentence, spoken from a 3rd level master, is enough to cause countless practitioners to disdain and sneer. However, Jian Wushuang, who said this sentence, did have this confidence. Now he breaks through to reach the 3rd level domination because of the relationship of the willpower given by the law of the universe. His divine power is not weaker than the ordinary 5th rank domination. In other words, at the basic level, it is already comparable to the 5th grade. The only difference is that there are not so many rules of integration, but Jian Wushuang's advantage in the law of the universe is too great. The law of the universe is unattainable among the numerous masters that are common to the vast universe. The vast universe dominates countless, but it is rare to truly understand the laws of the universe at the level of domination. And once the master understands the laws of the universe, the advantage is much greater than other masters. But the sword is unparalleled, but it is not only a glimpse of the laws of the universe. His understanding of the laws of the universe has reached a certain level. When the pupil of the bones was large, he was able to break through the 4 layers of the sea before the rule. After obtaining the secret of purple blood, the use of the rules of the universe has been greatly improved, and in combination with Kendo, it has definitely possessed the strength to cross the 5th layer of the sea of rules. This level of cosmic law is felt, and it is no less than the ordinary supreme. In this case, He naturally relies on the laws of the universe to crush many Fifth-Order masters. Like the Demon Lord who just controls the Dark Sword and Sword formation, his strength is very good. Among the fifth-level masters, he is definitely not the bottom, but belongs to the very strong one. For such masters, Jian Wushuang was indeed a random sword, and it was smashed directly, not even the sword skill. His strength has surpassed the fifth level to dominate a large part. In addition, he still has a lot of whole cards. If he bursts out, even if he is the ultimate level dominator, he will have a confident and positive battle. Because of this, Jian Wushuang dare to say that among the fifth series of the vast universe, he is stronger than him and cannot find a few. Of course, those who have the same innate advantages or have a large background, who have gotten the opportunity to go against the sky, are the exception. Reaching the third level, whether I am aware of the Zishua secret or understand the laws of the universe or enlighten the kendo, they are relatively higher than before. The first realm of the Zishua secret, I am sure to reach it within 20,000 years. At that time, my strength will be improved a lot again, and I do need to continue to kill in the Dragon and Xinqing River. I'll rush to the Juyao Starfield as soon as possible. Sword unparalleled. He passed by the Dragon and Xinqing River. The reason why he actively seeks out the troubles of the Star Thieves and kills them in the Dragon and Xinqing River is to hone his swordsmanship and the use of the laws of the universe in order to reach Juyao Star. The first 12 crystals of the Zishua secret have been realized before the realm, reaching the first realm of Zishua secret. After all, his master Xian Yi was rewarded in the Juyao Starfield, and he was rewarded by a great force with the ultimate dominator behind him. Jian Wushuang wants to help his master, naturally needs enough strength. Originally his strength was not enough, so he took the time to find more ways to improve his strength, but now, since his realm has broken through, and has already be sure to reach the first realm of the Zishua code before arriving at Juyao Starfield, then naturally there is no need to delay time in the middle. As the Dragon sinks into Hanoi, the spacecraft begins to shuttle at an accelerated speed. The shuttle in the darkness of the universe is extremely long and boring, but the strong man had to endure loneliness. Jian Wushuang and his wife accompanied him all the way, and his mood also surpassed. A flash, another 74,000 years passed. Together with the time before Jian Wushuang swept all the way, it adds up to nearly 100,000 years. During the period, Jian Wushuang passed through the unknown star field, and even the cosmic galaxy passed through 4 full stars. Until now, he finally reached the Juyao star field. On the way, Jian Wushuang knew a lot of information about Juyao Starfield long ago. Juyao's large star field, although it is also a large star field, is much stronger than the big pupil he has stayed before. The big pupil field has only 2 first-level astral planes, and the strongest one is dominated by 2 ultimate levels. The Juyao large star field is closer to the depths of the universe. There are enough 8. In addition, the years of existence of the Juyao star field are extremely old, at least much older than the bone pupil star field. Like the bone pupil star field, the 2 first-order astral universes were born from the universe, and before the 2 first-order star circles were born, no other first-class star field appeared in the bone pupil star field. Although the real strong ones are Jin Yuxing and Qin Yan. However, although there are only 8 first-level astral planes in Juyao Great Star Field, before these 8 first-level astral planes, many first-level astral planes have reached the end of their lives and collapsed by themselves, and there are many. However, although the astral world is annihilated, those strong people who stand among the peaks in the astral world can survive. Some of the strong people go to the depths of the universe, while others continue to stay, which leads to 9. There are a lot of strong players in Yaoda Starfield. Like the ultimate level of dominance, the whole Juyao Starfield is more than 20 in total, and there are even rumors that there are hidden supremes in the Juyao Starfield. Of course, there is no supreme hidden in the end. Few people know this. After all, Juyao Starfield has not seen the supreme strong for many years. The 9 strongest stars in the field of Juyao are not the 8 first-class stars, but the 4 strongest. Like the Thunder Palace that rewarded his master Xuanyi at the beginning, it is one of the 4 strongest forces with deep foundations, and the overall strength is superb. Like the ultimate master, there are 3 known in the Thunder Palace. One of them, who is now the throne of the Thunder Palace, is said to be at the top level even if he is the master of the ultimate level. Such a large star field with many strong players. Even though Jian Wushuang is now a lot more powerful than before, he has fully understood the first 12 crystal jade of the Zixue secret. Reaching the first level in a realm you can face the Thunder Palace, Jian Wushuang still feels tremendous pressure. Chapter 4062. The first is more. Juyao Starfield, inside Jodi Pavilion. Hello, swordsman. Hello, I am one of the directors of Jiujin Pavilion in Juyao Starfield, Fei Xue. A beautiful and graceful woman stood in front of Jian Wushuang, showing a mild smile. Although Jian Wushuang only dominated the 3rd rank, he was on the list of 9 emperors. No matter whether he was in the 9 emperors' pavilion of that star field, he was necessarily received by the supervisor himself. Supervisor Fei Xue, I need the treasures on this list. Jian Wushuang took out the list of treasures prepared a long time ago. This list of treasures is naturally the list of treasures needed to cultivate the 4th most important thing of the Supreme Immortal. The beautiful woman Fei Xue took the list, glanced briefly, and nodded slightly. Bloodsword little friend, I have all the treasures you want in the Juyao Starfield. If you need them now, I can do it as soon as possible. The speed of the fight will be delivered to you in 10 days, but the treasures on this list are of extraordinary value. I estimated that it will be about 8,300 universe primitives, but my friend is my friend of Jiuding Pavilion. Only 8,000 cosmic source stones. Within 10 days. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. At first, it was only a medium-sized star field in the Ziwei star field. The director of the Ziwei star field, Barmer, needed thousands of years to make up these treasures. But in this 9 star field, it only took 10 days to get together. It can be seen that the gap between large star fields and medium star fields is large. This is the source of 8,000 universes. Jian Wushuang directly took out a ring of heaven and earth. There are indeed 8,000 cosmic source stones in the Qianquan ring. This is the sword master that killed Lei Hengxing in the Ziwei Xinghe before the sword Wushuang, and the nearly 100,000 years of the universe breaking down, killing countless star thieves come down. On wealth, Jian Wushuang's current net worth will not be lower than those of ordinary level masters. Even if he now took out 8,000 cosmic source stones, he still has various treasure resources worth thousands of cosmic source stones. This is not even the special venom of 1,000 cosmic source stones he got from Jisu. Bloodsword friends, rest assured, within 10 days, I will personally send the treasures on this list to you. Fei Xue smiled. Supervisor Fei Xue, this time I came here, in addition to asking for these treasures, I also imagined you asking something. Jian Wushuangdo, my friend is on the list of 9 emperors and is qualified to share the many information in my 9 emperors pavilion. As long as it is within my authority, I can answer whatever the friend asks. Fei Xue laughed. I want to ask about the reward order issued by Thunder Palace more than 100,000 years ago. Jian Wushuangdo, the reward order. Fei Xue stunned, but immediately reacted. The little friend said that the Thunder Palace paid a good price to reward Xian Yi. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. I want to know what happened to the reward order. Bloodsword friend, I know the reward you mentioned. After all, when Thunder God Palace released this reward because the price of the reward was extremely high. Just providing the other party's information and location, you can get a value of 100 sources, the reward of stone, and to capture or kill the opponent, you can get a treasure of the rule of Chinese goods, plus 500 cosmic source stones. Such a high reward, which was a big together at the time, it was a sensation, and many of the 4th and 5th series dominated it. But as far as I know, although this bounty order has caused a lot of movement, and there are many strong people who pay attention to this bounty order, I have not heard of anyone who got the bounty on the bounty order. Fei Xue Road. Did anyone get a bounty? Jian Wushuang frowned. No one gets a bounty, which means that no one has found his master's place. That is to say, the person on the reward order should be alive by now. Jian Wushuang do. This isn't necessary. Fei Xue shook his head again. Bloodsword boy, I'm afraid you don't know yet. Just over 3,000 years ago, the Thunder God Palace suddenly revoked the reward order. Revoked? Jian Wushuang stunned. Why revoke? Well, Fei Xue paused, then continued. Under normal circumstances, a hegemonic force like the Thunder God Palace in the Joyao Starfield, since it is determined to reward each other, it should not stop easily. But now suddenly the reward order has been revoked. There are only 2 possibilities. One is to know that the other party has already escaped from the Joyao Starfield long ago, and even escaped to the extremely remote territory. The law involves some distant territories, and it is naturally difficult to help the other party, so the reward is withdrawn. The other possibility is that the person who was offered a reward has been found by the people in Thunder Palace and has been beheaded, and everyone has died. This reward naturally makes no need for existence. When I heard Blizzard, the sword had no double-sided color and was a bit ugly. He knew that Blizzard was telling the truth, and the Thunder Palace suddenly revoked the reward order. Only the above 2 possibilities are possible, but these 2 possibilities may be better if the first one, but if the second one. Jian Wushuang tightened his hands tightly, and his eyes became extremely cold. 9 Emperor Pavilion's intelligence capabilities are there. Is there any way to confirm for me what kind of possibility it is? Jian Wushuang said, looking at Fei Xue. This is not easy. Fei Xue shook his head. Bloodsword friend, as far as I know, the rewarded Xian Yi, this conflict with Thunder God Palace is very fierce. It can be said that it attracted the anger of the entire Thunder God Palace. Otherwise, it would not cause such a big movement. However, although the movement was very large at the beginning, when the Thunder God Palace revoked the reward order, it was very low-key, not even in the 9 how big waves caused by Yauda Starfield. Thor's palace has never mentioned the reward order to the outside world. I know that you, the Bloodsword friends, attach great importance to this reward. You have also inquired about it, but you have not received any reply. If I am not mistaken, the highest level of the Thunder Palace should be in this matter. It was a forbidden password. Forbidden password? Jian Wushuang frowned. Even Jyoti Pavilion was so influential that it couldn't get any news from Thor's palace. It seems that those who know the final result of the reward should only be those at the top of Thor's palace, and even many top-level strong may not know. Xiaojian Xiaoyu, if you really want to figure out the outcome of this matter, you can only go to those top powerhouses in Thunder God Palace. My Jyoti Pavilion can provide you with a copy of the top powerhouses in Thunder God Palace. It is up to you to decide who your friends are looking for. Fei Xue smiled. Chapter 4063. 2 more arrived today. In addition to the list of the top powerhouses in Jyoti Pavilion, I also need to know that Xian Yi was rewarded by Thunder Palace, all his information, and the specific contradictions between him and Thunder Palace, and what he did. Sword Wushuangdo. No problem. Fei Xue still nodded, smiling. Soon, Fei Xue passed 2 complete pieces of information to the front of Jian Wu. These two pieces of information, one is about the information of the top powerhouses in Thunder God Palace, and the other is about Xuani. Jian Wushuang first looked at Xian Yi's information. After seeing the information, Jian Wushuang's brow deepened. According to this information, Xuani is a strong man born in the second-order astral world of Joyao Starfield. His birth, from the time he started to grow, to the rise, were mentioned, and in great detail, each step of the growth process can be accurately witnessed. Although this process cannot be considered too exciting, it also stumped and grew up because Xuani was not the kind of dazzling super genius when he rose up in the Morrowstar realm. He was relatively mediocre all the way and felt like ordinary that kind. From the beginning of his cultivation to the ruler of the rule, he did not have much fame. Until he reached the level of dominance silently, he gradually gained a certain reputation, and his fame was not because of his strength, but because of his endless variety of means. He has studied all aspects of alchemy, such as alchemy, formation, and soul, and has achieved certain achievements. Some of his methods even make some people who are obviously stronger than him feel headaches. Although the means are good, it is also limited to a Morrowstar world. However, he really famous the entire Joyao Starfield, that is, the collision with the Thunder God Palace more than 100,000 years ago. That collision was Xian Yi's battle for fame. From an ordinary master who has only a certain reputation in the Morrowstar world, he has become a situational figure in the whole Joyao Starfield and became known to everyone. In that battle, Xian Yi dominated the battle force with his third rank, not only killed the fourth rank of the throne, but most importantly, he also killed a super thunder of the Thunder Palace. Genius Thunderwing. At that time, Thunderwing was recognized as the first genius of the Thunder God Palace and even the entire Joyao Starfield. Although it was only the third-level master, it had already realized a bit of the universe's laws early. In addition, it was the personal biography of the Lord of the Thunder Palace. One of the disciples has a lot of resources to cultivate, and the potential is limitless. But in the battle 100,000 years ago, this Thunderwing was killed by Xian Yi directly. Maybe this Thunderwing himself can't think of it. He is also the third-level master. He is the first genius recognized in the entire Starfield, and he will die in the hands of the other. It is precisely because of the death of Thunderwing that Thor's shrine is completely furious, and then there will be a reward that will make the whole Joyao Starfield sensational. The first genius who killed that Thunder Palace, or the disciple of the Throne Palace Master, is no wonder that Thunder Palace will be furious. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. That Thunderwing, after all, realized a trace of the laws of the universe. Even in the big star field, it is extremely difficult to have a master who understands the laws of the universe. Like the big pupil of the bone pupil, an emperor who realized a glimpse of the laws of the universe finally appeared, and was immediately accepted by the Qingyan star as a personal disciple, and the hostile Jinyu star was willing to pay great the price, but still cannot find the second master of the rules of the universe. Although the Thunderwing comes from the Thunder God Palace, and has many resources cultivated by the Thunder God Palace, it is already amazing to be able to comprehend a little of the law of the universe at the third level. Such a genius, Thunder God Palace, will definitely be regarded as a baby. But unfortunately, this baby was killed by Xian Yi. As for why Xian Yi killed him, suddenly for a woman, Jian Wushuang showed surprise, because in his impression, his master is basically the kind of desireless. He has contacted his master for so many years and has never heard of what woman his master has to do with. But now, his master Xian Yi would kill someone for a woman, and he still killed the super genius of Thunder God Palace. The relationship between this woman named Ba and Master Shi is unusual. Jian Wushuang looked at the woman named Aba, mentioned in the information, and after his master Xian Yi beheaded and killed that Thunderwing, he disappeared with the woman, and even Jodi Pavilion could not find their place. This is all the information about his master Xian Yi in this Jiuyao star field and the festival between Thunder God Palace. What makes the sword unparalleled is that the rise of his master in these 9 star fields is indeed so clear that the whole process has been verified, and his years of life are still very old, as if he did indeed. It was born in the Jiuyao star field and has always lived in the Jiuyao star field. But if he was born in Jiuyao and stayed in Jiuyao, what is Xuanyi in the beginning of God? In Jiuyao Great Star, Xuanyi, who was rewarded by the Thunder Palace, is exactly the same as master in both appearance and body. There is no doubt that he is master, but he has always stayed in Jiuyao Great Star. Obviously never left. What is going on? Jian Wushuang frowned. Is it a clone? Jian Wushuang could not help thinking, but soon he shook his head. His master Xuanyi has always been inscrutable, mysterious, and various methods all make Jian Wushuang feel incredible. Even if he now has the ultimate dominance, his master is still a huge mystery in his heart. The more he contacted this mystery, the more he became puzzled. To really solve this mystery, maybe he would only see Xuanyi again in person. But now his master does not know if he is still in the Jiuyao starfield. As for whether he has been found and killed by the people in Thunder Palace, that Sword Wushuang is definitely not convinced. I believe what kind of master he is. Although the strength of the Thunder Palace is extraordinary, he may not be able to kill him by a small margin. But even if his master is still alive, he does not know where it is, and the only person who is likely to know his master's whereabouts are the highest levels of Thor's temple. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the second piece of information in front of those who are at the top of the Thunder Palace. Immediately, Jian Wushuang began to browse the information of this strongest person in the Thunder Palace. Chapter 4064. The first is more. Thunder Palace, as one of the 4 strongest forces in the Jiuyao starfield, has many powerful men. Like the strongest who dominates the 4th level, and above, there are hundreds of Thor palaces. However, among these many powerful people, those who can really be called the highest level are estimated to have more than 10 people, and Jian Wushuang is now looking at the information of more than 10 people. Among the more than 10 people, the strength is the strongest, that is, the 3 ultimate level masters of the Thunder God Palace, and the Sword Wushuang is directly ignored. After all, although he is very powerful now, he can fight a head-on battle at the ultimate level, but it is only a head-on battle, but he cannot win or kill the opponent, and naturally he cannot get what he wants from the opponent. Message. Therefore, Jian Wushuang can only choose the remaining strongest players whose strength is at the 5th level. Jian Wushuang quickly found a target suitable for him. The first law enforcement elder of Thunder Palace, King Emperor Rain. Jian Wushuang looked at the information in front of him. Thunder Palace, as one of the strongest forces in the Jiuyao starfield, not only has a large number of powerful people, but also the territory under His Majesty's control. Like the 8 first-level astral planes in the Jiuyao starfield, which are still in the operational stage, Thor's palace occupies a full 2. In addition, there are a large number of second-level astrology and third-order astrals in the Jiuyao starfield. The astral world is also under the control of the Thunder Palace. Controlling such a large territory, naturally, will inevitably deal with emergencies in those territories. Therefore, in the Thunder God Palace, there is a temple of law enforcement. There are a large number of deacons in the temple of law enforcement, as well as a few law enforcement elders. All of them are powerful men. Whenever something happens in the territory of His Majesty's palace, if it can't be resolved, the strong in the temple of law enforcement will appear, and if a major event occurs, the law enforcement elder will take the shot himself. All the law enforcement elders in the law enforcement temple are dominated by the 5th level. As the first law enforcement elder of the law enforcement temple and the owner of the entire law enforcement temple, the Emperor Rain is naturally a member of the highest level of the Thunder Temple, and his combat power has reached the extreme of the 5th level. In the palace, enough to rank 5th. Because of this Emperor Rain's status in the Thunder God Palace, second only to those 3 ultimate level masters, he must be the one who knows the result of the reward. Jian Wu's eyes flashed a strange light. In fact, in the list of strong men that Blizzard gave him, there are still a few people who are qualified to know the result of the reward. The reason why Jian Wushuang chose the Emperor Rain is mainly because of the position of the Emperor Rain. It is the first law enforcement elder of Thor's palace. Since they are law enforcement elders, they must definitely go out to perform tasks. Like some of the other top powerhouses on the list, most of them are in the old nest of Thor's palace or in some important places. It is not so easy for Jian Wushuang to want to deal with them. Only this Emperor Rain King is relatively easy to get started. As long as Jian Wushuang takes a little effort, it is estimated that he will be able to lead him out and let him come home. Although the Emperor Rain King has the 5th level peak combat power, with my current strength, it should not be difficult to win him. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly and already made a decision. However, Jian Wushuang did not leave directly, but waited for 10 days in the Jodi Pavilion. 10 days later, Fei Shui personally delivered the many treasures needed for the 4th tier of the Supreme Immortal Mystic Body to Jian Wushuang in front of him, and in addition brought Jian Wushuang a top-quality rule armor. This rule was purchased by Jian Wushuang, who spent nearly 2,000 cosmic source stones on himself. He also bought one for his wife as cold as frost. Although he has now acquired the treasure of the Supreme Immortal Xian Body, he can cultivate into the Supreme Immortal Xian Body by spending some time and energy. At that time, his body is enough to be comparable to the general rule of inferiority. However, there is a rule that the armor-level armor is still a great improvement on his body protection ability. The most important thing is that he can procure the power in the treasure armor, which will also help to improve his own strength. After getting what he wanted, Jian Wushuang left Jodi Pavilion. Fu Jun, are we going to deal directly with that Emperor Rain now? Or should we first find a place where you can practice the 4th most important thing in the Supreme Immortal? Lung Rushuang asked. Go first against that Emperor Rain King. As for the 4th priority of the Supreme Immortal Mystic Body, although you have already obtained the treasures to assist in cultivation, but I really need a lot of time to really make this heavy mystery. At least it will be 1,000 or 2,000 years, and I can't wait that long. Jian Wushuangdo, 1,000 or 2,000? Cold as frost. In his opinion, with his husband's talents and understanding, and received auxiliary cultivation treasures, it should be very easy to make the secret technique, but he did not expect that it would take so long. It's normal. I practiced the 2nd and 3rd tiers alone. I practiced in the Tower of Time and Space with a flow rate of 1,000 times for more than 10,000 years. This 4th tier is more difficult than the first 3 tiers. It's easier to understand, but it takes time. Jian Wushuangdo. That being the case, then go against that Emperor Rain King. Husband, how do you plan to draw that Emperor Rain King out? Lung Rushuang asked. It's easy. I looked at the information of this Emperor Rain before and knew that he had a disciple standing in a 2nd-level astral circle under the throne of Thunder God Palace. Although there were many disciples of that Emperor Rain, this one was it is one of his many disciples. If we kill his disciple directly, he will naturally come out and kill us. Then we will take another shot to capture him. Jian Wushuang laughed. Good idea, Lung Rushuang smiled and nodded. The three of them immediately set off. There are countless astral circles in Jiuyao, and there are many second-level astral circles. And in one of the extraordinary secondary astral circles, there is a towering building group on the top of the mountain. This building group is extremely magnificent, especially one of the ancient purple giant towers, which is directly inserted into the sky above, just like a heavenly palace. Keep everything in this astral world. In the void outside the high mountains, Jian Wushuang and Frost stood side by side, while Demon Flame stood behind Jian Wushuang. Magic Flame, when I was on my way, I swallowed a lot of special spar. Your cultivation has been restored to the 5th level, and your combat power should be the top one in the 5th level. This is the disciple whose shot you have to deal with the Emperor Yu is best suited. Go. Jian Wushuang instructed. Yes. Moyan nodded, and immediately looted toward the towering building complex on the mountain. Chapter 4065. Second More. Just a moment later. Boom! The terrible roar, with the shaking of heaven and earth, rang through the void. The towering building complex on the top of the mountain turned into a ruin in a blink of an eye, and countless silhouettes looted from the ruin. Blood Thundercliff, you didn't expect my flame to come back alive? Billions of years ago, you destroyed my ancestors and killed my parents. And today, I want you blood and blood. All of you, you have to die. The icy voice of endless killing spread from the tall black man in the void above. This tall man in black is breathtaking, like a black demon suppressing everything below. The countless practitioners who rushed out of the building complex saw the tall man in black, and his face changed dramatically. It's too strong. It only defeated my Blood Thunder Cliff's defensive formation with just one move. This strength must be dominated by the 5th series, and I am afraid that it is still the very strong one in the 5th series. The strong man is obviously here to get revenge. We're done. Escape, hurry up. Panic sounded, and countless practitioners of Blood Thunder Cliff began to flee wildly. Blood Thunder Cliff is actually a part of Thor's palace in this secondary astral world, and it controls everything in this secondary astral world. However, if such a party wants to completely rule the entire secondary astral realm, it will inevitably destroy a lot of hostile sections. After a long time, the number of sects destroyed by Blood Thundercliff is countless, and their enemies are countless. It's just that Xueleya's strength is very strong. The 4th rank alone dominates. Xueleya itself has 2. Thunder Palace also sent 1, and there are 3 full 4th rank masters. In a second-level astral world, can definitely dominate the king. Therefore, for a long time, none of the enemies of Blood Thunder Cliff dared to come to the door. It is precisely because of this that the magic flame will come to the door as the enemy of Blood Thunder Cliff, which can also reduce the defense of Thunder God Palace. Boom! The black demon in the uppermost void shot directly, and he shot like lightning, easily killing those who escaped one by one. And while beating these strong men, his eyes have long been on someone. It was a grim man wearing a silver armor. The grim man was also fleeing, and he deliberately concealed his breath, and the means of concealing it was quite clever. If it wasn't for the flames already knowing his looks and strength, if he had followed him early in the morning, he might have let him slip away. Call! The magic flame appeared as if it were teleporting, and appeared directly in front of the stern man in the silver armor. The cold, killing intention was instantly covered by the stern man. Not good. The cold-faced man's complexion changed greatly. When he saw the flames in front of him, he was ready to take a shot. He shouted, "Stop him from Thor's palace. My teacher is King Rain's first law enforcement Elder Emperor King. Dare you kill me, my master will never let you go." Thunder Palace? Emperor Rain King? Moyan frowned, but was secretly laughing. The cold-hearted man even moved Thunder God Palace, and Emperor Yu to threaten him at a critical moment, which was even more like the wish of a magic flame. Well, what kind of thunder palace, Emperor Rain King? I have never heard of it. You still die? Mo Yen shot without hesitation. Do not! The cold poly man made a terrible cry, under the crush of absolute strength. He failed to support the two moves at all, and was killed on the spot by Demon Flame. After killing the cold and stern man, this Demon Flame did another look and went on to hunt down the strong thugs in Blood Thunder Cliff. When the practitioners in Blood Thunder Cliff had all escaped, they stopped. Master, as you have commanded, you have killed the disciple of Emperor Yu. What should I do next? Moyen whispered to Jian Wushuang. Don't worry, just stay in this Blood Thunder Cliff and pretend to look for those treasures accumulated during the long search of Blood Thunder Cliff. It is no surprise that the Emperor Rain will soon get the news, and the most come fast, and I will capture him again. Jian Wushuangdo. Yes. Moyen nodded. Immediately, he followed the command of Jian Wushuang and began to search for blood in the Cliff of Blood Thunder, as expected by Jian Wushuang. Soon after the cold man died, the Emperor Rain, who was far away in the throne of Thunder God Palace, was immediately informed. Inside the Shrine of Law Enforcement, Jack! A low drink blasted loudly in the void, and a violent breath suddenly rose up. The third elder and the eighth elder, follow me, the voice said. Soon, the three silhouettes rushed out of the Temple of Law Enforcement. The three silhouettes that were taken out at the same time, the other two were okay, but the one that was headed by them was shocking. Wherever he goes, the strong thunder gods in the surrounding area can feel the killing intention that he can't hide. What happened? King Emperor, what's wrong? Who knows what might be wrong? Many practitioners in Thunder Palace talk about it. And just then, do you? An old voice suddenly sounded. The three figures stopped immediately. The head of the blond and burly man was originally filled with a ferocious color that could not be concealed, but when he saw the old figure before him, the ferocious look in his eyes also slightly converged. Big Elder. The two law enforcement elders behind King, saluted respectfully. What's the matter? The old figure asked. It's Shinji. He was killed. Emperor Yu mumbled. True, the little guy is dead. The old figure frowned slightly, and he could understand why the Emperor Rain was so angry. There are indeed a lot of disciples under His Majesty the Emperor Rain, but there are only a handful of truly successful ones, and that Shinji is undoubtedly the best one among His Majesty the Emperor's reign, and he is now the 4th grade master in the future. There is a complete opportunity to reach the 5th grade, and he can even take his class and become the new first law enforcement elder of the Law Enforcement Temple. The Emperor Rain also looked at this disciple very seriously. Who killed the little guy? Asked the old figure. It's a 5th-level dominator who doesn't know where to come from. It seems to be a big grudge with the forces of the next branch of my Thunder Palace. He has been fleeing before. Now that his strength has broken, he ran back to revenge. I happened to be guarding there all these years, so I suffered from seedlings. King Emperor Rain gritted his teeth. Is that so? The old figure was clear. Elder, I won't tell you, and if you delay, the guy will run away. Emperor Yu was very anxious and immediately took his 2 law enforcement elders towards the 2nd level of the astral world. After the Emperor Yu left, the old figure frowned, thinking there was something at night. The update was a bit late, and it was not too late. Chapter 4066. The first is more. On the top of the mountain, the Blood Thunder Cliff that has completely turned into a ruin. Only the magic flame is still searching for treasures in that ruin. But not long after the magic flame overwhelmed the Blood Thunder Cliff, 3 powerful figures came. Come here so fast. Moyen looked up, looking at the 3 people who were here at the moment. All 3 are dominated by the 5th rank, and the person headed by them has reached the extreme of the fifth rank. And immediately after this person arrives, he has a breath of extreme violence and looks at the magic. Hamura's eyes were full of hatred and anger. "Who are you?" Although I knew it from the bottom of my heart, Mo Yen asked it for some reason. Killed so many people in His Majesty's palace, the most important thing is to also kill the disciples of this seat. You don't even know who this seat is? The Emperor Rain stared at the demon flame. His eyes seemed to be sparking. "You are the Emperor Rain King." Demon Flame appeared in surprise. "Now that you know, let's take your life and kill him together." As the first law enforcement elder of the Thunder God Palace, Emperor Yu has always acted fiercely. He simply did not have any nonsense with Moyen and shot it directly. Not only did King Emperor Yu take the shot, but also the other two law enforcement elders who came with him this time also shot at the same time and killed the flames, the three fifth-ranked dominators, all of which are at the top of the fifth-ranked dominator. Especially the Emperor Rain has reached the extreme of the fifth-ranked dominator. The three shot at the same time, and the momentum was too great. The magic flame was cold, and it was not afraid, and went directly to confront the three masters. Boom, 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 boom. I only heard the sound of a roar of trembling sounds. This already turned into a ruined blood thunder cliff, and once again suffered unprecedented destruction and destruction, becoming even more terrible. In the void not far from the blood thunder cliff, Jian Wushuang stood side by side with cold as frost, and their eyes could directly see the battlefield ahead. Anyway, they are the three top-level masters of the fifth series. Among them, the Emperor Rain King is second only to the ultimate master. The three of them join forces. He is afraid that he cannot resist the flames. Lung Rushuang said, Jian Wushuang also nodded slightly. After all, the flame of the demon flame has just recovered to 50%, and the state of cultivation has only barely reached the fifth level. Although it depends on the memory and means of the ultimate level, there is also a fifth level. It has the highest combat power, but at best it is equivalent to Emperor Rain King, and now it is one enemy in three, and it is indeed at a disadvantage. Shuanger, you are waiting here. I will help the magic flame. Jian Wushuang commanded. Good. Nodded coldly. Swordless twins swept straight ahead. Only momentarily, Jian Wushuang appeared on the battlefield. When he appeared, the flames that had been fighting the three law enforcement elders immediately stopped and came behind him. Master, Mo Yen shouted respectfully. Tough work, Jian Wushuang said. The simple communication was not secretive, and they all heard in the ears of the three Emperor Rain Kings. The host, the Emperor Rain, could not help but stumble. This mysterious strongman who destroyed Blood Thunder Cliff with one hand and killed my disciples with the same combat power as my own actually called the third-level master in front of him. Emperor, you felt a little incredible. The same was true of the two law enforcement elders next to him. Imperial King, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. How long have you been waiting for me? The King of Emperor Rain moved his expression, but immediately followed his pupils. The one who really hates Xue Liya is you, my disciple. Is this slave you made you kill? Your disciple did. Let me kill him. As for me and Xue Liya, there is no resentment. The reason why I let him act like this is to lead you here. Jian Wushuang smiled. Emperor Yes' face suddenly changed. He wasn't a fool either, and he immediately reacted when he heard Jian Wushuang's words. At present, the mysterious practitioner who cannot see the depths but has the fifth-level top master as a slave, the real purpose is not for Blood Thunder Cliff at all, but for him. The destruction of the Blood Thunder Cliff. and the beheading of his disciples were only for the purpose of bringing him here from the old nest of Thunder God Palace. Kill this disciple, dare to count it? Boy, you really want to die. The Emperor Rain was completely furious. He was an atrocious by nature, so he would be the first law enforcement elder of Thor's palace, responsible for external law enforcement. Now, knowing that he was dominated by a third-order number, he was naturally furious. Boom! Emperor Yu shot again, and the other two law enforcement elders beside him also shot at the same time. The three of them all had an astonishing killing intention, all condensed on Jian Wushuang. But although they were eager to kill Jian Wushuang, they devoted a large part of their energy to the magic flame behind Jian Wushuang. Because Jian Wushuang is obviously only a third-level master, they are not at all concerned. Instead, it is the sword of Wushu, the slave flame. They have just fought a short time, and they know that the strength of the opponent is also very terrible. But at this moment, the third-level master who did not need to care in their eyes, that is, Jian Wushuang, was moving. He took out the Wu weapon sword. His body suddenly flickered. Ha! 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 The vast void is full of dense shadows reminiscent of warriors. These shadows are crisscrossing thousands of words. The distant distance spans directly, and the Wu weapon sword without hands in the sword is also directly swept out. The eyes of Emperor Yu and the two law enforcement elders were instantly frozen on the sword sung by Wushuang. The sword gave them a very strange feeling. It was a slow, soft sword, as if feeling the slightest strength, but it was such a sword. But the three of them hit directly in their hearts. A chill, laugh, laugh, laugh. The icy sword edge swept directly from the three body deities. Suddenly, two of the precious armors on the surface of the human body were directly torn apart, and the terrible sword's shadow power defeated their deities on the spot, and they were annihilating their divine power with madness. Under the impact of that sword's shadow, the divine power of the two law enforcement elders was instantly annihilated by more than 70%. As for the Emperor Rain King, as a member of the highest level of the Thunder God Palace, not only is he much stronger, but he also has a sublime rule, the treasure armor, and Jian Wushuang can now play the Wu Weeping Sword part of the power, can easily tear the general's strongest treasure battle armor. But in the face of the rule of the best treasure battle armor, cannot be torn open directly, so although this sword brought great damage to the Emperor Rain King, but not suddenly lost more than 70% of the body, but such a sword has completely closed the three of them. Chapter 4067. Second more. How can it be? A third-level master dominates me with a single sword, killing me nearly 70% of my power? This is impossible. The two law enforcement elders were frightened, and their eyes stared at Jian Wushuang. How can his strength be so strong, and his swordplay too fast? Even I have no qualification to resist. A third-level master, how can it be so terrible? It was incredible looking at Jian Wushuang. However, he did not know that Jian Wushuang had beheaded and killed the fifth-ranking master as early as the second-ranking master. Later, after he broke through and reached the third level, the divine power is not weaker than the general fifth level. With the huge advantage of the rule, he can bully a child like an adult and easily kill the fifth level. Number dominates. In addition, he also received the Zishua secret, and he has a certain ability to apply the laws of the universe. He can even perfectly integrate the laws of the universe with his kendo, reaching the first state of the Zishua secret. As soon as this first realm was reached, his overall strength increased again. Now, he has already surpassed the fifth-level dominance in his combat ability, and even if compared with the ultimate level dominance, there is an endless difference. And because of the perfect combination of the laws of the universe and his own kendo, his swordplay is so exquisite. I am afraid that even the ultimate masters who are good at kendo are far less scary in swordplay. Naturally, he can easily kill these fifth-level masters. Even the master of the fifth level, at most, can only take the sword Wushuang 1 or 2 swords. You can pick me up without a sword. The 3 of you are already very good in the fifth level, but 1 sword is not enough. What about another sword? Jian Wushuang smiled, but raised it again, the Wu crying Excalibur in his hand. Not good. The 3 kings of Emperor Yes faces changed dramatically. Escape, escape. Emperor Yu sighed. At this moment, King Emperor Rain was not thinking of revenge for his disciple. He knew very well that the opponent's strength was so arrogant and apparently directed at him. So he was naturally ready. If it is an accident today, it is likely that his Emperor Rain King will be planted directly here, not to mention the 2 elders who are not as good as his law enforcement elders. With the cry of Emperor Rain, all 3 figures fled at the same time. But that's exactly what Emperor Yu said. Since Jian Wushuang had brought him in deliberately, naturally he was ready. Would he give them a chance to escape? When I saw Jian Wushuang's thoughts, 3 towering golden stone monuments rose instantly. Sanzuan Town Tianbei appeared at the same time from 3 different voids around the Blood Thunder Cliff. Apparently, Jian Wushuang laid the 3 stone monuments there, and only when the Emperor Rain King fell into the trap, they immediately triggered. Sure enough, now that Jian Wushuang has triggered the 3 town monuments, the gods and magic towns are immediately urged to cover the vast void. And naturally, the 3 Emperor Rain Kings are completely covered within the magic array. That terrible repressive force acted directly on the 3 Emperor Rain Kings. As soon as the magic town Tianfa formation took shape, it had completely prevented the 3 people from escaping. It's not good. It's the suppression of the legal array, and it really has been prepared. Emperor Yu looked extremely ugly. He could tell at a glance that the 3 golden steels were the treasure of the law of suppression. How powerful is the repressive circle that was simultaneously launched by the 3 repressive laws Shibao? How do they break through the 3 fifth ranks? There is also this terrible repressive force that acts directly on them. And for a time, all 3 of Emperor Yu feel despair. By this time, Jian Wushuang had caught up. Before, there was no restraint from the devil and the heavenly formation. The 3 of them did not have the ability to resist the swordsmanship. Now, under the power of God and magic, the strength of the 3 of them has been greatly suppressed, but Jian Wushuang's own strength has been improved again. Now he is performing sword art. Laugh, laugh, laugh. The 2 ordinary law enforcement elders had no time to send out a scream, and the body collapsed again. And this time their body had no chance to regroup again, and was directly killed. As for Emperor Rain, his bearing capacity is indeed much stronger than those of the 2 law enforcement elders. However, after these 2 swords have come down, his power has also been wiped out by nearly 50%. If Jian Wushuang has a few more swords, he no doubt. The Emperor Rain no longer saw his hope of escape, but his eyes were still cold and violently staring at Jian Wushuang. And he said sharply, "Boy, what are my grievances with you? Why do you count me so? Even if it's death, you have to make me understand." Resentment? No, I have no resentment against you before. The reason why I will come to fight you this time is because you are the first law enforcement elder of Thor's palace, but one of the highest levels of Thor's palace. Jian Wushuang laughed. What? Emperor, yes, gaze fixed. Are you revenge on mine? No, I just want to know something from your mouth. I'll ask you now. If your answer can satisfy me, maybe I can let you go. Jian Wushuang smiled. King Diu looked at Jian Wushuang stubbornly. He wanted to see if Jian Wushuang was lying, but it was obvious that Jian Wushuang was not lying. What do you want to know? Xinyu Wang asked Shen Sheng. More than 100,000 years ago, on the first day of your Thunder Palace, Thunderwing was beheaded. And then your throne palace issued a reward order, which caused a great sensation in the entire Joyao starfield. Not long ago, your Thunder Palace was extremely low-key. The reward order was removed. Why is that? There is the person who is on the reward order. What is happening now? Jian Wushuang looked at the Emperor Rain King. Bonus order. Emperor, you looked at Jian Wushuang in amazement. You came for the person who received the bounty order. Good. Jian Wushuang did not deny. Haha, that's the case. I'm surprised that my Thunder Palace is the absolute overlord in the Joyao starfield. Although there are enemies, there are only a few that can really threaten my Thunder Palace. Among the many potential enemies in the palace, it must be the strongest one. But I did not get a little message before the Thunder God Palace, which is obviously illogical. And now it seems that you should not be a practitioner of the Joyao starfield. It comes from other star domains, and your relationship with that Xuani should be extraordinary. Emperor Yu laughed. I'm asking you, what is the whereabouts of the man on the reward? Jian Wu's eyes were cold.